put a really good point out there, because when you're playing home ground, you actually feel more pressure than somebody who comes here as a guest, right? Sometimes, right? Because you have all this audience cheering. Just now, when you hear the audience, that was Blacklist members walking through the stadium. You know, you see all this pressure. I mean, Edward looks a really calm guy, so I expect nothing less but perfection today.
He's stone cold. He's Agent Zero, right? And funnily enough, I don't know, man. It always feels like whenever we see a highlighted player, Edward also did you dirty at M3, man. He chased you all the way on that Paquito, and now he's still here, so consistent. What makes him so consistent, Zane? I mean, come on. This guy's been all the way from M3 to here, back-to-back grand finals, grand finals, grand finals.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, Blacklist is so consistent. Like I said, no matter how many times they change up the roster, I'm really impressed that they keep it together. Seriously.
And again, the pressure for Blacklist is more than palpable, given that they have been here multiple times. They won the qualification via the MPL Philippines Season 12 Grand Finals, go in 5 games against AP Bren, and here they got knocked to the lower bracket by Onic, going 5 games as well, and that's just the usual. That's business as usual for Blacklist compared to GEEK Fam. I think this is a bit that we failed to mention, Mirko. GEEK Fam, it's their first time being on the world stage.
It is. It's literally their first, right? I mean, they've had horrible track records before in MPL Indonesia, not qualifying to the playoffs, but that's what really changed this team. It's almost like, for GEEK Fam, you can really call them the miracle of Indonesia.
Why is he just standing there?
They've always been able to find what they need in the very end, even knocked down to the lower brackets of MPL ID playoffs.
And with that, folks, we'll leave it at a David versus Goliath matchup because GEEK Fam is just finding their grounding. I think I have a question for Zane.
All right, Zane, this is a spicy one. How does NA do without you? No.
Security detail says no, he can't answer that question. Dave, Zane, thank you so much for having us. We'll throw it over to our casters to get this ball rolling. It's time for the first match.
Thank you so much, Leo, Miracle,
Oh, they changed the desk.
MOBA Zane. It's great to hear you guys' insights about this matchup. Once again, I'm Naisu.
Wait, they went to a different stage?
Reptar,
Looks like a different
the
stage.
action against GEEK Fam and Blacklist International. Boys, how we feeling?
From EVM to RMC, the Filipinos are showing up. And I'm just hyped to be here right now. We're closing in towards the end of this.
This is peak sports entertainment here at the Rizal Memorial, and we're starting it off with a hot series. Gentlemen, it's an honor to share the desk with you here today.
Love to have you guys. Now, before we talk more about the matchup and welcome the teams,
we
have to give a shout out to our sponsors because M5 World Championship would not be possible without them. It's powered and supported by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without all of you.
And don't forget a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
And you know what every city needs? Some chairs. So don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach mythic or mythic glory with a Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chair outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop match winning comfort and keep yourself at the top of your game now.
And that's not all. One last, again, reminder for all the people watching, either here or at home, the M5 Pass is still ongoing. You're running out of time here, so go ahead, unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin, the Prime Cosmic Dragon, and when you buy the
Anybody
M5
got
Pass,
a Cosmic Dragon yet?
the activities to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are waiting for you guys, so get yours now. And also, don't forget, we've got the figurine center as well. So, what is that, 150, I think?
150.
150.
I can't wait to get my hands on it. All my diamonds are already in that pass, and I can't wait to be united with that Yuzhong figurine.
I think you're the only one here that's not at 150 yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got to get there, right? I mean, we've been focused on this, but maybe I'll throw some diamonds at it as well. I know you guys got the Beatrix one, so, you know, add this to the collection. But now, once again, the matchup at hand, GEEK Fam and Blacklist International. Before all that, we do have to go ahead and welcome out our marshals. Ooh. I know the people are getting ready. Our marshals. Our marshals are going to be walking out here in just a second to officiate the M5 World Championship. They've been doing an amazing job this entire time. And as they walk out to the stage, they're here to ensure fairness and integrity of the game.
Hello, Sakura.
These gentlemen have been doing an amazing job. Rain, Ivan Shun, and Wilbert. Give it up for them on our marshals, and now.
The solution has done its part to keep the Geeks tournaments live afloat with the return of Nile. Can they break the code breakers code? Mereka adalah keajaiban Indonesia. Give it up.
Hello, worst player.
For Geek Fam.
Definitely the Cinderella story
What's up,
from
cousin?
Indonesia. We're all hyped to see him here. Can
Sakura having lunch?
they prove themselves today?
What are
It
you
is
having?
do or die.
I just had fried rice
They take their bow.
with some pork.
And here come their opponents. The code breakers have cracked the lower brackets code before. They are on the path to repeat history by decoding the Geeks. Isa sa mga koponan, nagdadala ng lakas.
I bet on GEEK winning the first game. Though I don't believe it will happen, but it had the better odds. So, you know, what the hell? Just go for it.
We'll see if that's enough to carry them on through the lower bracket here as they move on into M5. And once again,
Hi, Mysterious
the
Cat.
minds behind it all, the coaches, the analysts for GEEK. It's Coach Orpek. For Blacklist International, we have Master the Basics and Dex Star.
Char Kway Teow with soy sauce.
Definitely gonna be an
Nice.
intense one. You can see the look on all of
Char
these
Kway Teow is
players'
already so
faces.
black.
You know, as our
You still
lovely
put soy
panelists have been
sauce.
saying before, this is do or die right
Extra
here.
black.
One team is going home.
Might as well have some coke
A lot of things
while you're eating that.
from these players. Passion, consistency, but I like the graphic that we showed there. Glass shattering. These two teams need to be stone cold. They cannot cave to the pressure.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the roster here for Geek Fam first. It's
Who you
Marky,
think will be
Niall is
MVP in
back,
Team Geek?
Luke, a boy, and Boloyski. So we have some, adjustments here, of course, from what we've seen from the previous matches with Geek Fam. How's this going to look here, Trex?
I mean,
Maybe
all eyes on Niall
Niall?
right now. Most definitely Marky.
Since he's,
also going to be in the gold
had a
lane,
break.
the solution himself. But really, the
More
question
refreshed.
arises: is Niall coming in going to be that magic touch? Is it going to be the switch up? Are they going to be back to comfortable, or is it going to be something that the rest of the team is going to have to adjust to?
Yeah, now for Blacklist International, we talk about the coaches and their drafting, but we have to look here. Of course, Edward, he's going to have a hell of a time against Luke in the EXP lane. Ohem now going up against a Filipino in Marky. The Filipino sniper needs to bring back that stone coldness he used to show in M3.
In MY, it's
But I know
normal to
there's gonna
have
be a lot
soy
of
sauce
eyes
dipped
on
chili.
the Hitman, Renegade, going up Baloyski,
Double the
who
soy.
is agreed upon in the world.
No wonder you guys are so
50-50 roamer in the world,
handsome
but
and
one of the
beautiful.
best in the world. That is
Must be the
undeniable.
secret
Yep,
sauce.
there's that whole KDA thing, right?
Yeah.
7 deaths was the magic number. I'm not sure if that's going to play a part in this matchup, but as we take a look at the team head-to-head, how things kind of fall in place, once again, if you look at it this way, there is that utility factor for Blacklist International, a lot of that Lord control rate, but, really, if you look across the board, it's not too drastic between both teams.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is a huge difference there, or at least a big difference in my eyes, is that Lord control rate. Blacklist always known for their Lord dances,
I mean,
always
also
known
pain.
for being able to push the limit until
I
the other
didn't
team
mean
breaks
any
down.
sarcasm.
Yeah.
I literally
Blacklist
meant it.
International, Geek Fam. What are you going to show here today? Assassin Dave and Mobazane made some
Malaysian
great
people are
points earlier.
so
If any of them
good
have
looking.
some secret pocket picks they haven't showed yet,
Like
now
a lot
is
of
the
them.
series to do it.
A lot of you
Probably
guys,
they're
I
thinking
mean.
about lower bracket finals, maybe even grand finals, reaching that point and saving picks there. But this is do or die. It's so important now that if you have an ace up your sleeve,
I think-
you
I
bring
think
it
Dodo
out,
is,
because tournament life is what you're fighting for.
Not watching the
That's a great
live
point, Red
version
Bomb,
of
right?
this.
For the most part, for this tournament, we've all been kind of contemplating that. Like,
He needs to
okay,
catch up,
how
press
many
the live
pocket
icons.
picks, how many cheese strats do you have for a team throughout, when we started with the 16 teams, and now that you're at this point where things kind of fall in place. It's do or die, right? Yes, it's a best of 5 series, but, game 1 might be the chance that we see that. Now, again, for all you guys watching at home, real quick, there are some TikTok drops. Once again, for all you lovely viewers, watch M5 on TikTok for 5 minutes only, and you can win 1 TikTok viewer chest. If you watch for 20 minutes, you can get a TikTok deluxe chest. So go ahead and make sure you watch there, grab those while you can. Now, once again, as we wait for the draft to be upon us, I know we had our own predictions as well, which we'll probably be taking a look at in just a little bit here. but, you know, real quick, I would say, you know, Renmar, you're the guy with the numbers. The meta has been very interesting for M5 alone, and in a way different from what we saw even from M4 last year.
Yeah, the most interesting, honestly, and I feel like the X factor pick we have to look out for here is 2 picks in the mid lane. You have the Lilia, which of course has been an
This
answer
stage
to
looks
the
bigger.
tanky junglers, even Faramis.
The previous stage looks like a lecture hall.
But then we've also seen GEEK fam show up with an Eve.
This one looks more like a
So now,
event
if you're
hall.
Blacklist, you're thinking about, okay, GEEK fam has some pocket picks in the mid lane. Where else do they have pocket picks? Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, they've stuck to a lot of the things that we're used to seeing. It's just that the order for Blacklist International is so important. The order of banning, where they are seated, and most importantly, how are they going to draft a comp that allows them to shine with their snowball? We've seen how many times throughout, not just in M5, but also in the MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs, that if you leave OHEB alone with a Bruno or anyone who takes down turrets really quickly in the early game, Blacklist will punish you for giving up on that macro.
Well, great points here. Real quick, too, let's take a look at the talent predictions. That's a whole lot of Blacklist, right? So
yeah,
that's where we're leaning towards, and it's interesting too. Mirko even went with a sweep here. I don't know what he's channeling exactly, but
looks fishy.
It looks fishy,
yeah. Sure.
Something looks iffy about that. So let's focus once again.
The Mirkus is in fact
here on the desk, at least going with Blacklist International. We're feeling the 5-man series here, though, Trex.
I mean, definitely feeling the 5-man series. I put 3-1. But we all want GEEK fam to at least put up a huge fight here.
Hi, Perry Hotter.
Honestly, a lot of us didn't even know if they were going to make it this far. They had some losses in group stage. We go back to MPLI, they had some losses there. It's been a rough run for them. They had a great season, but so far, there's still a lot of eyes on them. And now, we're looking at, what, 5 teams left? 6 teams left?
Hello, Mr. Small.
Can they pull it off? That's the question. I'd love to see it. We all want to see the Cinderella story come true, but they're going against the agents right now, and that is not going to be easy.
You know, and speaking of that, I want to point out the fact, because Renmar earlier, before we took a look at the predictions, was, you know, playstyle, meta, snowball potential for Blacklist International. Here's my question, though, and I saw this in the audience earlier. Heel man. From the hitman to the heel man, right? Like, is that a viable option here for them? Like, go with that healing kind of meta, you know, with these heroes that pop up often, whether it's the Matilda, the Angela, Rafaela even. Is that the appropriate situation, the plan to go against GEEK fam, the way we've seen GEEK fam play previously?
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to the point where Blacklists are sort of drafted...
No school today should be a good day.
...have to go into the Rafaela. We've seen in the past that when that happens, teams want that
I want to see if Energy doing TikTok show.
Manipulated the draft in such a way that, okay...
Most likely he's gonna play supports all the way.
But teams are respecting heroes such as the Matilda, the Minotaur.
Are we gonna get 5 games of Florin?
Angela pick up here by Blacklist International. Even an Estes was showed up that Coach Ducky of AP Brand had some glowing compliments towards Renegades Estes as well. So Healman definitely still in effect here for Blacklist International, and one thing GEEK fam has to consider. But gentlemen, you have to remember here, Baloyski and his Ruby, that pick that up against heal comps when everyone's sticking together, the Ruby loves those setups with them hooks.
Yeah, not only that, but speaking of, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 1, led by these awesome graphics. The Yuzhong is here.
Wow.
He's lifting everything up.
They really changed
the Prime skin right there.
The Prime.
Prime Yuzhong.
They changed the graphics.
There we go.
Nice.
Once again, we'll see where things fall into place here, what the draft leaves for us as these coaches, the minds once again behind these teams. Ban's already out, so we're taking out the Fanny, the Joy, the Nolan.
The stage looks awesome.
The Bruno, the
Very
Lilia,
nice.
and also the Guinevere. First pick for Blacklist International. What are we feeling? Bruno's taken out.
Yeah, now Matilda's open, but nope, we mentioned it earlier, it's going to be the Angela, so GEEK fam are open to pick up the Matilda. We have seen before very poisonous third pick Esmeralda earlier in M5, not from these two teams.
There's still 1-1 open.
Exactly the teams fighting then, but you have to watch out, maybe, if ever there's going to be a lot of shields on the side of Blacklist International.
Are you going to take 1-1?
But so far,
maybe 1-1 all out.
Revisiting again the priorities of the banning, Blacklist are taking away those assassins for Nile. We know how talented that young man is.
Well, Matilda
sounds
so maybe 1-1 Kaja is.
The jungler fighter
It's a plan they can go for.
Seen lately. While for GEEK fam,
take 1-1 all out first, then go for Kaja to pick.
Sui you take away a strong pick from Yue, and you take away the Bruno. So Faramis is a viable option, but no Baksha and Valentina are the call.
Okay, that was my question too, you know, leading into that when you're talking about these targeted bans and whatnot. Now this time, again, we have to point out the fact that Niall's back, right? How does that change really how you want to pay attention to the jungle? Well, that's the answer. They go with the Baksha. So they picked that up. Does this
That's the same though.
Versus utility?
Nothing's changed for GEEK fam.
Someone who has really shined.
They still pick Baksha for Maki anyway.
And everything that he's been playing, and for some would say, you know, he can hold his best
When Niall was
against
out.
the best in the world.
You know, something important with the Baksha on Niall, I feel like with Marky, he played a great role as a jungler, but I think just a little more passive, a little more rolling with the team. Seeing Niall on this quick moving utility jungle, probably one of the more aggressive, move around the map, make rotations. I'm ready to see that.
So XP laner bans, Terizla,
Khalid. It definitely looks like, you know, some nice ingredients for some good attacks possibly in the early.
Maybe Edith.
Yeah, we also have to consider the
Maybe
fact
they
that
ban
Angela
Edith for
might
Edward.
actually be going into the
Because Black has been picking that up a lot.
For Renegade might be a surprising
Maybe they go Terizla and
so that's one of the strengths of putting up the Angela in the first phase.
it's probably Terizla,
Meanwhile, for
Khalid
GFAM, I
and
like that
Edith.
they are now going into the second phase with their marksman intact already. So the two teams are going to be fighting for the EXP laners. They take away an Edith, but at the same time, I still feel like this is GEEK fam acknowledging that, hey, they can still put the Edith in the roam, the Angela in the mid, so they're just covering their bases.
Yeah, I love this.
Mino sounds like a
always
good
love the
ban.
XP lane, right? There's a lot of flexibility that can happen there first off, but there's also a multitude
Minotaur
of heroes that you can place
ban.
there and approach the game differently, right? A lot of times you see Arlott parked there. We've seen even Glue pop up. A lot of Khalid change the course of games. Like, there is so much room and variation right now. And it's funny because before, you know, we saw a lot of Yuzhong picked up, but now he's kind of niche, right? It has to fit in a
Two tanky junglers in this whole match.
So we'll see a lot
Yeah,
of
it's gonna be
XP
two
bans
tanky
taken
junglers
out
for the whole
because
game.
of how important it is.
The whole
It's crazy,
freaking match.
honestly, just how much, even just during M5, the meta
Bet
has
Terizla's
slightly
gonna be
shifted.
banned
The
now.
Lilia became popular.
Or maybe,
Gabriel,
yeah,
the
they don't ban
Khalid, so many
Terizla
heroes that
because
maybe
GEEK is
weren't
gonna
even
take the
picked in
XP
group
laner
stage
first.
are now getting banned out, are getting picked, are getting heavily looked at.
Yeah, now more than ever, early game aggression is so
Interesting that they banned Faramis though. That's a weird ban. Just give it to Blacklist.
Can't just be all about slow turtle dances. Sometimes
Blacklist
a little
not
bit
gonna
of
pick
aggression in
Faramis
the right
anyway.
places in the early game might actually lead to a snowball. So that's why we're seeing heroes such as Khalid getting taken out. By the way, that's a brilliant ban by Blacklist International. Luke has shown tremendous performances with that hero, but GEEK fam are also respecting that a
I guess they banned
can
Mino,
still be pickable here for Blacklist International. So now later on, we're going to be seeing if heroes such as the Yuzhong, Terizla, Arlott, Akito, still so many open.
Wow.
Oh,
They
Phoveus.
still pick up. They take out the
Totally
Phoveus
forgot
as just
about
covering
Phoveus.
bases for the Wanwan now.
Okay, interesting.
I guess
I
they
like
pick.
it. I definitely
They can
like
pick
it.
Mino
My eyes
now.
are still on this Angela. Is it going to be a
Or maybe
heel
they
man
don't.
Angela? Is it going to be a Yue Angela? Just taking a look at Black, it definitely seems very flexible.
Mino is a
GEEK
very
fam
good
kinda
pick here,
showing
though.
all their cards right now. I think the Phoveus, a solid ban. We've seen him getting picked up, and there goes the Lapu. Nice dive into the backside. A possible answer.
Yeah, Lapu's great, right? A lot of times we see this, even recently, in the hands of even Kid Bomba from DEVU, and it works wonders. A lot of times
Valentina roam.
you can lead a lot of
No
those
way,
charges
man.
and tank up quite a bit of damage. The way the Lapu
It's probably
going
gonna
to
be Mino last pick.
The bravest fighter in, you can allow yourself to kind of set things up.
Yeah.
But, you know, that still also leaves the question. There it is. The Arlott's going to be picked up. What's the last pick here?
A Meech.
Either it's going to show whether it's going to be heal man.
Probably Novaria?
Or, if it's going to be a roamer,
Or maybe-
a tanky roamer here for Renegade.
Could be.
Honestly, scratching my head right now.
I don't think this
there's
would
a lot
happen,
of picks
but-
available.
No,
Oh, it's a
okay.
Novaria. Okay.
Novaria.
So instead
Mino?
of, the interesting thing is they can flex it depending on what they're feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mino looks
still
good.
We still don't really know.
Yeah, Yue has shown to be a great Novaria, but so has Renegade as a roam Novaria. So it just depends here. Our roamer pickup here for GEEK fam. Thinking.
I don't think. I think Mino is too good to pass up
for a
though.
little bit surprise, displacement. They have two frontliners already. They might even go for a bit more utility for
Could be
Godoy.
Diggy though.
It's interesting that Matilda's actually still wide open. No
That's-
one's.
It's either Diggy
That's what I
or
was going to say
Mino.
earlier, right? It's kind of weird that Matilda just kind of slips through, but that's the adaptation, right? So far up to this point, now that we're in knockout 2, what is this last pick for Beloyski? What does he want to go ahead and roam with? I would assume it's a little bit more on the tankier side to kind of extend some of these fights. You already have a Valentina to help you out. Well, Ruby.
There goes the Ruby.
Ruby comes through. So,
Okay.
great pickoff potential.
Yep.
Great usage. We've seen this before with Beloyski, a signature hero pick.
I guess that's
It's
decent
definitely
too.
going to be the only thing about the Ruby is Novaria is going to be trouble. Even the 1-1's going to be hard to catch. A lot of those things are going to be down to Luke here to be able to dive into the backside. You know, the jobs are definitely going to get divided here between the team.
True. Maybe it's just not because I'm the best R-Lot player in the world. I'm okay with it. But when I see a Ruby
Kid Bomber
in
receiving
other
the
game and
attention.
I'm an R-Lot, I'm so worried.
5
Because
minute 5
one
and already
quick
got
little
20s.
second skill from the Ruby will just completely break my
Thanks to
tempo.
his great
And
performances
if it comes
and
alongside a pull as well, then me, R-Lot, being annoying, dashing around,
very good
going
interviews.
everywhere, I'm not going to be able to do that. But then at the same time, the way GEEK fam play with this Ruby, they just have an understanding to it that is unparalleled.
Man, as we get loaded up here, I think we're still going to take a look possibly at the comparisons of these drafts, but you got to admire that right there.
I think Mino or Digi will be better in their lineup though.
Lineups one more time across from it. But hey, it sounds like we're going to
Then
be
a
jumping
Ruby.
right into the game. And it starts off here, game number 1 in the best of 5, knockouts 2 between GEEK fam from Indonesia and Blacklist International from the Philippines. Who starts off on the right foot?
Yeah, so you see here, actually, they put a little assistance there, UN Renegade, on being able to clear that purple buff for Sensui a little bit faster, just so he can match up to the clearing and rotating speed of that Baxia. I'm going to be interested to see who's going to be a little bit more heavier to commit into that Little Wanderer, and the Blacklist are going to commit their second or third turtle signature lane switch. I'm already thinking a little bit ahead, but that's something the Blacklist International does for the early game. That's part of their play style.
So UA already taken a lot of, aggression early on against a boy, and in a way, I feel like a boy is even someone that kind of falls under the radar a little bit with a lot of these just star players so far that you're seeing kind of unfold here, build their own kind of legends in their own right. But so far, as things kind of unfold, right, anything emblem-wise that stick there on cue. Anything that sticks out here, Renmar?
Well, actually, you're seeing the EXP laners now doing a very popular thing, picking up Rupture. They really just want that instant
Nothing
gratification
much
already.
crazy about
early game, the damage that they can dish out. So these
the
two teams
emblems
are
here,
gonna be
except
watching out
maybe
for
Arlot
the
with the
respective
Wilderness
EXP
Blessing.
laners. But more importantly, so Blacklist International need to watch out for Luke, because if they allow him to just freely hit his ultimate, those 3 strikes are going to surprise Blacklist, and next thing you know, they're going to be forced to go back.
I think as we take a look at this too, kind of things unfold, it's just leading into that first objective. This is one of those games, one of these teams that just, they take it slowly, right? Lead into these objectives.
I guess he's gonna build Lightning Transient first.
Between the Lord takes. Now, again, you're against Sensui. You have to be able to go ahead and take on this
From the
turtle
way
dance
he's
later
building.
on. But look at him topside.
We'll have Marky with the 1v1 right now.
Oh.
Blazing duet. First blood for Marky, 2 minutes in.
Got level 4 first.
Turtle hit still going on though.
Wow. So with that,
That's a huge win for Marky.
blood. They force out a flicker from Edward.
Oh, another one.
Oh my god.
GEEK fam popping off
The
quick
2
in the
side
first
lanes
few
will win their
minutes.
1v1.
Well, this is what we're talking about. Number 1, you got to be stone cold in this series. You can't be a little bit too eager, just like what OHEB showed there. Market hit level 4 just in time, but now there's an invade by GEEK fam.
GEEK fam taking the orange buff. Sensui going to be denied of that. We're literally 3 minutes in, and this is something I was a little bit worried about. Blacklist does have a very soft mid-side.
Wow, there's a lot of goal for
GEEK fam are going to
GEEK
be able
fam.
to punish that if they want to.
So much
Yeah,
goal.
you mentioned it, the key thing, that very squishy double major support style of roam and mid duo. When you're up against a Valentina and or Ruby, you saw there actually in the bottom lane, in the EXP lane of Edward, how a simple 3-man rotation by GEEK fam sent Blacklist International back, forced Sensui to reset the turtle, and the fact that OHEB lost the 1v1 to Marky, now going all the way back to what happened in the bottom lane, Blacklist just had to give up control of that turtle and they couldn't contest, but that also meant they were susceptible to getting invaded.
It's looking
because
real
GEEK fam
rough.
are confident to do that with the turtle shield buff.
This is crazy, right? GEEK fam, they're playing at a different tempo than what we've
Really
seen
rough
at least
now for
previously.
Blacklist.
So even
early
Avoid
game.
with this, he's going to be fine. He has the hard guard himself here to work around. Takes a couple shots, but this lead so far that GEEK fam has garnered themselves is going to transition really well. You see Marky already picking up the DHS. Niall going to go into
the hunt right now.
Okay.
OHEB up against Marky once again.
Oh.
Hard guard comes just in the nick of time.
Angelus
GEEK fam
out,
are
just
not
hit
done
him.
yet. They're gonna push
Why did he
onto
go
the
back there?
tower. Beloyski with the
Oh,
uppercut,
no.
and OHEB goes
He could have
down.
escaped, I think.
It's 3-0, 4 minutes in. GEEK fam controlling the game.
And now Geek Fam with a great understanding of the priorities of Blacklist International in the map.
Oh my god.
Minute,
Clock almost got the whole tower shield.
To get another kill onto OHEB. And right now, for our international viewers, you're seeing the reason as to why Marky has been hailed as the gold standard.
I guess that's good for me. Since I bet. Since I bet on GEEK winning the first game.
BLCK stole that for a second. He tried.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep putting the pressure right now. This is going to be most likely Turtle once again going to the hands of GEEK Fam. They have this lead. Luke's feeling pretty good. And they'll take it. So another objective taken. So where does Blacklist International start to put the pressure on, knowing that now they've given up these 2 objectives? They're playing at this tune of GEEK Fam. What do they focus on here, Renmar?
At some point, they're going to have to call for a switch or maybe just give up 1 turtle and just gank a lane altogether, maybe 4 or 5-man dive alongside OHEB to give him a little bit of a lead already. Because right now, Geek Fam are just controlling every turtle or wherever Luke is. Again, the difference between
Jungler got 1 level difference.
Yeah. The XP lane right now, for
almost 2 levels.
More,
maybe about 1.2 levels ahead.
It's really affecting the turtle or objective focused playstyle of Blacklist International.
You know, normally I would say that this isn't the end of the world for Blacklist.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is one of the things that Geek Fam has done, it's not like they got 3 of these kills onto Sensui or the Roamer Renijay. They get 2 of them onto OHEB, which is huge for Geek Fam. Blacklist might try to get another one here. They're going to try to work on this tier.
Got an OHEB again.
OHEB will get caught. Heartguard comes in.
Oh my god, OHEB 0-3.
Renijay forced
the positioning was
take the first tower of the
definitely
game. That's tough.
Sus.
You know, you were just talking about OHEB, how he had those 2 deaths. Now he's got 3. He's kind of just shut down right now in this lane. So this is what it transitions to, right? You have
got a buff.
Be able to build back up. It's good that UA got that purple, but you know, with that, again, your gold lane is struggling. Look at the deficit here between the gold lane.
Yeah, now Blacklist International are definitely going to be playing into the late game. Market honestly just has free reign here, but you got to appreciate here the gusto of OHEB and the trust that he has into UA to supply his lane with Star Shatters when needed to get a little bit more damage onto Marky. So that's a glowing sign for Blacklist International that OHEB, it doesn't seem like he's changed up his aggression. Maybe he can be a little bit more careful, but it's a good sign that he's not giving up. He's not just taking it all in. He's doing everything that he can to find a way to turn it around single-handedly. So this is what we're getting now. What we talked about earlier, Blacklist with a 4-man gank, as Geek Fam are going to be committing 2 onto the turtle.
Okay, so again, focusing it. Yeah, that's another turtle. Going to the hands of Geek Fam here, 3 for 3.
The armor
the
on
gold lead, 3.5K ahead now. So once again, you're 7 minutes in. You got to build something up before that first Lord comes up if you're Blacklist International. And then look at the pressure still going.
Huge catch on Sensui.
Sensui gonna pull him in, take him out. BLCK finds the kill. Geek Fam gonna back off.
They're melting the tank. That's a very bad sign.
0. This is a huge lead for Geek Fam.
I think this is now a sign for Blacklist International that especially when you're up against Geek Fam and BLCK has one of his comfort picks and you're playing a heal or support type roamer, a squishy roam mid duo, it's gonna be difficult. And add to that the fact that the Arlott versus Lapu Lapu right now, Luke just has Edward in check. It's no surprise that Geek Fam, with their systematic aggression, has just taken control of this game right now. They're moving like the Ford assembly line. Henry Ford himself would be proud of the efficiency of Geek Fam right now.
Very efficient, right? I mean, that's the other thing is you have to, we're building it up into it. They talked about this a lot in the panel leading into this matchup. It's going to be a different Geek Fam, at least from what we've seen for the previous games so far, you know, back in Knockout 1 even. And so far, it looks like they've just refined the playstyle. Again, they have a huge
this
lead
game,
right now against Blacklist
it's possible to come back though.
To a point where it's dire, but
they have to play the macro better.
Again, I'm offended, lands a mark into the back line with a blazing duet, putting tons of damage down on Renijay, trying to find you. Flickers back, OHEB in trouble now. Blue comes in with the bravest fighter and finds 2. Blacklist International crumbling under Geek right now.
Oof.
Wow, the miracle of Indonesia are making magic work right now. Away from their home country, well, for BLCK and Marky, they're back home. They are doing so well in this lower bracket matchup, in this elimination match, completely dominating. And it looks like they've really come into this with an understanding of how they want to play and how Blacklist wants to play. and they're just taking control.
And what they're doing so well right now is they're combining, you know, their team fight, their 5v5, clean mechanics, but they're also adding the macro level. They've been attacking the off lanes. They've been suffocating Blacklist so well.
And with that, Lord taken here once again. Objectives clearly all for GEEK fam. There isn't even a single turret down just yet for Blacklist International. They're going to have to find some way, somehow, to get movement.
How are they going to
around
get
the
this
map
back?
At some point, but right now,
Probably if Luke dives in
Again, looking at the goal
and they
lane
kill him,
Oheb
shutdown goal
is just
goes
not
to
where he needs to be to even
1-1.
provide. When he gets the crossbow tang off, it's most likely not going
Sounds
to
like
get rid of
a
anybody. So still,
comeback strategy.
how much time do you buy here for Blacklist?
At this point, they're gonna have to buy a lot of time or punish a attempt by GEEK fam to end the game early on. You know, we've seen it happen so many times. They go into the inhibitor, they dive it, but then it just doesn't turn out well for them. Conceal play by BLCK.
Conceal play is coming. GEEK fam decide not to overextend themselves. Another wave will be coming down the mid side. Not able to break an inhibitor just yet, but they still gain a lot of ground, and 2 more waves coming soon. Ooh.
Yeah, the shots are starting to hurt. BLCK's going to take that one, get back to base. Again, you're nearing that 10,000 gold deficit for Blacklist. BLCK
too close.
Still playing with danger here, right?
Yeah.
Also, big item pickups here. Oh boy, just got the Divine Glaive, as if he's not already doing enough
Now
damage.
GEEK fam's going to choke out.
You can see it, right? But there is a struggle here. And the fact that Oheb is on the 2nd of damage received, it's been a tough time for the gold lane for Blacklist.
Yeah, and I don't think Blacklist International are too surprised. Well, I'm sure they're surprised that GEEK fam dominated the game so quickly in this fashion. But I think they went into this game, especially after the draft, that they know that they're going to have to give up some mid-game, early game control. That is going to be GEEK fam's game early on, and then they'll just slowly build up and ramp up from there, try to get a counter punch. But GEEK fam respected that. They didn't allow Blacklist International to get that turnaround moment that they were looking for, especially in the earlier skirmishes. So now it's just going to be full turtle, and by that we mean full base defense. As
Second purple buff still by UA.
Hey, he's been on point.
Helps a bit.
He's been on point. I feel like at this point you can add a sound effect to the Star Shatter as it's flying. It's just going UA.
Probably, right? But what he's got to do is obviously he's scaling pretty well. And as the game goes on, let's just say 5-8 minutes from now, if this is still going on, then some of that poke potential from UA is actually going to play a course in a lot of these team fights leading on, right? But right now, it's just, like I said, 10,000 gold deficit. There's the Wind of Nature being picked up. Is that the sign now, Renmar, where, okay, we can at least take a little bit of shot here to actually fight, to contest? We have a Heart Guard as well.
Not ready.
It's 28K
Not
to
yet.
38K, and about to get there. I think even with a Wind of Nature, it'll be a bit too risky. So at this point, Blacklist International
if Valentina is there, he's probably going to get melted
I feel
too.
like the only member that's honestly a saving grace is UA. He's the only one that has gone deathless so far. He's been able to farm. He's been able to use the range of that meteor to farm purple buffs, to farm some waves here and there when the rest of the team can't. GEEK fam should be able to get this Lord uncontested. Blacklist deciding to go for the upper lane, deciding to macro a little bit, and then turtle back up.
Yeah, again, they got to get some space to work around, right? Even if it's just one turret at a time, that's really where they want to focus. And as they kind of get situated here, they're going to have to defend
just
now.
In
Once
time
again, second Lord of the game.
To clear the lot, I mean the turret.
High ground-wise, high ground defense-wise, you can expect that GEEK fam has the tools they need and the lead they need to actually force a fight, even if Blacklist doesn't want to.
Yeah, this is what we call throwing bodies.
Yep.
Like GEEK fam can literally just throw bodies and try to end it here. They still have to be careful, but it looks so easy.
1-1.
Speaking of throwing bodies,
1-1.
a big
Gets caught again.
on Oheb, the Heart Guard.
Can he get the...
Save him, he's backing up, he's fighting, he's trying to get away.
He gets away.
Hold off. Oheb, boy, flickers back in. Oheb over to safety. The Lord is coming into the base. GEEK decide to switch lanes.
He's almost back to full health. This is dangerous for Angela.
He's going to keep home. He's going to let Oheb go back, but this might be the end for RubyRubyRuby. The Lord is going to crash in. GEEK fam ready to break through. Luke looking for that big hit onto the backside.
Edward goes in. Edward goes in. Can he get him?
Able to find him. Markey going to chip away at the mid inhibitor. GEEK fam still backing off. They were able to take 2 towers down, still holding a large gold lead.
It ain't over till it's over. It doesn't look good for Blacklist International, but you gotta admit, what Oheb and RubyRubyRuby did there may have saved the sequence for Blacklist International, buying enough time, making sure that Nile wouldn't be there, and that Beloyski had to be the main front line for Geek Fam in that scenario, and he falls. And a Blacklist, can they find a window to somehow break a turret, to find a few more resources to turn the game around?
I'm just thinking, how do they kill this Claude though?
Going to continue applying the chokehold.
Still a strong
UA needs to
chokehold,
be
right?
really on point
12,000 ahead. And once again, Blacklist
kill this
International
Claude.
has no space to move around with. They don't even have a turret at this point, but if they can still survive some of these fights, punish a mistake, they could possibly at least get a body or two, but look at how much Geek Fam wants.
Oh. Bravest Fighter lands on a Sensui. The stun connects and Sensui goes down. Geek Fam, don't come out just yet. This is still our jungle, but a boy gonna get caught off, forcing a winner. Crunchy on Marky getting free shots. The Terrified and Edward taken out. 2 members of Blacklist fall. Geek Fam still inside of the base. A wave of minions closing in on the top side. Oheb maybe gonna get a hard guard here. Marky gets a hard guard for himself. He's gonna lock onto the base. And Geek Fam against the odds take game.
Yes.
Number 1.
Got my pass
A
EXP.
very strong showing here for Geek Fam
Thanks,
as they
Geek.
come out refined and ready to go against the home crowd, Blacklist International.
They start off the series hot, stone cold. Our Geek Fam.
Okay, now Blacklist needs to
Filipino
win.
fans of Blacklist thought this would be a walk in the park. Geek
Because I
Fam
bet on
have
Blacklist to win the
other
game and
plans
the match,
What a run.
not the game.
What a run.
What a run. This is game number 1 in Geek Fam.
How many minutes was that?
We thought they could win, but like that.
Was it like 13
12K
minutes?
gold lead at the end, and you guys talked about throwing bodies. They were literally able to do that. It didn't matter if one of them went down. With such a lead, they could just lock onto the base. A beautiful heart guard there to make sure Marky could just unload.
It's weird because, you know, a lot of people were contemplating, again, the change roster-wise, right? How is it going to look? Man, I love that Nile was back too. He was very decisive, but Marky in the gold lane once again, very aggressively playing against Oheb in the early game, punishing him, getting those couple kills and working around that. That's really where that momentum started.
You still get your pass EXP after Blacklist wins.
Centric team. Well, this
The
time
match,
they went with the heel man.
Yeah.
But Geek Fam came out swinging.
Yeah, this feels like a big wake-up call, especially for Blacklist International, that Geek Fam are prepared to do this. This is how they want to play. Proactive EXP lane. A gold lane matchup where Marky can just be aggressive, just on his own. Not a lot of help, and then actually getting solo kills onto OM, even with a hard guard already on him. So now Blacklist International need to adjust their playstyle here and say, we can't just be defensive and passive. We got to be aggressive.
Well, again, to break down this game number 1 that was heavily in favor of Geek Fam further, let's go ahead and throw it to our panelists.
I guess
Leo, take it away.
Because the side laners lost so much, it's very hard to come back from that.
A lethal check by a Geek Fam as they take first blood in this best of 5 against Blacklist International. Welcome to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo, here with Mirko, and let's start this out by talking about that draft. It was clear that Geek Fam came to play, Geek Fam came to fight, and at the forefront of that, they had a Vanguard. They had an MVP that just pushed the tempo, starting minute 1.
For sure. I mean, firstly, I want to bring it back to the draft itself, right? The way that Blacklist International drafted for themselves, it really felt like they were really focused on creativity. But then they got a bit too creative with their flex picks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Geek Fam with the Claude, super honest pick in the first phase as well to counter the 1-1. And yes, though a lot of people might think 1-1 versus Claude is a skill matchup, it really depends. If both of them are as good, I would actually have to give it to the Claude that has a bit more pressure in that lane. And that's exactly what we saw from Marky. He was able to lane perfectly here, utilizing full stacks on his passive to get that mobility, to get out of every single initiation that Oheb was trying to force upon him.
And given the mobility, Marky actually, as soon as he felt it, stepped on the clutch and said, you know what, it's game time.
He didn't even bother to buy Win of Nature. That's how confident he is.
Just gave hell to a Blacklist International, really just softened up, tenderized that gold lane, and next thing you know, you're looking at a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes, and a good chunk of that, I'd assume, was put on to the young Marky Capacho, aka the solution. Here, I think they're past the age of problems. They're more in there, all right, we're back together, it's first day of knockouts, day 2, Marky at your lead, and here, he did lead, and here he's leading his team into a 1-0 start. And again, if it's your gold laner that's having a good time, the concept of the gold lane experience came out in the group stage. Now in the knockouts, Marky's just claiming it.
And if you think about it again, it makes complete sense. Marky's been placed in the jungle. 2 matches where he did phenomenally, right? The fact that he did so well in the jungle, his off-roll has only given him even more confidence, and you can see it from the builds here, Leo. Sea Halberd into possibly a Windtalker last item. He did not even care about the Wind of Nature. No need, right? The Arlet was shut down in the early game. So was the 1-1 in his own lane. You can
I see someone crying on the thumbnail.
The solution, and this is the first blood, or not first blood, but the first solo kill.
Do you like the thumbnail?
As well that I was trying to talk about, right? The fact that he doesn't need to care about any of the physical damage. Heck, it even feels like he doesn't really need to care about Yue's damage here, because the frontliners from GEEK Fam do such a good job of zoning Yue to create such a safe space for a boy and Marky.
That's right. One of the few things that Blacklist had going for them was vision.
Feels like OHEP's positioning this game was kind of off though.
Angela, and of course just the vision. You're looking at what? At best a quarter
His
of the map.
positioning was kind of off. He got caught by
because again they were so
Ruby's
forward,
hook
they were
so much,
fast,
so often.
and they knew that they could close this gap. As mentioned by our casters, the early game belongs to GEEK Fam. But what if they played so fast and played just so in your face that they made it feel like everything was the early game, and they ended up pretty quick. Again, sub 15 minutes. This was just overloading GEEK Fam on the play this time around, not even giving Blacklist any room to breathe.
And I love what Reptar said.
They won't even activate out.
He said systematic aggression. I really like that. It's
I
systematic,
think
but it's just
I don't remember her activating her out
when
at all.
Blacklist International
This
are
game.
so used to going up against systematic teams, you need to shift that tempo up a little bit through, obviously, solo kills that definitely help, but also how active they are on the map. In a lot of scenarios, you will see a lot of setup being done by a lot of other teams. For GEEK Fam, they sacrifice a whole lot of their lane prio to rotate faster, sacrificing their own lanes, but to get the other lanes. The most important ones being the gold and the mid ahead. Especially when it comes to the turtle setups, you can definitely see this, right? The fact that someone, let's say Luke or even Marky, was able to rotate just a bit faster with the tempo lead that they have, it forced Blacklist to a complete bad spot. They weren't really able to adapt to that kind of tempo.
Which is, again, evident in when you look at their macro plays. There are moments wherein even Beloyski's hook, even Beloyski's
just look at the objective list. 0 on blacklist for everything.
I'm looking at Oheb, and sometimes you're just saying, please GEEK Fam, stop. Please GEEK Fam, stop. Here are the emblems that allowed for GEEK Fam to do this. Again, you're not seeing a lot of Wilderness Blessing is because they don't really cut through the river anymore. They're actually just saying, you know what, I'm gonna rotate fast. Marky, you got the sprint, everybody else go on flicker, and then we go commit hard. There was not a single, I think, not a single failed rotation on GEEK Fam throughout this sub 15-minute game.
Not at all, and they didn't even need the Wilderness Blessing, like you mentioned, Leo. And even towards the later stage of the game, you could see that for the side of Luke, he was extremely tanky, but he didn't actually have to sacrifice a whole lot of damage. Just the Fury Hammer and the Bloodlust Axe alone was able to get him to places where he was able to dive, deal damage, zone the backline, but also stay tanky as their main frontliner with Nile. Nile on the other side, man, Leo, Nile just had an amazing game, right? Back first time after 2 matches. Damn.
Looking at the damage coming in from Yue, despite struggling, not actually getting a full build, because again, a lot of the mid-game to the late-game transition for Blacks International was on him. He did his job. He was able to deal a solid sub 50k damage, but again, at 15 minutes, it's not the ideal situation for Blacklist. And as expected, it is indeed the solution right here.
How's everyone doing? I guess everyone's doing okay.
He's the one who's able to farm up, because again,
maybe just a lot of people upset because they bet on Blacklist to win the first game.
Much damage doesn't even matter what teamfight participation looks like anymore. You're basically calling the shots from whatever half of the map you're in.
You're hitting the power spikes early, right? One of the main reasons as to why the 1-1, usually a lot of people put the 1-1 over the clock when it comes to the lane is because 1-1 hits the power spike a bit earlier. You get that DHS, that corrosion scythe, and basically that's what you kind of have in the mid game. Meanwhile, for the Claude, you really need the corrosion scythe, the DHS, and the golden staff. So 3 compared to 2 to really get going. If you get solo kills on the map,
hello, nostalgic moments.
Then yeah, I mean, you can afford to actually do that, Leo.
It's a matter of tempo. I think it's a matter of figuring out what your opponents are up to. And truth be told, Blacklist was caught out. GEEK Fam was just planning for this, and this is their usual, right? If you remember from season 12 in MPL ID, this is the way that they perform. Looking at the Blacklist squad, though. Again, it's now very important that we look at their mentality. This is what the Hitman has to say about going into this, all right? Their competence is top tier. I've adapted the Blacklist's level of competence up to the point that the mindset has become my mindset.
Did you already have lunch?
Even though
Yep.
I have yet to
I had
win a
lunch
championship, I've already developed
about
a
1 hour
champion's
before the stream
mindset.
started.
That's the Hitman for you.
That's the mindset that helped them go all 5 games against Onyx, right? Despite them losing in the first game, it
Welcome
really
back,
sets
Kajun.
the tone for GEEK fam, but this is where Blacklist get to wake up. This is where they say, hey, I don't know what happened in game number 1. We gotta get back to that championship mindset, that championship
You're just making your
mentality.
breakfast.
We call it the Bomba mentality now, right?
Are you in
Again, it's a catch-all term
India?
that we have caught up due to the media interviews that we've gotten from Kid Bomba in action later on. But now,
Or maybe
really,
Europe.
this championship mentality is put to the test. Can Blacks International bounce back? Can they
It's too early
regroup?
for Europe,
And
right?
again, it's going to come from the leadership of their coach. Coach Master the Basics have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how can we match up to GEEK fam, given that there's so
What's your
aggressive.
prediction?
Exactly. I mean, looking at
I'm
the way that
probably
earlier,
seeing a
focusing on
5-game
creativity, they can go back
series
to
here.
what works first here in game number 2.
I think
after
Blacklist will
already
come good
experimenting
eventually.
in game 1.
Check out this video on mind games before we get back into the series.
You're in Germany, nice.
Once upon a time, in the realm of esports, a new element emerged outside of the game: taunting. Throughout the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, a few shine as the most unforgettable tales of taunt.
Before we match versus Alter Ego, and then they like, where is Onyx or something, I forgot. And the night I just thinking about what I want to say them if I win. Jadi pas menang, bantai, gue confirm ke coach chef, coach bisa bilang ini, bisa bilang ini. Nggak bisa katanya, terlalu over. Jadi gue sebelum taunting juga konsul coach chef biar nggak terlalu jauh lah. Cuma akhirnya itu yang dapat kata-katanya itu, yang bagus.
Mana Spicy Boy? Mana Miracle Boy? This is Key Boy!
There's this certain clash that I felt so bad. Enemy was laughing, the fans was shouting and laughing. So I was so hyped that moment. After we win the series, I went to the middle of the stage, then sleep at then, like 2 times.
Saya ada taunting tim Filipin dekat MPLI. Tapi sebenarnya bukan taunting sangat pun, cuma mau kepada statement yang nak kata kita bakal menjadi Philippine Slayer. Reaction mereka ramai kecam. Satu dunia tengah kecam zone waktu tu, termasuklah Malaysia sekalipun.
But why do players engage in such acts? Among the many reasons, one of them is to play mind games.
I think that's a mind game. You put a lot of pressure on your enemy. Sometimes it triggers the angry side because when our emotions take control of us, we lost our common sense. We can lose the aftermatch more fast.
Siguro para ginagawa lang nila yung mga ganong bagay na nagtutunt sila para mabawasan ng moral yung kalaban, para ma-demoralize ganon. Tsaka dagdag confidence din sa kanila kasi panalo sila tapos nangaasar pa.
Before I doing some taunting to the enemy, I always got the confidence for me. That's why I do the taunting, so it helped me a lot.
Sometimes saya rasa saya nak spicy sikit. Saya akan membuatkan isu ni lagi hangat. Tournament ni lagi orang tengok lah sebab ada drama-drama sikit.
Of course, not all players can be swayed by such sorcery.
Pra mim não faz diferença, eu fui jogador profissional de futebol no Brasil, então torcida, o farpa, pra mim não faz diferença.
Just beat them, you know, it's all about the mentality, you know, if you get killed by them taunting, then you're weak, why you play M5, go home.
Be wary though, for the taunts must never spiral out of control.
Benda-benda yang sensitif, rasanya itu macam dah melebih lah. Rasa macam itu bukan taunting, itu macam nak cari gaduh.
In the midst of a fierce match between Deus Volt and GEEK fam in the group stage, Niall crossed the line. He was barred for 2 official matches. In a different tournament, OHEP 2 had to face the music.
But I think when it comes to disrespect the person, like putting the person down, and I think that's the crossing the limit.
In between AP Brent and a GEEK. Going to collapse there. Going to be taken out. Oh boy, as well. AP Brent sends the Geeks to the lower bracket.
I'm always gonna ask myself if we have full lineup against Brent, I think we have a better chance.
I teach my team and my players to be humble as possible. We should be a great example for everyone.
When taunting is kept within boundaries, it is merely a game of the mind. Beyond the battleground, players remain friendly despite intense competition.
I don't know, I don't want to be friends with him.
Stupid are you?
Cool.
Love that video right there. Well
Cool
put together
little
package once again.
video
taunt
moment.
responsibly. I love it. I know we talk a lot.
I don't remember
about that.
essentially going for any assassin jungler other than Modern.
Taunting, where
He's
it fits,
mostly
what's
utility
the
jungler.
line, and you know, as long as
I
it's
think
done responsibly, professionally,
the thing about Blacklist
it's
is
all
they
part of
have
the game, right? It's
their
all part of the
own
sport.
strategy that
Keeps the sport spicy.
revolves around a
Nobody wants
tanky
bland,
jungler.
You know, grand tournament. We want to see. We love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But that's how we do it in NA. I don't know.
Yeah, these two
So
tall
I don't think
Americanos beside me are very familiar
should
with the
expect
Boston
any
Tea Party. Let's have ourselves an M5
assassin
TP party
junglers
instead.
Hey,
Keep it
from
within
them.
those boundaries.
That can work too, Renmar, right? But again, drawing it back here to the matchup, we can't say one thing. GEEK fam is on fire after that game number 1. They came out swinging, they came out with a job, and they executed it really well. And that makes me wonder, you know, going back to the whole mentality thing, where is the mentality right now for Blacklist International? They talked about it a little bit in the panel too, and I'm wondering how they adjust in the draft. But once again, before we head over to the draft, we want to just go ahead and welcome all you guys at home or even here, of course, in RMC to join the TikTok drops, right? Again, head over to TikTok, watch M5 there. For 5 minutes, you're going to grab yourself a TikTok viewer chest.
let
If you
me
watch for 20 minutes, you'll go ahead and get a deluxe
use
chest.
the washroom
so
for a
grab them
bit.
while you can,
I'll be
because
back
there's only a couple days of M5
in a bit.
left. Now, bringing it back in to what's ahead of us, gentlemen, right? The matchup, game number 2. I think that's the biggest question, even for a lot of the agents out here, is, you know, what is the plan, right? How do you adjust? Because we've heard some of the, you know, things out there about drafting specifically. And this plays a big part of it, especially as you approach a game after losing under 15 minutes or nearly 15 minutes to such a big lead, right? So Renmar, what are you at least expecting here as they approach the Game 2 draft?
Well, I think these two teams now are really going to turn off the idea of maybe going for an Angela priority first pick. Not to say that that will instantly spell doom, but based on the drafting pattern that we saw, and it seems like these two teams, especially GEEK fam, are very familiar with each other. I don't see an Angela first pick slot being drafted to the point where, in the first phase, where it will work. Not to say that it's impossible, but more of like it'll be difficult to make an Angela first pick work in this scenario, but let's see.
Definitely tough. I think Renny J needs to get maybe moved to be the hitman, not the heel man.
Yeah, a little bit more
He plays
hitman.
so well on the Matilda. He plays so well when he's able to be aggressive, be in the enemy team's face. And that time he had to be more passive, and GEEK fam knew that. They smelled the blood in the water, and they moved in like sharks.
Yeah, again, when you're talking about, you know, personalities and especially of teams, like play styles, right? It's always great to be able to switch switch things up, approach game to game, but really you're hoping, at least for this one, for game 2, you acknowledge, you let the hitman choose a hero that allows him to do that, right? But even looking at that quote that we saw earlier, like, he has adapted this mentality, the championship mentality, which has actually, if you've been watching Renegade, for example, throughout his career, has developed, it has grown extensively, you know, up to this point where he is now well fitted in the roster of Blacklist International. So, once again, we'll see how all things change as we get into the draft for game number 2. Again, GEEK fam up 1 in the series, the best of 5. What's at stake? You're out of the tournament. So, again, Blacklist International wants to even the stakes here 1-1 in the series. It starts here in the draft.
See who goes into what side. Is it going to be similar to earlier where Blacklist went blue and then GEEK fam went red? Or will it be a switch? It's going to be similar. Similar bans actually across the board, except this time instead of a Bruno ban, it's a Baksha ban here by GEEK fam. So just a small adjustment. Valentina, first pick, you will get one of the signature pickups.
What makes that Baksha ban so interesting is it comes from GEEK fam, so it immediately shows we're not going to run the same thing as last time. We're going to switch it up a little bit because we know Blacklist is going to switch it up most likely. So we want to keep them on their toes, and I think it's a great play. Even just starting in the banning phase, they're kind of getting in Blacklist's head a little bit.
It's funny with this too because, you know, we were talking about Renegade specifically, but this also allows Blacklist International to be a little more decisive, right? You pick up the Valentina, goes in the hands of UA, and then you take an Akai, you still play the utility game against the Fredrin. And then the next pick, the Matilda.
There we go.
There it is.
Now we're getting the faster Blacklist. It's Healman with a little mix of Hitman. We know how the Matilda likes to play.
Yeah.
And then paired up with Sensui's Akai, you have Valentina in the mid. These are great first 3 picks by Blacklist. It's very similar to a style that they're known for. So they're going into this also with that little asterisk of, guys, Geek Fam know we draft like this.
Yep.
We have to watch out for counter pickups. So now Geek Fam, they want to amp up that early game aggression. Again, they're still going to be going for fast scale and quick dominate. Faramis, Fredrin, Bruno are 3 picks that do that very well.
I like the Faramis pick. It gives them, you know, it gives Marky a little bit of a safer, he's able to kind of huddle down into the group a little bit, and when you have something like Renegade, the Hitman, on this Matilda, someone that's going to be looking for Marky nonstop, it gives you a little bit of an answer there.
That's a classic matchup, right? Valentina, Faramis. It's going to be Netherrealm versus Netherrealm for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And especially around these later objectives. But this is already a great start because even just rotation-wise, Blacklist International has to get going, and this is the best way to do it. You have a Matilda, you have a Valentina able to help extend those fights. Now, my big question, once again, is what do you put up against the Bruno, right? Statistically, throughout M5, we've seen the Brody versus Bruno matchup. Well, we know where that falls statistically, right? It's still favored in Bruno, but again, we also see a lot of Claude popped up who, you know, right now is not banned out either.
I think something great here for the side of Geek, pick up something like the Tigreal, pick up something like the Minotaur. So if Matilda tries to come in, you have an immediate answer to that. Because the thing is Blacklist wants to get into the midst of them all and just cause mayhem. So Geek Fam, I think, need a strong answer for that.
Yeah, and now it's interesting that the Geek Fam are still respecting the 1-1, and there, the Minotaur actually here was taken out by Blacklist International. You still have very strong EXP laners in Paquito, Khalid, and Lapu Lapu Open. All those honestly can slot in very well for Blacklist International, but then at the same time for Geek Fam, it's they can also just choose between those. If I'm Geek Fam here, just continue that. You want to get someone who can fast clear, like this, exactly, just like earlier. Fast clear, rotate, go for it. Blacklist might play the same way. Paquito Khalid is available, but if they want to keep things super interesting, maybe play a little bit more macro, you might see Agent Zero's Benedetta.
Ooh, he goes to Benedetta.
And then maybe Claude here.
Yeah. I think those are both good picks, but still, even with the fact that Khalid is open, we saw how that plays a part, but always you have to consider the fact, too, you got to work with the heavy spin, right? You don't want to end up pushing things out. That's the Trizla. There's the Riz. He comes through. This is a constant pickup. You can see the win rates here. It is 51%, but he's almost in all these series so far through the course of M5. Now, once again, this allows you to kind of set things up really well. What do they throw in the gold lane here? It's going to be Iksha.
Oh, interesting. All right, so Geek Fam. Oh, and instantly a grab.
Oh.
It really looked like Geek Fam read into that so quickly, because the moment that Iksha popped up, quick pick,
boom, wild charge.
Yes, it seems like they were so ready for it, because right now, that Grok pickup was so good because, yes, you have the Lapu Lapu, but you need more help to dive the back line. And the Grok was just a perfect pickup there. So now, Blacklist are going to need to be super systematic about this. They need to peel for the Iksha really well in those team fights. But then now, at the same time, Geek Fam have a lineup where they can continue their same strategy and playstyle from game number 1, where it's just go into the jungle, fast clear, steal contest, and then rinse and repeat until you're dominating the game.
Well, once again, both lineups locked in here. Agents, you gotta cheer for a Blacklist International if you want them to get the one. Even it out 1-1 here against Geek Fam after what we saw from the previous game as we go into the land of Dawn in game number 2.
All right, starting this off 0-1. Geek Fam in the lead. Can they do it again, Renmar?
Well, they have the lineup for it. but this time it's not going to be as one-sided in the early game as we saw from game number 1. Blacklist International have the right tools to sort of mitigate or minimize the damage that a snowballing Geek fam can potentially dish out. But as we were talking about earlier here, you're already seeing aggression from the two roamers. Now Renegade feels a little bit more comfortable going a little bit deeper behind enemy lines, and Beloyski's just continuing what he did from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do this on an Angela, right? So,
yeah.
In a way, like you said, he's going to be half heal man, half hit man, and that's what he's doing on this Matilda. Putting the pressure there on Niall, but real quick, too, as nothing's happening too much, emblem-wise, Redmar, take us through it.
All right.
I'm back.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There's the TP party we're looking for. Niall still will get his purple.
Just in time for the match.
But hey,
Boy in a little bit of trouble. Renegade not going to commit to try to get those hits. Probably wouldn't have been able to do enough damage, but Blacklist already so aggressive compared to last game, and this is what we wanted to see from him.
Yep. And you hear the agents. It's thunderous right now. Beloyski
a bit dangerous by Renegade.
Niall still pressured.
Marky too.
Marky pressured. Oh, here we go.
Every lane right now. Geek fam's feeling the pressure this time around.
Blacklist all.
Oh, Beloyski.
Oh. Very low. Should go down. He brings out the wall. No! Edward finds the kill. A nice play. Geek fam now trying to recover here.
Yeah, nice save by Renegade.
Blood drawn here by Blacklist.
Yeah, going back to the emblem real quick. Actually, we saw the double movement speed, feet, emblems. Yes, that's the way to say it now. This is how the kids say it. Beloyski on Beloyski's Grok. So really, he wants to apply the pressure, move fast. We don't see that as often now, but with that Grok and how you want to play, that's the right call.
Oh,
you takes a wild charge.
just missed
Beloyski
the.
able to take the turtle.
Just slightly missed the ball there.
Recover a little bit after that first blood for the side of Blacklist, but the fight still goes. Edward in a little bit of trouble. Gonna get taken out. Luke picks up the kill. Geek fam.
Fight back by Geek fam.
Back.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of a miscalculation there by Blacklist International. Now here comes the pressure by Geek fam. Gets us to defend his purple buff.
Now they're gonna try to go for this. Niall is able to take it. They get the stun on a Sensui.
Using the wall charge.
Niall walks away scot-free.
To stop
again.
Sensui.
Geek fam biting back here, given the whole situation. So they find a way to even garner themselves a small lead here.
It's looking a bit bad.
There right on time. And it looked like in that last one after that first turtle.
Kind of strange seeing Edward,
or at least Edward wanted to commit,
losing the XP lane for 2 games in a row.
So he goes
it's really
down,
weird to see that.
Control around the center of the map with a key figure going down, and then that means Sensui was open for the invade. So again, Geek fam is just continuing their playstyle and trend from game number 1. Blacklist International are matching it, but now we're seeing one of the strengths of Geek fam. They're so good at those post-engagement team fight, the counter go as we call it. Just when you think that teams, hey, they won't counter go in this scenario, Geek fam will say, hey, we do, and we'll make it work.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Oh, bottom side, Edward.
A little bit of damage on Edward, gonna get stunned
up.
Edward
again.
Wrath, and Edward is smashed down. Luke picks up the kill. Beloyski now in a little bit of trouble. Renegade, the hitman, trying to take him out. Undercover in the enemy jungle. Can he get the final hit? No, Renegade decides to back up. Gonna get pulled back in, a boy. And a little bit of chip damage, but both teams disengage.
So now we're seeing here Geek fam's adjustment. Luke is playing out of his mind here, folks. He is taking it to Edward, and at the same time, Geek fam are committing rotations into the XP lane because they know that when you're up against Blacklist International, one of the things you do is not just in the draft, but in-game, make sure that Agent Zero has a difficult time, because then that means the rest of Blacklist International will also struggle.
Yeah, still, Turtle gonna be up here. Beloyski.
Oh, heavy spin a bit early.
Comes out. Oheb forces a flicker back though. Luke with the bravest fighter. Locks on. Onto you. Gonna keep him at bay. Sensui wants to look
a bit early, heavy spin.
Trying to find an angle.
Edward goes in.
On top of Luke. Luke gets the stun. Look for your way. Can he flicker out Niall? Able to still secure it, and Luke gets away safely. Geek fam playing out of their minds right now.
Woo! Stone cold.
Oh, Ixia can't even get to the lane now.
Man, we talked about his pickups. What hero you would give him 2 games in a row on this Labo, and he's playing so well. What?
In a bad spot, is this dangerous? He goes down.
That is questionable.
Maybe got a little too confident there.
Yeah.
Thought you were going to go Stone Cold Luke Austin.
I like that. I like that. Glass-shattering performance by the EXP laner of Geek fam.
Oh man, I like that. Stone Cold Luke Austin.
That's a guiding win if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, but Beloyski wants to try to catch him off. No. He's going to look for Oheb here. Gets a little charge and down. Goes Oheb. Renegade Trying to run away here.
Maybe it shouldn't have came out.
Put out the wall.
Renergy may have just had guiding wind just in time.
GEEK fam are actually playing in bursts,
off cooldown.
and that's what we see with how Baloyski built the emblem onto this rocket, how he's playing it. And again, here's another burst of gold by GEEK fam, but Nile.
A little bit of trouble. The appraiser's wrath comes down, but Luke once again. Oh, he's gonna get pinned to the wall. Baloyski though,
oh.
the tower. Luke still zoning them away. He gets a stun on it too. Trying to get some more damage down. Gets some shield, but he finally falls to full barrage. Comes out, and he's locked on to several members. It's a lot of damage. Boy,
that's crazy.
Not able to get away today. 2-0. GEEK fam starts to decline.
It wasn't a full barrage, it was a guiding.
It was always so funny to see.
Barrage, a flying barrage, the GFB. That's the first time I've seen that, folks.
It's always funny to see Ixia with Matilda.
Cool. It looks better than even the flicker, right? So, hey, they made it work. Again, there's a back and forth, but still, GEEK fam leading by a little bit, 1.3K ahead. Blacklist International still 2, trying to find their first turn of the game. Once again, they don't want to be in the same situation for the previous game, right? They've got no space to work around with just yet. But it looks like they actually want to go ahead and contest this objective. Third turtle, Luke jumps in.
Luke continues to zone them away, keeping Blacklist at bay here. Nile getting free zoning onto this turtle.
Up, potato, potato?
We'll be able to get that free, gonna put them a little bit ahead, but definitely Blacklist. We've seen them respond. We've seen their team fight potential here, but GEEK fam does not want to let their foot off the gas right now. Nile gonna try to steal this orange buff. It's a 50-50 right there.
Oh,
charge, and he flickers out.
Oh, what a...
Penalty zone locks on. Wait,
what an engage.
Boy here, ready to help him fight out. Another Cult Altar, another Netherrealm, and now Boy on the run. But here comes Nile along with Marky. Getting 3 shots down.
They're going in.
It's a full-on 5v5.
Oh!
Go! Down goes a Boy. Baloyski forced to try to get away with a
wow.
flicker of health. Sensui is there. Nile gonna try to help his team.
They're still fighting.
They don't want to let him get away. Oh, head there.
Oh!
Nile falls. Blacklist International trying to take the game back.
Yue.
Folks, this is the matchup we expected. GEEK fam and Blacklist International are putting on a show. And here comes GEEK
still going, stone cold as ever. Able to dance around, no! Luke finds the kill, he wants more. Edward now on the run, he's able back by the Shadow Stampede. You as well, Marky. Gets the shot. GEEK fam, the game is back and forth, but they're not gonna let this one go.
Oh, just take it in again, back and forth. The pendulum swings between these two teams.
This is a freaking brawl, man.
Blacklist International finds a couple wins, GEEK fam bites back.
GEEK fam, how they're playing here. We've given flowers to Blacklist International. We gotta give the flowers back again to GEEK
This is
fam.
a freaking brawl.
Luke 3:16, I baptize you with bravest fighter, but he who is mightier than I is coming, and that is the rest of GEEK fam. Time and time again, their condition for team fighting is the bravest fighter. Those 3 hits.
I think Blacklist will have a better late game though.
Says, it's like you can hear them shot go. Baloyski's going, go, guys, go, just go for it.
Hey. It works, right?
It works.
It's great, no matter. Just like the great Rocky Balboa says, no matter how many times you get hit, it's all about how you keep getting back up. And Luke right now, willing to take punches to the face time and time again, but he always hits back harder. Lord now down to about 18,000. Sensui trying to keep the vision on it. Edward and Renegade showing up as well. Baloyski sitting about half health. They're going to dance for this one. Watch for Marky making his way around, and Lord will reset.
Okay, Lord gonna go ahead and reset here. Both teams getting a situation. Once again, Blacklist International. Space-wise, they don't have anything, right? They have to just play to the tune of the fact that GEEK fam owns more, basically, real estate around the map. And that's the difficult part, especially when you get to this point, right? Lord's gonna be up here. How do you find the space you want to work with? Renegade's trying to force something, but once again, GEEK fam will not fall for it. Lord now less than half health.
Big knock-up on a Sensui there. Avoid the rest of the gang, the rest of the fam. Playing this slowly, they got faith in Nile.
Seems like a good time for GEEK to jump on Blacklist right now.
Look for an angle, but Nile finds it. GEEK fam might want to try to force the fight. I think it might be better if they just back off. Blacklist, I want to go. Big penalty zone by Edward. On to 2, but Sensui gonna get the pin. Blacklist using the Netherrealm. 2 Netherrealms. The fight still continues. Geek Fam out. Renegade forced to flicker away. Geek Fam now has advantage. Luke finds UA. Once again, he's going to keep on going in. Beloyski there as well to have his back. A nice terrifying Niall, but Niall's going to back up. They're just going to take the purple buff and take what they came for.
Big brain Beloy, that wild charge. Saw Blacklist set them up for what could have been a big win for Geek Fam. They weren't able to get kills, but at the end of the day, they got the Lord. A surprising call there by Geek Fam, specifically Niall, to just rush it to the point where Sensui wasn't even in retribution range, and I don't think even he expected that Geek Fam would rush it, take that Lord just like that, then go forward. Systematic aggression.
This tanky jungler so good.
Just continuing that again, but now if you look at the items,
yeah, it's good.
Up to a Malefic Roar already. Is this brutal?
I mean, even after the buff to Lord damage, pro teams are still playing tanky jungler, and it still works.
These two teams already have their conditions. 2-1 Geek Fam. Go for a stomping lead. Blacklist International to find a turnaround.
Once again, they'll be able to deal with this Lord quickly as they did. It was the first one of the game. They'll clear the lanes here too. But again, at this point, this kind of feels like that moment when, you know, when you're playing games and you have your teammates yelling at you like push, push, push. Because still, no turrets down, nowhere to work with. So you're wondering, right? Blacklist International, where do we find this movement? Where do we find the space? Where do we find the space to rotate? Who is that going to be, right? Is it we wait for Oheb to be full glass cannon on this Ixia pick and work out here? Because even Beloyski, look how much damage he's just tanking up.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm also looking at it as how much damage Blacklist International can deal now. Yue is up there in terms of being able to deal the damage. And that's something that the front line of Geek Fam are respecting. So now we've seen Beloyski and Luke be actually just like constantly like going to the front line, really trying to bait out things from the side of Blacklist International. But every time they do it, it seems like the more it happens, the more health we see them losing. So at some point, it might hit critical mass, and then suddenly Geek Fam are just going to be surprised. It's like, wait. We've gotten the vision, we've sent them back, but now we have to go back ourselves. Oh, Blacklist International gets to find a way to turn it around. That's something they have to watch out for.
Yeah, they're really playing around this Matilda as well, of course. But Beloyski is doing work, man. He's everywhere he needs to be on this Grok.
Something else important to point out, the Beloyski curse is over. He hasn't died 7 times at all in the past 2 games, and he has been moving. Even now, he knows his advantage. He knows as long as he can keep his passive proc, it's going to be so hard for Blacklist to try to catch him off guard, and he can just stay in front of their faces right now.
Slower pace now for these two teams as they just play for macro. Blacklist International finally breaking that turret up top. Let's see if this is going to be a full commit.
They want to go for it, actually.
Niall's alone, actually. Penalty zone with the flicker from Edward. Locks
on. Brock is very far away. Brock is super far away. Boys, NetherRealm did not help anyone at all.
Beloyski from the side with a wild charge to knock up onto Edward. Luke into the
Oh,
backside
full barrage. Ixia.
Gets a stun. But wait, the damage is unloaded and Beloyski goes down.
Ixia.
Now it's Luke against the world. Marky.
Sensui is low. Can he get the Lord?
No way, Luke goes
yes.
down. Slow as well.
Oh!
To turn the game around and take the second Lord.
It doesn't matter if you don't have any turrets, you're down multiple thousands of gold.
That Faramis out did not help anyone.
One team fight and Blacklist did it.
Like the Viper returning in Survivor Series from out of nowhere. Just like that, tables have been turned and RMC are electrified yet again. And that came off of information that Beloyski was in the top lane, clearing minion waves. Blacklist said, we go for this now, and we turn it around.
And what a great play at that. Niall alone,
wild.
They were able to take him off, and that was it. Luke goes for another, balls against the wall play there, but ends up getting caught off guard. Blacklist with the game back in their hands.
With that, they're going to go ahead and grab a couple more of these turrets in the tier 2. It's now Geek Fam's turn to be on the defense. Backs against the wall here, but one thing's for sure. They have all the items they need to actually win this team fight as they get prepped up for the defense. But it will come down to playing around the full barrage from Oheb like we saw previously. Can they keep it together as the Lord marches in?
All right, Blacklist International. Do they play this safe or do they go for a huge play? Geek Fam definitely going to play a safe. They just need to get the Lord out of here. They've only lost one inhibitor, but that will give Blacklist International an advantage over the map.
All right. Okay, Blacklist International can
Like holding the
applying this pressure so
mid
they
lane.
can get inhibitors, as we mentioned, get
Okay,
resources,
good timing.
start choking out.
Good timing. Oh, Edward, good jumps in. Edward very low.
Gonna get the wild charge on the tower, but the full barrage comes out. Luke trying to dodge it, trying to get out of range.
That's not a very good full barrage.
Able to survive, but still lose one. Beloyski
That was a safe, very safe full barrage.
Fire. Like that full barrage covering fire, immortality popped on Edward, and they keep GEEK Fam at bay. So he stays with his life, and now the focus, this last base turret, to fully expose the base
Most
of
likely
GEEK Fam.
can go
As
down.
they get ready, turret's gonna fall here, and they're happy with that.
Blacklist relentless right now. They've taken everything they can from GEEK Fam. How do they respond?
As we look at the instant replay, GEEK Fam now have to start dishing out more of the surprises, because now we see Blacklist International telling GEEK Fam, hey, we can dish out surprises too. Surprise calls. You think we're going to be slower in terms of the macro? Hey, it looks like that you don't have your roamer in the Lord pit. We're going to go for the Lord. Hey, it looks like our XP laner can get a massive setup with a
Yeah, zoning one.
Hey, we're going to go for it.
Just
Look,
like how
your roamer's
Fasa
down again.
uses the ult.
So now Blacklist are playing GEEK Fam's game, and they're saying, we can do better as well, better than great. These two teams are putting on an absolute show, but it has gotten to the point where they have both proven one big play might be the decider.
Yeah, again, as we go ahead, get ready for this Lord take, it's going to be pulled over to Blacklist International side. GEEK Fam trying to get a position, but right now, Renegade just keeping them at bay the best he can. Netherrealm being held by UA here. Could change the course of the fight. Lord's going to go ahead and reset for now.
Black is gonna
GEEK
keep
Fam
resetting this
still
Lord
possibly
until the lanes
steal
are
the
pushed.
Lord away in this exchange against Blacklist International. They take things very
The
slowly.
long lane is slow pushing.
Marky's positioning also going to be crucial.
They're gonna wait for that.
You see the side lane minions of Blacklist International are going to get pushed out a little bit more. They have
They're gonna wait for the long lane to be pushed before they
Lapu is getting
full commit on this
Lord.
Lord.
The best position to clear wave fast, but at the same time go for a gank if Blacklist International decide to push forward. Come off from a pincer angle.
GEEK knows that. They're trying to rush it.
They're going to go for it.
Oh, Sensui is going to get knocked up there. Luke
Oh,
to the backside.
Edward.
Locking on OM, but the heavy spin forces now away. It's a 50-50. Who's going to take it? Luke
Niall.
is a three-man stun on
No.
saves the day. The big brain man. But now GEEK is on the run. Blacklist want to try to take him down. You take the Lord, but we take your lives. Two members fall. Blacklist International. The Lord doesn't matter if we can take you all.
The Lord, but for what? One big play, but it was one big Beloy that got the Lord for GEEK Fam.
Oh, have taken a lot of damage.
Will burn this quick. They will have a two-man advantage over GEEK Fam.
Are they going to go for this? The finish, the knock-up, the penalty
Oh,
zone misses.
penalty zone misses twice in a row.
UA goes down, Marky.
Oh, heck.
Save the day, along with Luke. The full barrage comes out. Marky fingers to the side. He's looking for more. Boy, back up.
Oh.
Luke there. Shadow Stampede.
Oh.
Looking for the knock-up. Able to lock on. Marky's still there. Sensui in a little bit of trouble.
Oh.
They've saved the day. GEEK Fam survive another wave.
Well, Edward has been
from GEEK Fam once again.
Edward has been underperforming for 2 matches in a row, man.
From Ohead keeps them in the game, as they'll know they make their way to the mid lane.
What a flicker that was from Marky.
Disappointing by
At the right time,
Edward.
Marky is deathless.
Disappointing.
The solution. They found a problem and they have the Marky to answer it. Now, Blacklist will have to defend. The back and forth, the seesaw, the drama. Is this where it ends? Or will it continue again?
Unlikely that will end.
Goes in. They crack down the inhibitor and a wild charge paired up with the bravest fighter. Luke looking for the stun, but he's pinned against the wall. GEEK Fam now on the run. Edward able to get the
Oh, head coming. Oh, head is on the way.
Get away from this. Luke in a little bit of trouble, able to dash back. Black there.
Oh, head.
The final barrage.
Very far ahead.
Marky as well. GEEK Fam in shambles. Blacklist International.
They might just end this. They might just end this here.
Finds another one. Beloyski all alone. A boy. Back at the base. Back at the crystal. Blacklist International. You
They might just end this here.
Well,
Long respawn timers. Wait.
It does go again.
Top lane is also
and
pushed.
Blacklist have the right set, unless Geek
Oh.
can defend once more.
All right,
Oh,
Geek Fam
very
do
low.
this? They need a little more time, Edward.
Okay, it's
they
end.
want to get the penalty zone.
It's over.
They want to finish it. The minions locked down. The final barrage just for salt in the wound. And Blacklist International takes game number 2.
Feels like the casters are already losing their voice.
As we expected in the epic matchup between Geek Fam and Blacklist International.
We do not get Super Bowl halftime shows in MLBB Esports, but this right here is the closest we'll get sports entertainment at its finest. Two teams not wanting to back down.
Bro, since the start of the game.
World Championship yet again. This was one of the greatest games we've had the honor to cast.
Once
Guys,
again, we're gonna have this broken
whoever
down
you vote
further
loses the
by
game.
our panelists over there on the analyst
Whoever you
stand.
vote loses
Leo,
the game.
Mirko, take it away.
The first game you guys voted Blacklist and Blacklist lost. Second game you guys voted Geek Fam and Geek Fam lost.
That lasted somewhat 20 minutes. We were put on a showcase of mechanics. A lot of things happened in that game that I've never seen in my entire career.
It's crazy how we saw so much action across the board from the start all the way to the end, Leo. I mean, it has to start in the drafts, right? Because we did mention that in game number 1, it felt like they were just looking to be as creative as they can, that they actually shot overboard, right? They went a bit too creative. Master the basics. You gotta master it. He's done it, and I'm glad to see that Blacklist International just went back to their basics, man. The Akai into the Mathilda first phase to get a very strong trio mid setup going, and then picking the nail in the coffin, that Ixia.
That's right. A lot of other marksmen were actually open. You had a Brody still out there. You had the old classic Claude to answer the Faramis, the Beatrix even for the Filipino sniper. But they said, you know what? I think we need that full barrage, and indeed it came into play here in game 2, wherein there were so many false collapses, so many feigned ults, wherein you could have sworn, oh,
I'm voting Geek to counter Mirko curse.
10 seconds earlier, but it was all according to plan. And again,
This is the
was
Ruby
made
curse, man.
possible because of two very key players. I'd like to think they're very strong candidates for MVP, and I'm looking at Yue or Renegade.
Renegade is my choice personally, right? Because of the fact that he was able to screen so much of the map in the early phase to stop a lot of the ganks from happening, saving the Ixia multiple times as well. And it looks like I got it on the dot.
The Hitman.
The Hitman, Renegade, the MVP for game number 2. 2-0 and 16. This is truly a visual representation of when the Hitman becomes a roamer.
It's the perfect example of why he's so good at what he does.
Both
For you
teams
to be
got
able to
emotional.
protect your cores
True.
the way Renegade does, you gotta think like an assassin. You gotta think like a hitman. So he's able to cover Oheb, and of course, even you. And maybe that's why this Valentino was so good at reading bushes, checking in, and keeping people where they need to be with the Terrifies. It's because Renegade knows where Luke might be hiding, where even Marky could be hiding. And yeah, Marky went deathless for a good 20 minutes. And then it was too late after the collapse. And all throughout, early, mid to late, even after those swings, even
The
after
range
those
advantage on the Ixia though.
Renegade was on point.
I love the
Very hard
stark difference
for
here between the two teams.
Bruno to
where
get
Blacklist
in.
International, once they get the lead, they build it slowly. It's like an investment, right? Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, you can see they were explosive from the get-go. They were able to get an explosive lead in the
Is it the
early
final
game,
match?
but then
No,
they
it's the
kept on
it's the
gambling with
third
that
game
lead,
only.
right?
It's a best of
Obviously,
5.
when you make
So
these
whoever
crazy
wins
plays, two things can happen. You
3
can give
games
the lead
first will
over to the enemy team,
take the
or
series.
you can multiply your lead by a lot. And for the most part in this game, in the early stages,
Oh, look at that huge
that's what
full
it looked
barrage.
like. Geek Fam were able to snowball, but Blacklist, with the help of Renegade, every single time, even here, Oheb did die in the end, but Renegade bought so much time just by knocking them up that it actually granted Yue a lot of space, and then they had to burn more of those emblems, more of those spells.
Well, Blacklist even won with
That he uses
Edward off form.
bushes into help
Imagine if
with the
Edward was
guiding
on
winds.
form.
Again, you could have sworn that Renegade Matilda had like 6 skills with the way that he was transporting, covering, couriering his cores to where they needed to be. And even here, towards that last clapback, right? Renegade was even making the shots. It's like, all right, I'm gonna take some hits from Marky. He was peeling here. And then, okay, let's try to save what's left. Oheb back out. There was a ball that was chasing the young prince. And then from there, Renegade just stayed on top of it. That's something I think the Hitman has in spades that he inputs into the Blacklist international mentality, is the fact that no matter how dire straights look, how desperate things are, he's always just ready to catch you, ready to say, you know what, everything's going to be fine.
We heard about the championship mentality earlier, literally in game number 1, between game 1 and game 2. And we got to see it straight
the votes will
from
decide
Renegade himself,
who wins.
the Hitman picking up an MVP and a deathless performance in a chaotic game. I mean, take a look at it again. There was so much action. 19.
Yeah, it's going to be a third game.
In this entire game, but what I do want
because
to
it's 1-1,
kind of point out later is one of the items here where I found it was
it's
really,
not yet the
really
final game.
Interesting, right? But we're going to get back to the emblems first here, where for me, it's the Fredrin.
Whoever wins the third
class,
game will have a good
got
momentum
nerfed,
going
so the base
into
damage. A lot
game
of
4
junglers
though.
have then utilized the concussive blast to get better clear across the jungle camps, to get that early lead, to kind of cover for the weakness that Fredrin has right now.
I'm with it. And again, if y'all are wondering how Luke does what Luke does, constantly putting pressure on Oheb and Yue, that's the build right there. The adaptive, the penetration and the early on spell vamp is key. Because if you do not build your Bloodlust Axe early, then you're going to start dying. And again, Luke kept it very close to the chest. Looking at the rest of the item builds, you're going to try to point something out here.
I'll point out at Marky right now, right? Because in game number 1, we actually did give him so much props for going for the offensive route. He didn't care about the win of nature because he was able to shut down his laner. And also, on the other side of the map, the other damage dealer that was dealing physical damage was also shut down. The fact that he did not go for win of nature, I have to say, this is a greedy, greedy move by him. Going for the Sea Halberd, you did see him position really well, but at one point, that full barrage, that
Marky not buying win of nature 2 games in a row.
For the Hitman, again, if you want to build
maybe a bit too confident.
He did, that's it. You have that one magic item, the Enchanted Talisman, and then you build full support, full on support and defense. And this was something that bothered me earlier, all right? The moment that Oheb died during that almost final comeback from GEEK Fam, I saw, hey, why is he building a halfway? All right, he was on his way to an immortality. So again, he understands, Oheb understands that he is a linchpin. He is a very important part of their winning condition that he has to protect himself, compared to Marky, who's just okay to be a little greedy.
Aside from that, I really got to talk a little bit about that final Lord, or not the final Lord, but the Lord that switched everything on its head, right? The complete 180 from Blacklist International when they were able to find Niall. Beloyski was on the other side of the map and Niall dashed in. At the, when that initially happened, I expected,
that was a great call by Blacklist to engage a lot when they saw Beloyski at the other side of the map. Which is maybe a macro misplay by Beloy.
Was it truly a big from the entire team?
A very rare macro misplay by Beloyski.
They got to that Lord.
And that's wherein Blacklist now finds their window. In game 1, there was very little bit of a window. And again, it's that same gamble, that playing with the odds and just putting it all on the line that made GEEK Fam win game 1 so quickly. Now, this one took a while longer. This one went past the 20-minute mark. But here you'll see that they're investing in the right spots. They are trying to build towards a winning condition that is capable of winning regardless of what happens, even inside their own base, because it was so close. GEEK Fam was coming in. And with that, you have to ask, how did Blacklist do that? It's because they were trading very efficiently. They were giving out turtles, letting Edward die, allowing for Renegade to actually check in, buy time, and then move out. GEEK Fam weren't picking fights as free, as wanton as they were in game 1.
No, they really weren't, right? But it's almost like, Leo, it's kind of an identity for them at this point, right? We've coined in the term the solution for the entire tournament, even in MPL Indonesia. Now, they're not just looking for solutions, but they're looking for problems, because there can never be a solution when there's no problems. Marky, the rest of the team kept on looking for these crazy, crazy fights across the map. And I get it in game number 2, especially
Lord is mostly
that is game number 1.
a bit, especially if you have a macro lead,
it's about that wake up
meaning
again.
that
it's that back to reality phase,
your
right?
lanes are more
and it comes in the form of a big slap in the face
than
from
the other
Hitman
teams.
himself.
And
which is what Philippines team do very well. They know how to play the slow push, fast push, everything.
Out of that big old grandfather clock and went towards GEEK Fam's way. Now, Black is able to slow it down.
But I remember one of the fights, one of the lot fights that even though the long lane was slow pushing for Blacklist, they didn't do the lot engage well.
Because again, once Blacklist says it's Ube time, it's their time.
That timing is crucial for both these teams for those power picks, Leo. And honestly, the power spikes to happen, right? I mean, the fact that Blacklist International calculated that so well, that ADP came in really handy.
That's right. And ADP is something that Blacklist is constantly thinking about, anti-disaster protocol. Because in this game alone, they won this game. They won this game. They were always thinking, all right, we got to keep that lead very close. Keep that lead a manageable place so that when we do turn at the Lord with the big ult, it's still worth coming back for.
It's efficiency versus explosiveness. Literally, the visual storytelling for that is literally explosion and also efficiency.
Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage as we go ahead and buy a little bit of time for our players before they get back into Game 3.
Here with us in the crowd, our two icons.
I wish they could do this for every match though, like a separate analyst desk. Because the analysts can just watch the game and analyze. Instead of just, you know, when you're commentating, you don't really see everything.
So we're holding the biggest MLBB tournament here in the Philippines, the World Championship. How do you guys feel about that?
I feel so excited. Kung titingnan nyo, kasi andyan yung isang player na matagal ko nang kasama. Siya naging kakampiyon ni H2O, TRINITY, and I'm rooting for them to win this tournament. Talagang tumataas balahibo ko. I mean, speechless ako. Jay, malapit na, pero malayo pa, puso lang.
Yes! He's really excited. He's really excited because he's here with somebody that he's been with for a long time, and that's TRINITY. He's getting goosebumps right now.
How about you, H2? Nakaka-proud kasi tayong mga Pinoy nag-a-handle ng gantong event. Lalo na malakas yung MLBB sa Pinas. Tsaka, shoutout nga pala kay TRINITY. Sobrang proud ako sa'yo kasi layo na ng narating mo. Yeah,
Again, they're just very proud of their former teammate and also player. Boss D, gusto kitang talangin, na-bring up mo na si TRINITY. Ang ganda nung Game 2. Important win. Nag-MVP pa siya. Ano pakiramdam na nandyan, di ba? Napapanood. Ayan na. Soft spot, sabi nga ni Boss D sa akin kanina, soft spot daw niya talaga to.
Sa akin, ibang klase. Yung combo nila ni Oheb, yung nag-second skill siya sa Matilda, tapos dagit niya si Oheb, tumayo na balahibo ko doon.
Detalyado.
Ibang klase yung mga play na ginagawa ng Blacklist ngayon. Sure ko, proud say si Yahweh.
Ay, you know what, Boss D? Panoorin natin to kasi may video tayo na nakita kung paano mo supportahan si TRINITY.
Let's watch this.
Tapos na to guys, tapos na. Tower lock, let's go! Jay, dalawang panalo pa, Jay. Jay, matataas mo na po, Jay. Magpa-finals ka, M5, Jay. Jay, dalawang panalo na lang, Jay.
Dougie, what's going through your mind right now? You're very emotional. Tell us what you're feeling.
Alam ko ito yung iniwan sila sa akin ng pag-ulag nila. Nakita ko pa si TRINITY. Hindi pa bago yung ilong niya nun. Okay. Pero, binigay sa akin sila na magulang nila, si H2, si TRINITY, si Yahweh. Kailangan ko gawan ng pagaan yung mga time na wala kami sa MPL. Kaya yung mga bagay na pinapa-stream ko sila. Kasi gusto ko yung kung ano yung nakakamit ko sa buhay na nakakamit
Any question
nila.
here? Any translators?
Siyempre, nung season 1, nakapag-champion na kami kung awa ko play 8er. Tapos yung sa MSC. Tapos kayo andyan ba sila?
wish ko lang, men, like, men, tandaan mo, Jay, men, pamilya mo, kami, H2O, Yahweh, ako, Kaysen, lahat ng tao sa bootcamp, men. Lagi na sa'yo, men, lagi na sa likod mo. Andiyan si Hart, dito kami, men, sasapakitaan ka namin.
Talagang Rene J. grew up.
Marky, Baloy, patalo nyo na yan. Pinoy din naman kayo, di ba?
Quick backstory. Dougie is sharing the story about how he recruited Rene J. And his parents, Rene J's parents, trusted Dougie, brought them to the boot camp, even with all the struggles going to MPL. He saw Rene J's growth even before all the changes, physically and in the career. So he's just so proud of how far he's gone.
I see.
Do you have a final message also to Rene J?
Message ko kay Rene J, dito lang ako palagi sa'yo, sobrang proud ko sa'yo. Alam kong deserve mo tong araw na to and deserve mo rin kung nasan ka man ngayon, manalo matalo, dito lang ako palagi. And yun, sobrang proud ako sa'yo and good luck sa mga laban.
Well, yeah, kitang-kita. H2O just telling Rene J how proud he is of him. But I just want to ask, a former teammate, obviously a close friend, ano masasabi mo sa evolution ni Rene J on and off, of course, sa laro?
Yung sobrang laki ng in-improve ni Rene J ngayon kasi kampi ko na siya dati pa. So, alam ko na kung ano yung mga in-improve niya. Tsaka, nung nandito na siya sa Team Blacklist, parang sobrang laki pala ng in-improve niya kasi captain siya dito sa Blacklist eh. So, yun.
He's really proud of Rene J. He's been with him for so long, so he saw and he witnessed the growth of Rene J. Even now in Blacklist International, he's grown so much. And now it's time to find out how Blacklist will do against the Geek Fam. We're heading to game number 3. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
I see. So that's the backstory.
Okay, it's just that after what happened to the M2 World Championship Filipino broadcast, I promised I wouldn't cry on broadcast again, but I can't help it. That was really something. As someone who's coached a team before, but with the level of how Dougie has supported like all the players that has gone through him, he's more of a really just a father figure to a lot of the players. One of them being Rene J, and it's a touching story. And especially after that incredibly dramatic game number 2, of course, the tears are going to be flowing. It's emotions all around the result.
Where's Indo emotion at?
Which is, it's great that we had that because he was a big part of that, locking in the Matilda, able to make those movements around the map.
Maybe doing other matches.
Fights, you know, this was what you were saying, the channeling, the heel
or maybe,
man, the hitman, everything.
Maybe
right?
this match, maybe the next segment.
Over the courses of his career has led him to this world stage, and as you're looking across this, right, the Roamers kill participation, man, he's there at the top against some of the best players, obviously, in the world here.
And it just goes to show his play style, his mechanics, the way he moves around the map. And that's why so bad in Game 2, that's what I wanted to see him do.
Yeah, we got to call back to a little reference Wolf and I made together in the MPL Philippines Season 12. We called this the Uber, the Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix. With a hitman in charge, it's a different tune, a different dance, a bit more aggressive, a little bit faster. And the fact that we see that stat really is just numbers being put into facts.
Yeah, and again, you know, I know we've been focusing a lot on Rene J here at Blacklist International, but we also have to paint the picture here. Geek Fam's doing great, right? There was even a moment where they were about to 2-0 things, turn things around. So they're obviously still a threat as they approach Game 3, right? And you really have to kind of look at breaking it down. Even the fact that the way that Beloyski's been playing, you know, a lot of the times we've been talking about this 7-death thing that he needs. Well, for the most part, he's barely died, and he's still playing out of his mind, right? So I feel like as you're looking at the Roamers, specifically, matching them
Where's
up,
Kadera?
they dictate a lot of the pace of the game.
Kadera
I mean, naturally, a lot of the
was benched after Niall came back, and they decided to continue with Maki.
How they kind of lead a lot of this charge here. And not to
Kadera
mention,
was only played
again,
because Niall was suspended.
How will it be this time around as we get ready once again to head into the draft for game number 3? It's 1-1 across the board. We'll see how teams adjust.
Interesting that they decided to
games.
play Kadera in
and once again,
MPL Indo,
keep your
but
eyes
they
on
decided
the
to bench him
rover
for
options
M
here for
Series.
Renegade and Beloyski.
You mentioned a key thing there, dictating the tempo. And I really think that's why we're not going to see Angela first pick again. Or at least an Angela roam.
That's about as anti-tempo as you
get. Game 2 was just putting proof to the pudding of Renegade and Beloyski want to play fast. That's it. So now GEEK Fam, with them now on the blue side, they go with a patented blue side priority pick onto the Lilia. So the Blacklist will go for the Akai here. The Lilia pickup sort of turns off the Faramis getting picked up. Let's see if they're going to go switch it up, but no. They say, you know what, we can play into it. We can still try it. Maybe we can play a little bit faster than GEEK Fam before the
Promise versus Lilia, the advantage goes to Lilia though.
Bans out the Matilda there just to slow them down even more. They don't want to let
Feels like they could
full
have
tempo. So what
picked
is left
Faramis
for
a bit
Renegade?
later.
We've seen him pick up the,
There's no need to prio Faramis. Maybe because they wanted to see what else
Does he go for something
GEEK
more
picks
aggressive? Does he
picks
fall
up
back
first.
to the Raft? Because that does give them a little bit of movement, a little bit of speed around the map.
Maybe they go
It's been another
Ixia here
fallback
immediately.
pick for Blacklist. So definitely still a few options. Is it going to be here or is it going to be in second phase?
Yeah, one of the more indirect answers to the Lilia is actually the Rafaela that you mentioned. Because of that extra movement speed, you get to negate a little bit of the slows that she can dish out, and at the same time, you can avoid the damage that a Lilia can dish out. And surprisingly enough, heading into this, actually, there's the Rafaela. Beside the Matilda, Rafaela is actually the most pick of Renegade. So there, they lock that in. Now we go to the second phase, EXP lane. You know what would be spicy? If we see now Edward pick up something like the Kali.
Only thing is that Baxia negates Rafaela quite a bit as well.
It's interesting too, you know, the fact that the Faramis was picked up here into that first pick.
But
Lilia,
it does
right?
help
'Cause
with
a lot of times Lilia is the answer for the Netherrealm.
It does help to
deal with it pretty well. You kind of
deal with the
expect
poke
that,
damage
I still
from
like
Lilia.
the fact that they went with Rafaela. You work around the fact that you have some extra movement speed, you have sustainability, but you know that leads us to XP lane. Where does the focus here? You can already see too some respect once again for Beloyski. They're going to take out the Ruby. He still has, of course, the Grok available too if he wants to go that route. Edith is being taken out. Now, are we still expecting XP lane matchup with
was playing a very good
possibly
Lapu.
the Lapu coming through? You already mentioned the Khalid here.
Yeah. Actually, the last time we saw Rafaela Faramis getting picked up by Blacklist International up against Onyx, they actually picked up the Khalid during that scenario. They had a Guinevere and a Bruno at that time. They might still be able to adjust a pick, so it might be a remix of that kind of draft, if ever.
I think they definitely want to. Khalid is definitely an important pick here for the side of Blacklist, because if they don't, it's a great answer to the Faramis. It's a great answer to that group up strategy that Blacklist is bringing. So I think it's a very solid pick up front. On the side of Black, do they ban more? They take out the Lapu, and then what? They take the Khalid here, and all it really leaves GEEK with, he could still pick up the Arlot. Could be a solid answer possibly for Luke.
Arlot,
I think they should ban Khalid.
He's got the
for
Riz.
GEEK.
He's definitely got the Riz.
They should ban Khalid.
That's about, I mean,
so
for the most part, if it is Khalid, let's say it is Khalid.
Black has to pick Arlot.
International, it seems where it's going.
Unless GEEK bans it right here.
Yeah, unless they just take it out right of the picture. And then you're kind of looking at, okay, well, what is it? Arlot, Tarizla being open.
Could see something like a Uranus come into play here.
Ooh, might be tough though.
Probably Black goes Tarizla.
They take out the Pagid. Oh, it really looks like a Khalid here. Could be last two picks, Khalid.
Could be Khalid or Tarizla.
Carry might be tough, but they might like to pick that up last pick. They can go Khalid fourth pick and then Marksman into the last. If the Marksman gonna come in now, then it's gonna be a carry and then carry or a Brody. Because I don't see a 1-1 slotting into the lineup of Blacklist right now.
Yeah, not only that, we saw how Marky did against the 1-1 last time with the Claude. They are going to lock in the Khalid. GEEK Fam now looking for a roam.
Khalid is black.
He's lost in the sand.
Khalid is instead.
He's not there.
Indeed.
So,
he's got his head in the sand right now.
Full blacklist.
That's definitely Khalid.
Full blacklist
so
mode.
It's going to be locked in. See what the answer is once again. XP lane, still got the Tarizla. Is that something you'd actually want to pick up? Tarizla into it though?
Well then, with the members of Blacklist grouping up together, but the fact that you're up against an Akai might be a little bit difficult to make the Tarizla work. Scratching my head right now. Maybe they'll go to the classic Arlot route.
Minotaur.
Yeah. So it's Arlot Minnow.
Minnow is so good against Akai though.
So I'm really guessing carry here for Blacklist International. Brody would be okay too, but my heart's speaking, yelling carry.
I think the Arlot's a solid pick, right? It gives a big possibility to be able to split Blacklist.
I think carry is a bit
bit,
hard to play
or if they
against
are all
this
grouped
lineup,
together, you can push everyone in. So there's a few answers with
Actually,
Luke
carry.
here. It's definitely not the
Actually, carry will be a
normal
good pick.
dive Tarizla or Lapu Lapu that we've been seeing in
But
play.
are we gonna get
but
something
still
spicy?
Very solid. He's able to be
Spicier?
aggressive on it. And Beloyski as well. This is something I wanted to see. Something that can meet Blacklist here head on. I think the major thing they have to do here is just kind of
but
play
carry
around the
is pretty
Akai,
good here.
because if you dive in, as you mentioned, you get caught by that heavy spin.
I've been
GG.
waiting for too long.
As you mentioned, Renmar on point. There's the carry. Picks up, fitting for this situation as well, considering the fact that they are quite
There's a
tanky
lot of
this
fuel for
roster.
carry. So
Okay, so I'm leaning a little bit more towards the draft of Blacklist International, but again, for me the
Probably
biggest
a good-
factor here for
good
GEEK
pick
fan
here.
would be Beloyski's play on the Minotaur. How he plays this alongside the timing of Luke's final slashes as the Arlot
that means
might actually be enough
Mino
to disrupt
knockout
the
cancel Archives out.
Theramis-centered
No, it
composition
doesn't.
of Blacklist International.
But
then
you
at the same
can
time,
you can
with
cast
Claude and
out
the Baksha entering
during
and of course
Archives
Arlot
out.
dashing around. How GEEK fam executes this in the team fight will be the main
Carry needs to
determinant
take up
of
Purify.
who will be winning this game number 3.
We're going to find out once again as we load up into the land of Dawn. It's 1-1 in the series between a GEEK fam, Blacklist International. Who steps closer to that match
I feel like
point?
team fight-
It all
team fight
unfolds
wise-
here as things get situated once again, talking about the lineups. Quite a bit of tankiness for
Team
a
fight wise, I
GEEK fam.
think
Does Blacklist International have the answer
early
for
mid
it
belongs
with
to
that carry pick?
It's actually a
to
really
GEEK.
interesting play here
Late
by
game,
Blacklist.
if
They went
OHEB gets
straight
farmed,
into the mid lane to
it's
get
very
a
hard
little bit of
for
burst down
GEEK
onto
to
Beloyski, maybe even
stand up to
potentially
him.
get a pick off there by sending Edward there with the slashes. Not going to be able to get the kill, but they do send Beloyski back a little bit, which sort of tempers the rotation of GEEK fam.
Yeah, and it sets GEEK fam back because one of the things I was worried about with Blacklist is they do have, once again, similar to kind of game 1, a softer, supportier mid lane right now. And sending Edward into the mid lane there to kind of already give them a little bit of a boost, a little bit of push into the enemy territory really helps back Blacklist in this tempo.
Yep, I like that. Real quick, emblems, anything sticking out here, Renmar?
Master Assassin of the Khalid. This is the Assassin full damage Khalid that we're going to be getting. So a Khalid that can maybe be the guy to force out the black shoes of the Lilia, one of the biggest things that Blacklist International need to do if they want to be a little bit more comfortable in the team fights.
That's like typically, you know, again, when Khalid is picked up, you kind of expect Dolan, Marky, and OHEB just, okay.
Oh,
okay.
Huge damage.
Not exactly getting the better as game 1. This is going to be the second game in a row. OHEB is winning out on some of these trades.
Yeah, going back to the point again, Khalid, I feel like this part is going to be very important, right?
Yeah.
For the fact that usually you see Khalid enter second in some of these team fights, but this time Edward might be making the initiation. As you mentioned, your whole goal is, let's get that black shoes out from a boy. Let's kind of work around that. Once again, even the fact that
Nice freeze
you
there.
have to work against the Minoan Fury
Nice
from
freeze.
Beloyski. If that
Stops,
is all
Edward from
extended,
getting level
then
4
Blacklist
early.
International is in a great position to
But they're
win
still
some
gonna
of
get
those
it
early
anyway.
skirmishes and team fights later on.
Oh, Edward, very low.
A lot of damage on Edward. Forcing some flicker. Luke looking for the finish.
Oh,
Heavy spin comes. Luke able to flicker to the side. Edward gonna get some of his health back with that
There's
sand
2
guard.
huge resources.
But now Nile gonna lock on
Not gonna be good for this
Beloyski there as well.
total contest.
The NetherRealm comes out.
Oh.
The response waiting on the final slash. Raging Sandstorm from Edward.
Sensui gets
able
out.
to help to disengage. Luke
Very low.
trying to back off. Renny J on the chase, but the turtle still low. Nile able to secure. Beloyski on the front side. A nice stun on 2 members with an Owen's Fury. 2
Yeah.
members taken out. Yue and Renny J back to base.
Big miscalculation
It's
there
okay
by
because,
Blacklist
GEEK,
International. They had their
like I
heavy
said,
spin
GEEK
forced
has a
out
better
in the bottom lane. That means the GEEK
early
fam
to mid
relatively free turn,
team
but
fight.
Sensui able.
That was dangerous.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
here to equalize.
Chasing.
He's still going? Okay, no, he's just, look at my sand, man.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Eat
cool,
sand,
right?
nerd.
Just look at it,
Look
right?
at my sand. Wait, did you just say eat sand, nerd?
Eat sand, nerd.
Yeah, it works, right?
It's Edward.
It is Edward. Now looking at the gold earned here, Marky, though, farming up pretty good in comparison to OHEB. Those two, for the entirety of the series so far, it's been very action-packed. Just to leave them be, right? This is the thing where usually I talk about the gold lane experience, but Like, these guys have their own version of it. They just duke it out in the gold lane, while the rest of the team kind of puts pressure
Welcome
everywhere
back.
else.
Yeah.
Strategic.
So now we're going to be seeing a Blacklist International go into the top side jungle of GEEK a little bit. Oh!
Oh, Yue.
For Yue here.
Very, very low.
Does have the
Does
Nether
he
Realm,
have
should be
pickup?
able to get away from this safely, but if they can
Oh,
pop
he
it
has
out,
Purify.
it could help with an
Oh,
advantage.
actually not going for
Blacklist, though,
Purify.
all grouped up at the top, they're ready for this.
Interesting.
And right now, Blacklist International are playing like a team where they know and understand the condition of we have to not necessarily win the mid, just control the mid. Because that means our side lanes will be a little bit easier.
But I guess you can't really purify from
supplementing OHEB, making sure
from
Edward's
Arlot's final
comfortable
slash
with
anyway.
The 1v1s against Luke's Arlot. If you look at the
So the
items
Purify
on
is mostly for
Ferocious
me,
side,
no.
on the
So
carry,
maybe
still waiting on the
yeah,
there
Flicker
it
may
is,
be
the
actually
Yes,
better.
I
Yeah.
just grabbed it for Marky. So still tempered right now as rotation. A little bit slower, a little bit more methodical are what these two teams are doing.
Yeah, still focused in the mid lane.
Ow.
Again, a lot of this, you can see them kind of already getting in position. Turtle's going to be up here. Second one of the game. Both teams where they want to be. Gold laner staying on the bottom side of the map. They're going to go ahead and just not be a part of this. Turtle, take
Nile able to take it. GEEK fam kind of controlling the pace
It's
right now.
fine,
Nice
it's
heavy spin
fine.
from Luke, trying to lock on to Edward there.
Blacklist just needs to keep up
Down
in
to the
goal.
orange buff too, Beloyski.
And make
GEEK
sure
fam
carry
just
doesn't
in
die.
itself right now is being so aggressive. Edward
Pretty
forced
much,
to
that's
use
their game
the
plan.
Raging Sandstorm as a getaway.
Yeah, and now that final slash that we saw earlier from Luke, and with Blacklist International forced back, can't get close enough. Actually a Retro duel, if I'm not mistaken, won by Nile, or I don't think they just got close. Now they trigger the call for a switch. We're going to be switching things up, the focus. This is classic Blacklist International. Now they're going to be looking into supplementing OHEB. Double laning now, trying to maximize the farm that he can get across the map, because they're going to need that iron.
Oh, Beloyski!
Huge.
But wait, no, the Holy Baptism able to delay GEEK fam. GEEK fam
Oh, big final slash.
Luke making the play to change the game. Wow.
Okay.
Marky locked on Edward, and Edward finally drops.
Oh.
Sensui with a heavy spin just to try to get away. 4 members of Blacklist International fall.
That's a huge
What
final
a
slash.
play from Luke. The final slash of the day so far. Right on point there.
Another chapter added to the book of Luke. No other analysis needed, man. That was a hell of a final slash.
Yep, we're going to take a look at it once again. The instant replay here presented by Kadea. If you missed it, now you get to see it again. It all unfolds here under the Tier 1 turret. Here comes Luke.
Flicker, too. Picture perfect positioning as an Arlot. That's what you want to get. And despite them being under tower, GEEK fam can just juggle bodies to ensure that they win that out. Luke, my goodness, still continuing.
Oh, Renegade. Trouble.
Boy.
Gets through with a heal.
GEEK fam just so aggressive right now.
Yeah, in a very quick, decisive play. Now 3K ahead, not to mention objectively.
Oh, Blacklist needs to
Still in a
find
similar situation where we saw for the previous
a response
games,
to
right?
keep
Blacklist
carrying the game.
Doesn't have a turret yet. They're kind of restricted in terms of space and movement around the map. Uh-oh.
Sensui trying to get away here. GEEK fam just suffocating. They're playing so well, meticulously aggressive. Like, just so well all over the map, everywhere. Edward now looking for a target. Raging Sandstorm just to get away. GEEK fam want to take this tower.
Already forcing the
This is what we were
the
talking
Nether
about
Realm.
earlier, actually, for the side of GEEK fam. I did say I was leaning a bit more towards a lineup of Blacklist International, but if GEEK fam layered their abilities well, found their timings, caught Blacklist International caught off guard,
Carry is not
caught Blacklist
too
International off
far
guard,
away.
they'd be taking their conditions. They'd be the one leading the charge here. So that's exactly what they did. With meticulous, as you mentioned, their treks, gameplay around the map, good macro, and finding those little windows of opportunity to counter go during the objective team fights, GEEK fam are just doing what they need to do with the lineup they have to make sure Blacklist lineup won't be able to shine as well as it could have.
Yeah, and with this,
I don't have the skill
with
players
lead they
like
have,
Renegade
you can
being
see
on
them
Heroes
put
like
pressure here
Rafaela.
now on the side of Blacklist International.
This
At
Blacklist
least trying to
playstyle
force
though,
these things out of Sensui even.
just like
But again,
why
they'll
is
take
being
the
forced
buff. Now, my
to
biggest thing here is
play tanky junglers
the
as well.
time that it takes for carry, right, to kind of build up.
Sensui
that
can
point, the
also
power
play
spike, if you will.
assassin junglers.
How's that
It's just that
comparison against the
this
quad?
is the Blacklist
Typically, quad
playstyle.
takes a while too, but with this lead, and we saw the gold difference between gold lane alone, you know, OHEB, it's going to take a little bit longer here. We're only 8.5 minutes in.
Yeah, there's a bit still. They're both built up to a golden staff, so I think
Blacklist is funneling well to carry though.
Well, Aboy now has
they might still find a comeback in the
yes, they have that holy healing,
maybe like
but those
15 minutes.
Strong counter punishes.
For now,
Boy, gonna
for the next
back, though.
for the next few
Edward
minutes, they're gonna
nothing
suffer.
there. Niall gonna back. Ooh, gonna back off. I think it's smart. You mentioned the Claude and the carry. One of the things about the Claude, though, is even if he's not like fully online, unloading a ton of damage, he still has so much utility outside of that with the split pushing, with being able to still melt down the Nether Realm.
Exactly.
Whereas carry, you just have one job really. It's try to shred down, you know, the front liners, and until carry can do that, there's not much else she can do.
Man, look at this already. They force Insui less than half health. They go ahead and give the go signal for the Lord. I don't think Blacklist International can even get here in time.
Yeah.
But honestly,
I don't think they have the
I think GEEK Fam will win this match
but I think they're going to try to go for
because
Bloisky able to get the knockup,
you
though,
guys
on
voted
two
for
members.
Blacklist.
Another realm comes out from UA. Marky trying to unload, but GEEK Fam maybe just want to disengage here. Edward misses, whips into the backside, and now GEEK Fam smell blood. Luke looking for one. The final slash to knock Edward out of the sand guard. And Wade
Marky.
the backside with
Marky.
but he's taking a lot of damage. It'll flick back with the BMI. Blacklist International might have to lose this tower for the sake of the team.
What a play there by GEEK Fam again, finding opportunity. Even though Blacklist International sniffed blood, thought they could get Bloisky.
OHEB. OHEB.
Wild slash on OHEB.
Oh!
Flicker. Luke, the stone under the tower. He's going to go down.
Oh, that's a big shutdown.
Today.
Oh, again, Luke has been on point this entire game. Actually, the entire series so far, and right now it's Blacklist International trying to struggle to stay in this game. Nearly 7,000 gold deficit to work from.
Stone cold. Mr. 315. Add another chapter to the book of Luke as his legacy grows here.
The question is whether Blacklist can survive.
Committing the flicker just to ensure that
They need to survive until at least 15 minutes.
But now, GEEK Fam, they have a little bit more space to work with in terms of getting turrets, getting inhibitors down.
All right, GEEK Fam trying to move in. They get the stun on to Sensui. Sensui gets heavy spin though, but then Owen's Fury helps GEEK Fam. Blacklist International finds Niall though. And now Edward with the Raging Sandstorm looking for a void. The black shoes are gone. He will go down. Marky in with the Blazing Duet. Blacklist doesn't want to keep the fight going, but at least they keep GEEK Fam away.
So there's still some fight back from Blacklist International. They're trying once again to allow OHEB to get online
Blacklist
here.
clawing
Real
back.
quick, how's the items looking?
Clawing.
All right, so it's still an advantage for the Claude here. Up to, okay, so since we actually had the rush of Blade Armor there, also up to a Radiant Blade Armor on the Baksha.
I guess Carry going to go for probably Wind of Nature next.
I believe that's a rush into the Malefic Roar by that Khalid. So once that Malefic Roar goes up, he's going to be like one of the biggest damage dealers for Blacklist International. It has to be because UA had to go for a more utility route, deciding to prioritize the Necklace of Durance as his first item, which was understandable, and then going to a Lightning Truncheon.
This is crazy too, as you're looking just the damage dealt so far from the members from GEEK Fam. That's something that they have to work from, right? Again, when you have this kind of lead, that's kind of what you expect, but itemization-wise will fall into place the further they get into the game, especially if Blacklist International can kind of stall things out a little bit longer, right? We're still working with the fact that you really have to allow OHEB to get to this point on this carry. You already saw that Wind of Nature being picked up by Marky, going to give him some of this upper hand in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights as they break out, not to mention working around the Minoan Fury and avoiding the final slash from Luke, which has been on point. Edward also trying to bring up some of the damage, right? Picks up a Malefic Roar here to provide, once again, that burst potential to possibly
They probably have to give this away.
The second Lord is now worked on.
Maybe just kill one guy if possible. Maybe kill Bloisky.
Edward staying in that mid lane, trying to clear that out. As the Lord dance ensues, we got to keep a track of the positioning. Luke, not even a part of this so far.
Yeah, one thing about OHEB is he's got the Trinity locked in. He's got his third item locked in. He is officially a threat to the team, but Marky trying to lock on
very low.
Force out that Nether Realm a little
But
bit early.
pops him back up.
Taking this slow. They know they have the advantage in the lanes. Blacklist International doesn't want to give this Lord up, though. Nice final slash
Lands on a Sensui.
Final slash used.
Knockup as well. Oheb now.
Bolowski used.
Wait, a 5-man knockup.
Oh,
Luke in the backside.
shooting fight.
On Marky. Marky forced to be a away.
Nobody can get Oheb.
Oheb's unloading.
Nobody can get Oheb.
Niall looking for it. Can he get the retribution? No. Sensui takes it. Blacklist International back-to-back games, turning things around.
We talked about the Book of Luke, but add another chapter to the Book of the Lord, knocking up people at the worst possible time. You saw their GEEK fam, Beloyski, had
they're
the
feeding
setup
Oheb
with
so
the
much.
Minoan Fury, but then the Lord said, hey, I could set people up too. Doesn't matter who I knock up. And then add
That final
Edward
slash was a
entering
bit
into the back line of GEEK fam.
too early, I
What
feel.
looked to be really
It gave
great
the
for GEEK
Oheb
turned out to be
a free
an
pass.
unintended disaster just because the Lord's knockup went up in time for Blacklist.
And now they make their way down the mid lane. Lord marching in the bottom. GEEK fam still ahead here in terms of economy, but you can feel that bite now from Blacklist International. You saw it too. Edward picking up that Malefic Roar helped put pressure enough to have Marky pop the Wind of Nature. Get a boy to use that Black Shoes. That's part of the plan here for Blacklist International. And then the follow through from UA with the Nether Realm really helped them get that advantage. Lord
Kerry shredding, man.
here, not before it gets that charge in, but now Blacklist International has some space to work around.
My boy doing a good job at
Taking a lot of farm away.
There as well.
Blacklist almost on par and go already.
International
This is
equalize this game.
15 minutes.
Are we going to see another Game 2 situation here, lads?
Oh,
Back
yeah.
and forth, pendulum. You want that, Trex?
It's already been there. We're already there.
We just met that criteria.
Gold
Boxes are
lead
checked.
gone.
Yeah, this is the reality we live in, and I couldn't ask for anything better.
Hi, Faker.
Now, let's see how these two teams will tell another beautiful story of who wins.
Yes, we're in a late game now.
Crucial game number 3 in
And
this
Blacklist
elimination match
will be in
here
control from now.
M5. As we look at the items,
Because nobody can walk up to carry
Still waiting on the last one there for the carry.
without
Already up to a
taking
single
like
Albert
at least
actually
half
is
HP
that
damage.
So Marky's damage will hurt. His poke damage, Sensui, and of course him.
Carry probably
being one of
walking up to the Malefic, which is going to
frontline
be
vision
even
givers for Blacklist
worse for
International.
them.
Has to be a little bit more
Worse for the
careful now.
tanks.
Make sure that he has Renegade with him when he goes for those vision plays, and the timing of Edward. This Khalid becomes deadlier and deadlier as the sands of time falls down the hourglass.
Already looking at this damage, Delta Boy has been on top of things here. Picks up a Divine Glaive on top of it. So he's going to hurt even more a lot of these team fights. Once again, as you look at these team fights unfold, which are at this point, we're probably only going to see them really around the Lord, right, for the dance, because both these teams, even looking at that head-to-head earlier, we saw how much they kind of prioritize that. And with Blacklist International favored for a lot of those utility dances, those fights going on, that's even where Edward becomes more crucial, right? His patience.
I feel like GEEK needs to play the map a bit more. Send Marky to a split push.
A lot of these fights. The same can even be said for Beloyski on the other side, or Luke, right?
If they can do that and split Blacklist up, nobody can really take flop 1v1.
And initiate, and that's why you see, if they can get a pick off, it's even better. But so far, the stalemate happens. Lords up, both teams rotating there to get there for this dance.
Except Carry probably. But Carry won't be alone.
I feel like this is a
That's the
kind
thing.
of, we're getting to do or die for them a little bit, right? Oheb is coming online. Edward just locked in the Blade of Despair. GEEK fam does have some great answers to Blacklist International's comps, but so far when we get into this late game, Blacklist International does seem to control the pace a little bit. Now with Lord down to 50%. Edward into the backside, looking for
Black
a boy
shoes
able to
forced.
pop the Black Shoes. Luke
This is a good time for Blacklist to go in.
but they don't want to stop here. Netherrealm is still in play, but there comes
Oh,
Noah's
Flicker use.
Fury.
A boy!
Respond back to Edward, able to find a boy. Marky to the backside. with
Oheb
Beloyski
going
to
crazy.
win. Beloyski goes down. Luke.
Nobody can catch Oheb at all.
Edward picks up the double. Niall trying to get the play. Sensui takes it from his fingers. Marky all alone against Blacklist International now.
Patience is the key here. And once again, Blacklist International turns things around and they march into the base.
You mentioned do or die. It looks like it's due for Blacklist.
All right, Blacklist coming in. They've locked onto the base. Marky with all he can. Cannot withhold against the agents.
Well,
They did it again. The pendulum swung.
the curse is broken.
Time, back to Blacklist International it goes. 2-1 in the series. They
The
get
curse is
match
broken.
point.
Patience
Again, we were waiting for the timing, the timers. Khalid having that. BOD, him going to the back line to force out the black shoes. The
I guess.
Positioning, the perfect
Well, I guess that maybe it's a doggy curse.
For Geek Fam, they could have had a shot. It was Blacklist who takes that game.
Again, as things settle here, we're gonna have it further broken down over on the analyst
Or is it
stand.
doggy bless?
Leo, Mirko, what happened here?
Do you really want me to do the thing again?
It's match point for Blacklist International, and your thing isn't working. You can try all you can, but it's in the hands of our athletes right now as Geek Fam push the tempo, play really fast in the early game with Blacklist, again, much like in game 2, figuring out the tempo, trading where it matters, allowing for them to recover and make for a run, a final turn, a huge comeback in the mid-game to take game number 3. Sitting now at match point in this best of 5.
Is that adaptation, that really quick adaptation from Blacklist International, where they weren't able
Like I said, Blacklist just needs to survive until 15 minutes. Make sure they don't like get into a 10k goal deficit.
We're taking the
They're
game
good.
in game number 2 and especially game number 3. You could definitely see that minimalized losses kind of gameplay start to work out. They were waiting for those power spikes, and when it hit Leo, it made the MVP
4 or
go
5
crazy.
match. No shit.
Ham.
No shit, Captain.
Sensui actually pushed back where he needed to push back, pinned down who he needed to pin down, and hit the retry and even give Nile a run for his money where it mattered. If you'll remember, there were moments in this game where Nile was trying to, force Sensui. See how sharp, really, his retribution was. And, he learned.
He definitely learned, right? Despite game number 1, game number 2 not being the best Sensui we've gotten so far, especially after seeing MPLPH, game number 3, he's back. Sensui, the Sensui that I said is going to be the retry god of the tournament. It really seems like you give him the tools, you give him that space, you give him a 50-50 even, and he'll do it, just as long as he ain't stunned down. And I really like the choice of the blade armor here for Sensui, right? He knows he's gonna get hit hard by the likes of Geek Fam. Anyone from Geek Fam, especially the Claude, will try to poke him down, will try to get him off, and try to force out a heavy spin. So the fact that he had that blade armor, might as well. If you're gonna dish out damage to me, I'm gonna poke you back.
You're liking that item build. I like his emblems, man, especially his talent. The concussive blast might be the secret to how he's so good at hitting retributions, big ticket objectives. We'll see here in the highlights that the early game wasn't really for Blacklist. There was a spotlight final slash here by Luke. All right.
Boom.
Oh, even I felt it. Even I here at the stand, you and me were like, ooh.
And this was the exact moment where Mr. Wagner himself gave Luke the new moniker.
That's right.
The Stone. If we can have Dwayne The Rock Johnson, it's only fair that we get Luke the Stone Jackson.
That's him now. He is him. But unfortunately,
Stone Cold Luke Austin.
That kind of tempo was quelled by Blacklist International, not only by Sensui, because again, he had key hits on the heavy spin, but also Yue with the NetherRealm, and of course here, that turn, that miraculous turn, wherein the Lord helped Blacklist International. You know what else Mr. Trek said, Mr. Wagner?
What did he say?
Divine retribution. It was with the help of the Lord that Sensui secured it and turned the fight around.
That was truly the divine retribution coming in from Blacklist International. But really what it all comes down to in these Lord dances isn't really anything too deep, right? There was nothing, there was no even feints coming in from Blacklist. They just stayed true to that efficient gameplay. One man makes a call, go in, fight for the Lord, the entire team goes in. It ain't that deep, but it's what works. For Blacklist International, they have been more, I would say, decisive compared to Geek Fam. It always seems like Geek Fam are so confused during the Lord dances. They want to go for it, but then they also want to pull back and reset.
This how Luke looks
and in
like.
the end, when you're indecisive, up against the decisive Blacklist International,
this is how
they're gonna take it
Luke
from your
looks like
hands.
when he's at home.
What comes into play here is it doesn't matter who's first, because again, for what, 9 out of 10 objectives in this game, it was Geek Fam pulling the trigger first. But what actually matters is who does it best. And so far, Blacklist have read into the situation so well, and as you can see here, this is the Blacklist special. You put Wilderness Blessing on the roamer and the mid laner, and it's this duo that protects what matters. It's what allows OHEB to double lane very effectively, and what allows Blacklist to answer back again, set up for these amazing trades.
And I love the fact that Edward here, we also see a bit of adaptation from him. In both the games, even in this game, I would say Luke had a little bit of a better laning phase, but you could see here with the choice of the emblems, going for the Master Assassin definitely helped him get on his foot a bit earlier in the game to get that Khalid rolling across the map, and that's exactly what we saw. The Khalid turned out to be an assassin in that late game. It was no longer the fighter Edward. We're seeing Agent Zero go full assassin mode. Look at those items.
He's taken a few pages from the book of the Hitman. Now, check this out. Aboy, 2 of these deaths, a majority of them, if not the kill directly going to Edward, was caused by Edward. So if you want to play a Khalid the way Edward does, check it out. Get his emblems, get his items, is because it was such a lethal threat. I think the fact that he can get away with it and even survive because of the quick sand guard and the way he can disengage and engage with the Raging Sandstorm allows him to be such an important part. Because look, Luke, as soon as he
Zero
gets a
turtles,
flash,
no problem.
done. Edward
Like
can
this.
go in and out.
2023.
Not only because of the quick sand guard here,
No
but this is
turtles,
why
no
you can
problem.
definitely see the masterfully crafted draft by the coaches of Blacklist International, because how they were able to go back and forth, aside from the quick sand guard, was also the Rafaela pick that literally just goes to show you the full circle of the draft. That's why Edward was given the opportunity to go full damage. Sustain, they've got it. The whole team's got it with that holy healing, always connecting to 4 or more.
And not to mention the Nether Realm. You put the Purify on Yue just to make sure that he's the final line of defense between a disastrous team fight and a winning one. And then you also have the likes of, again, Renegade setting it up, helping go in for these finishing maneuvers, which, by the way, I saw a good, solid 2 or 3 FHBs. Flicker Holy Baptisms really turned team fights around.
It really did, right? It's such a small ultimate. It's very hard to find a big moment, but Renegade just finds it. Maybe it's the Hitman in him, but if we take a look at the DD, the damage dealt here, definitely Edward. Like, what the heck? This isn't what you're gonna see usually in ranked games, in competitive games. It's ridiculous. The fact that a boy, by the way, was the main damage dealer gives the Khalid even more value, right? The fact that he was able to bait out so many of these black shoes early on basically forces a boy to do no damage in these team fights. He's always going to try to just poke Edward down, try to focus on the front. He can never dive to the back, and
So much peel on
OHEB get a lot of damage dealt going behind him as well.
on the side of Blacklist that
the fact that Renegade
to allow
to make Edward's
to
job
allow
a little
Carry to
easier.
go in and do
We were talking about how
his
Aboy
things.
with his little DPS DOTs was almost doing close to nothing in the late game. Talk about Marky. Marky was trying to gun down Khalid, trying to gun down Edward, and it's as if the damage
Rafaela pick was so
from
key
the
though.
Senegal wasn't enough. You get the healing from Renegade. What's crazy exacerbates the situation.
And what's crazy is the fact that Leo Beloyski loves this hero, right?
As long as they don't get like 4-man final slash, they can heal up from the whatever poke coming up from
different that Blacklist is doing with this Rafaela composition.
From GEEK
Don't
fam.
know if it's just the individual spacing or the fact that they clump up and make those decisive maneuvers together so well.
There were layers upon layers of big ticket ults in GEEK Fam's lineup. And again, in the early game, as soon as they got those green dots, as soon as they hit level 4, they got the go signal. But think about it. If you spend all of your ults and your opponents have the answer for it, a well-placed flicker or a purify to find the re-engage, they got you checked. And I think that's why the swing came in mid-game. Because if you look at Blacklist International's lineup, it's super layered. There's so many ways for them to back off, find the re-engage, and then clap back. So now the question is, what does GEEK Fam do now that it's match point?
For GEEK Fam, I honestly feel like they need to just start getting more decisive, right? They need to find the proper call and follow it through.
Maybe GEEK Fam just needs to go all in on early game aggression.
Let's get into game 4.
Make sure they force it in before 15.
Thank you very much, Leo, Mirko. Great breakdown there once again. It's been a great series. If you're just joining us, I'm Naisu. This is Trex and Renmar, and we are now facing a match point here for Blacklist International. How are we feeling?
I mean, what more could we ask for right now? It's 2-1. Hopefully it goes all the way, but these teams are duking it out right now.
Just like they did game 1, right? They dominate early game.
The Filipino in me is kind of wishing, let's please end it here. My heart can't take
Win
it
the side
anymore.
lanes,
But the MLBB
and then push on from there.
fan in me says,
Deny every enemy pump. Make sure the goalie is 10k. It's almost
I'm expecting a game 5,
unstoppable
right?
for mid-game.
Let's see if they can adjust, because there has to be adjustments from GEEK fam. But before we talk more about what's ahead of us, of course, we want to once again mention the TikTok drops happening right now. All you guys have to do is pull up M5 on TikTok and just watch for 5 whole minutes if you want to. There's a TikTok viewer chest. But if you want to go further, watch for 20 minutes. And you can grab a deluxe chest for you guys. So again, big shout out TikTok, watch over there, and join us once again, because there's only a couple days left here from M5. Now, as we reel it back in, game 4 ahead of us, GEEK fam. Of course, throughout the series, we have to pretty much talk about the fact that it's been a back and forth, right? There isn't just one team obviously dominating one game or another from back to back, but really, when you're at this point in the game, knockouts too, is that what you expect? Are we seeing the series here unfold as we've expected between these two teams?
I mean, there is one thing to definitely pull out, and that is, yes, it's been a back and forth, but the 2 games that it's gone into late game, Blacklist has come out on top. I feel like the side of GEEK fam needs to work on those closeouts.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the evolution of the Hitman. Of course, his career history and achievements started off on their Next Play Solid and Next Play Eve. Was a long time loyal member there. Season 8, they peaked a 4th place finish there. Now, starting Season 11, of course, he joined Blacklist International. Still, we didn't know if he was more XP laner, more roamer, but then now here he is, shining in the role of the roam, being able to fill in the shoes of the queen in his own name, in his own style. Blacklist International, and I know the agents are very lucky to have, and very proud to have Renegade in their squad.
You know, when you look at that achievement list, right, and really where Renegade's kind of fallen into a place here, you have to look at those earlier seasons when, yeah, they were, 4th to 6th place finishes, 7th to 8th, but really, if you talk about the whole mental state of these players and what they go through from, the challenges, the adversity, right? When you're placing, though, and being able to stay consistent, stay with, this sport, the esport, the drive to get better. Like, that's what that is, right? And then, again, look at the fact that Renegade himself said, well, I adopted this championship mindset. That was one of the big things, and I think even though he went through, the ringer through his early career, it was establishing that foundation of who he is as a player and really letting him shine, right? This is where personality comes into play, the play style, and then when you refine it with a championship mindset, when he came into Blacklist Season 11, and then 12, and where he is now, you see it on
They need to find an aggressive
when you're watching
lineup.
them play as a unit, they have adapted themselves. They have evolved
Maybe
themselves
prioritize
throughout the course of just
Bruno,
this
so they can
roster
dominate
alone,
goal lane.
right? So once again, as
Then
they kind of get
try
ready
to
here for
take
this
Kali
next game, this is another
for
big
the
step
XP.
for the whole team as a whole here.
Yeah, I
They can
mean,
dominate
when you
side
talk about
lanes
consistency,
and then push on from
Blacklist
there.
is definitely the epitome of it. Back to back to back, showing up in world stage, 2 back-to-back grand finalists. I mean, just all over the map, this is the team to look at. Now, can GEEK fam actually pull off the upset of their lifetime right here? First time on the world stage, going up against the titan of Blacklist International. This has to be one of the hardest feats they ever try to compete.
Well, we'll find out. Once again, jumping in the draft here. The next game is going to be crucial for both these teams as the band's already coming out. You can already see it, the Valentina, Guinevere. Going to be taken out from GEEK fam as they're on the blue. We have Blacklist International on the red. Joy already going out of here. Once again, priority being the question for GEEK fam. Where they want to go ahead and take Nolan out of the picture.
Okay, their assassins still getting taken out here. In terms of priority first picks, let's see how different it is going to be this time around. I'm trying to go through the picks in my head. Usually it's a... We look at the bands, hunting the Guinevere, Matilda, Nolan's been taken out. Might end up being a unique first pick here.
What if they actually just went Lilia again?
I mean,
it's,
it worked. Technically, it was working pretty good.
Yeah, Lilia would be good
Lilia
for early game.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, right?
Yeah.
really given the last ban here from
But I think
Blacklist International.
maybe it should just go Bruno first.
Lilia's.
It's definitely been up.
Bruno is such a good
think, you know,
early
GEEK
game
fam, the draft
lane
wasn't really the
dominator.
problem last time, right? There was definitely something. Ooh, Blacklist says
Yeah, take
no,
Bruno,
you're
Bruno.
not going to get that this time.
Take Bruno,
But
Bruno.
it could be actually good for GEEK because even though they had a good early game,
Yeah.
there was still some issues with the overall draft. UA was a huge problem. In the end, OHEB was a huge problem.
Yep.
Edward was a huge problem. And Blacklist knew those things were going to be problems. It just wasn't going to be a problem in the first 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And they were able to buy time. So I think GEEK fam needs to also consistently think about what are they going to have as answers in the late game to deal with Blacklist.
Yeah, you mentioned something there, first 5 minutes. If ever there's going to be a Bruno or Baksha first pick for GEEK fam, Blacklist will take the other. So, like for example, first pick Bruno, then one of the first picks on the side of Blacklist is the Baksha, but no, it's none of that. They go Faramis. They're going into their favorite picks here. A boy made a name for
Possibly
himself in MPL Indonesia
Fred.
Season 12 with that
Maybe a
Faramis
Fred
pickup as
Matilda-
one of
Matilda
the
Ben.
staple and signature GEEK fam picks
Bruno,
that led
Bruno,
them
Fred.
to the
Okay,
grand finals
okay.
of MPL ID S12.
I think it's a good choice, especially considering the fact that they banned out the Valentino, right? Go
Or
ahead
maybe
and pick
Baxia.
up the Faramis. You don't have to worry about going against another Netherrealm for now, right?
But I guess they
and
should pick up
interestingly
Bruno.
enough, too, usually the answer, once again, one of the answers for the Netherrealm is the Lilia, but it was Blacklist International that banned it out. So, interesting how that interaction goes. Now, once again, Blacklist, how do they want to
A lot of
deal
possibility
with that?
as
Do they
well.
lock up their jungler already? They're going to take the Bruno, and
Akai
once
again?
again,
Okay.
they go with the Akai
Surprised they
I
didn't
was
take
honestly
Predator.
expecting them to possibly pick up the Claude there as an answer to the Faramis, but Blacklist have faith in OHEB. They decide to go for the Bruno. We know the damage is there, but in my mind, Blacklist still kind of lacking an answer to the Netherrealm.
Yeah,
I guess
so
third
that's
pick
where
will
we
be
might
Valentina.
actually see the XP lane pickup being something like high damage in terms of the Lapu Lapu or displacement in terms of the
Valentina?
Arlot, but then paired up with the Akai, that's where
Maybe
you get
not.
your answer
Maybe not.
for
Maybe no.
the Netherrealm of GEEK fam. So
Maybe they want
GEEK fam
Novaria.
take the next two best picks up on the board. They get the Baksha. So now you have the Baksha Faramis combo that of course want to set the tempo.
Oh, they can
more
take
out
Mino
quickly.
actually.
And then you have Marky
Mino will
on
be
the
quite
Claude
good here.
here, which we've seen him perform very well so far with in this series.
Okay, again, the XP lane has been a constant question throughout the series. We know the impact that it can have. We saw the Khalid the previous game, how much it can turn the tide of some of these
Mino or
fights.
Valentina.
Is that something once again? Wow.
Ooh, they go God.
Nice.
All right, I wasn't expecting this. Hey, but I'm happy. We're
Wait,
still
the God
in
pickup is so
knockouts too,
weird.
and Gord's still coming to play.
And it's still a 50-50 win
The
rate.
God pick is so
I mean,
weird.
it's not like it's a horrible pick. I mean, it's not the best pick, but it's not
Yeah.
the worst either.
So now Blacklist, alongside taking those out, now have to watch out for some very terrifying picks on the side of GEEK fam. They can go Yutong, something that can chase out the Gord and the Bruno, make sure they can make the most out of that Petrify. They can then... Anyone with dive, really.
I'm thinking
just
why
easily get to
pick
that
God though?
Gord.
The only thing that bothers me about the Gord here is the fact that, like, pressure-wise, in terms of, you know, when you try to set up with a Mystic Gush, you're working around a very mobile lineup, right? Claude, you have to work around the fact that Faramis is probably going to pull you around. You can have, of course, Nile rolling in from different
Yeah, I don't get the
directions.
God pick.
So,
I think
you know,
trying to give a
timing,
game
positioning
to...
even more important here.
Yeah, I'm trying to give
before
another
lock-in,
game
but
to...
yes, it does also solve a pretty good problem and provides quite a bit of damage, you know, early to mid-game, especially these objectives they're going to be focusing on. But you can already see it too. A lot of these roamers being taken out. Again, what is Beloyski going to bring to the table? The Ruby pick is gone here.
So usually Gord is an answer to heroes such as Valentina that of course you'll have to expand dashes and things like that, mobility to get away from the range of his Mystic Gush. So it feels like Blacklist International are just turning off the idea of Beloyski picking up something like that, you know, or something to counter it. It's like they're thinking ahead already of whatever Beloyski will pick and that's their tackle. So with a Minotaur taken out, Kali taken out here, could be...
I think Tiger will be their
Lapu or-
roamer.
Yeah, Lapu or the Paquito
Honestly.
for Edward looks and
I feel like they should take
Having
Tiger.
a Lapu in Luke's hands right now looks great against a Gord, right? He's just and he's much easier to reach than many other long rangers, but instead they go for the Terizla, also solid. I think we definitely see the Lapu.
But given the
Yeah, you know what hurts?
lineup so far
Getting
could
a
be...
penalty zone and then a Mystic Gush into it, right? So
Could be another
that can
Rafaela.
line things up really well, especially when you're just playing around the Netherrealm itself. if you don't want to wait for it, then just force it out, you know, for the most part. And a lot of times that penalty zone initiation, let's say you get 3, 4
But Tiger will be
embers,
quite good here.
2 or even 3, you're going to force, you know, possibly that Nether Realm, and then the Mystic Gush is there. Not to mention Worldy. Now, Worldy doesn't do that much damage, but it's still definitely a threat. And once again, the only thing that could backfire so far from Blacklist International
I'm guessing Tiger
is usually
or
the heavy spin, right? You really have to kind of play around that. Make
Tiger
sure
or
that you're
Rafaela
not messing up with the
or
positioning
Renegade.
either.
Sensui does pretty well at that, though. I do
What can
have
they
to
go?
say.
Paquito?
Yep.
GEEK?
There's a Lapu,
Lapu
as we
again,
talked about.
okay.
And there is the Arlot.
Again.
You get the displacement.
Wait,
Will it
Rome
be-
Arlot, huh?
Yeah, Rome Arlot.
It looks like it. A Rome Arlot for Baloyski. Does this mean we'll see another Rafaela for Blacklist? But the problem is it's going to be difficult. You
Hey,
need something
this-
a little bit tankier, and Blacklist
Tiger,
got
Tiger.
the best pick possible in the Minotaur.
This is where the KDA thing happened, too.
Ah,
It was with the Rome Arlot. Well, it was
Tiger,
one of the
Tiger,
instances,
Tiger.
right?
Don't you put that in the air, Ricky Bobby.
It's there. It's in the air. It's got to be. We
Oh,
got to get to a game
are they
5,
just gonna
Rex.
go Rafa?
Right, last pick here.
Estes.
Right. Of course.
You can hear that the,
The
crowd
agents
likes
go
it.
wild.
Yep. They love this hero.
Can he do it again? Can Renegade win them hearts and minds of
Uh,
people and say that I can play a hell of an Estes as well? He did it already earlier this Sem 5. Can he do it again
Okay.
in this crucial game?
The heel man.
So I guess the
Heel
god
man
was set up
is back.
with the SDs.
Gonna be quite difficult though.
The only problem I see is that God doesn't do enough burst,
There's so many pieces
which
on the side of
suffers
Geek
against
Fam
Claude.
that will give them a lot of trouble.
A lot of answers.
A lot of answers, a lot of questions here.
I don't see how they
Rizal
can
Memorial Coliseum, we're
lock
getting
down the
ready.
clock,
We're at match point
especially
for
when he
Blacklist
already has Win of
International
Nature.
against Geek Fam. If they're able to win here, they move on. They send Geek Fam out.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the
And they are ready as we get prepped up in the Land of Dawn. Once again, can Geek Fam answer to extend the series to Game 5, or will Blacklist International end it here?
Ube Classic by Blacklist International. This might take some time until we see some big plays, but we already see Renegade and Baloyski. As Renegade is just helping out Sensui in the jungle, taking a fair bit of damage as expected from a Rome Arlot. So we're just gonna be waiting for the next turtle. Honestly, it's like the next turtle or the next few seconds before the next turtle, because that means someone's gonna be going into the EXP lane, pressuring out an XP laner, a little skirmish, and then that determines who gets the
Yeah,
turtle.
so
or
many
that
can
doesn't
stop this
happen. It's
Mystic
just a
Gush.
full-on fight on the
He doesn't
turtle.
even have
Self-sustain for the Arlot, by the way.
Purify.
You know, seeing Renegade on this, it just goes to show his evolution as a roamer overall and how much he has grown with this team, with the rest of these players. Definitely the story to be told, but when we look at the map, Geek Fam, this is kind of where they like to be in this laning phase. Blacklist forced to take a much more passive approach due to the SDs and due to the gore.
Yeah, I like the fact, too, you know, that he plays with Quantum Charge, because it also allows a little bit of aggression, you know, for the most part, on how you're trying to position this SS pick once again and really follow through on a lot of things, even if it's just to catch, you know,
Nice
the
timing
members
on
of
the-
Geek Fam and slow them down a little bit.
the balls
to work
of Doom.
in their favor. Now, once again, you're working with a lot of just AoE pressure here. For them, for against Geek Fam, and they have to kind of work around that. Now, the tools are there. We've seen them do it before, and even
Oh, good
having
pressure on Arlot.
already exchanges Baloyski.
Good pressure on Arlot.
Ooh, the stun connects. Forced to use a flicker. Will be able to get away, but that will put Blacklist at an advantage for this first turtle.
Yep, you and Edward helping each other clear lane. They want level 4s across the board. Aboy already level 4, Renegade. When he clears that menu wave, let's see if it hit 4. Who'll get this first turtle?
Lapu is already
Game
in
number 4.
position. Looking back for Blacklist.
Edward away, Nile.
Looking back for
Close to the
Blacklist.
turtle. Baloyski looking for a little bit of an engage into the backside loop there as well. Baloyski gonna make his mark, gonna try to come in, but
Oh.
Nile takes it. And now sends away Luke with the bravest fighter looking for Edward. But he's taking a face full of magic gush right now. But he finds it. Renegade goes down, and so does Sensui. Geek Fam coming out on top.
Right out of the gate again. It's Luke. He is him right now. And Geek Fam able to sniff out an opportunity again. The layer layering of abilities. When you're up against a heal comp that wants to stick together, you have a lot of displacement and crowd control. If you can time those together, you give a lot of difficulty for a lineup that Blacklist International drafted. And again, it's the same story so far in the first 3 minutes of this game compared to the previous game, wherein GEEK fam acknowledged the strength of their lineup against Blacklist's lineup.
All right, not only because I'm a Gord stan here, but I'm really curious on the build path this time around for UA, right? Usually when we see Gord pop up throughout M5, we actually see some variation, some flexibility in that build that they approach the game, right? The fact that a lot of this, you're going to try to land those projectiles, get those little stuns out.
The Rizla versus Lapu is a winning lane for Lapu, though, up to level 4.
Once again, top side. All of this really allowing OHEB to farm up the best he can against Marky, who, as we've said throughout the series, has been quite the lane to be in, right?
Looking scary for Blacklist now.
Okay.
Looking very scary.
Oh, back on a Sensui there. Luke brings out the bravest fighter, able to get right through that heavy spin. Blacklist are able to disengage though, but it's 20 seconds till the turtle, and GEEK fam are going to take control of the pit. A little more back and forth in the mid side. GEEK fam showing who's boss.
Getting another example of just Beloyski holding on to that final slash so well. They almost caught out Sensui, forced out the heavy spin. So this turtle looks like a free one for GEEK fam. It's going to be difficult for Blacklist International to get there in time.
Interesting choice to Mystic Gush there.
Mystic Gush, put the pressure where he can, but they might just be given the call, right? Just go ahead, give up these turtles for now. We are not where we need to be to team fight yet, but they're actually going to make a line towards this bottom lane. Might be looking for their own play here.
Oh, Marky with the Blazing Duet, just trying to clear out these waves and get back to safety. Able to pull it off. GEEK fam's rotation.
With minimal mistakes, probably GEEK will win this.
Now, good defense there by GEEK fam. Next rotation and sequence might be around the mid lane. Let's see if Blacklist will actually continue. Oh, Edward!
What the heck? Skill 1. Stealing it.
That was nasty, bro. That was oh, this is nasty.
Beloyski forced to use a flicker right
3v1. I mean 4v3. 4v3.
Able to dash back. OHEB takes the tower, and Blacklist walk
Securing
away
the
safely.
tower.
That's all part of the plan, right? They got the turret, they made it work. Not to mention, once again, UA, he might not be getting kills right now on this Gord, but he's definitely putting pressure where he has to. Sometimes it's a flicker, sometimes it's an ultimate. He's doing what he has to do.
Again, it goes back to the idea that we posed in MPL Philippines Season 12 before, wherein we said that the Gord is sort of like a new age version of Eve. It's static, it's an ultimate that zones out, it's not a big box. But then with how US playing it, it's also playing it a little bit like a Farsa, committing the ultimate just to make sure you have an advantage in the tower dives, clearing the minion waves, zoning out. So yes, as a Gord in these scenarios, you don't just hold into your ult, you make the most out of it every time with your team.
Huge final slash.
Final slash. Speaking of team, GEEK trying to close in on Blacklist. They're unable to
damage
get
on
the finish.
OHEB right now.
TRINITY comes in the nick of time.
Okay, the heal's there, but they know it's not available anymore. GEEK fam might want to still put the pressure here under the turret, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and call it off. No point even for UA to get there already. TRINITY doing quite a bit of healing. Marky gets checked here as well from Edward. They'll have to go back to lane. Turtle going to be up shortly. That's not going to connect.
Hunting right now. TRINITY taking a little bit too much damage to the flicker from Luke. Takes 2 lives from Blacklist International.
Well played, GEEK.
UA. Nothing he can do though. Unfortunately, again, they stayed up there for quite a while.
Yeah, great tower diving, great call by GEEK fam. Not giving up on the play, despite Beloyski missing that final slash. Luke said, hey, I'm him, I got this. And he set that up for GEEK fam really well. Again, another patented tower dive, a thing that we see here in the Philippines, teams such as RSG Philippines, but it is an Indonesian playstyle working very well for them right now as they get the third and final turtle of this game.
Yeah, another great call there from
Golden
Niall,
Staff.
able to put the pressure on Sensui around the buff.
Golden Staff on plot already.
And easily rotates to get the third turtle. Clean sweeping it right now.
Looking back for Blacklist this match.
That's what's giving
Even
them a little bit of this edge
if they can
to
reach the
work
game,
around,
I'm not
right?
sure
And with
if they can win.
Blacklist has to keep that in check because when it gets to these lords in about under 2 minutes from here, they don't want to just give those up, right? The plan so far is, all right, we give those up, we farm up the best we can. A top lane again.
Oh, big final slash. Sensui gonna get the double man pin on the 2 members. Luke taking a couple shots to the face, gonna have to back off the worldie, bouncing between a boy and Beloyski.
Blacklist safe for today.
Surprisingly enough, that it felt like that final slash actually put Oheb in a better position to be able to go away. He was able to just slide tackle on out of there easily, a bit closer to the turret. I understood what Beloyski and Geek Fam were going for there, but it felt like in that scenario, that final slash just helped Oheb a little bit better.
Okay, so Renegade just picked up the Flask of the Oasis. So this will, in terms of, because we already saw the Necklace of Durance picked up, right? So how does this help out the healing situation here, Renmar?
Feels like if they
Well,
took
of course, that
Novaria
allows
or
International to just really pop the
even
opening of the
Valentina would
Estes,
have been
and then,
better.
Oh, they're closing in. Oheb taking off the map. A nice Netherrealm does come from Geek. They're going to get stunned up. A boy able to get away, though. Blacklist International move a member, and this is what Geek Fam's doing. Just find one, then one more. Blazing Duet does come in. Yue taking a little bit of damage.
There's Luke.
Niall looking for more. Luke on the backside with the bravest fighter.
Oh!
The penalty zone response from Edward. A nice final slash from Loyski. Luke able to get a stun. Renny J goes down. Blacklist International lose 2 members.
Geek just jumping into every single tower.
The healing coming out from that
They don't care.
Oasis, although it might take some time until we feel the full healing effect of that Estes, should be able to help with the initial burst of damage and crowd control that Geek Fam dish out. But again, sequence after sequence, we're seeing Geek Fam layering their ability so well, timing everything together, that even though Renegade gets a good timing with the use of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, then suddenly Geek Fam just overload the Estes and the heal of Blacklist.
Yeah, well, they actually want to fight this once again.
Feels
Now
like
that Lord is up,
Blacklist
they
can
wanna
take
join
this
the
with
fight.
Akai.
Still waiting. Once again, Yue doesn't have too much damage just yet on this core.
But I feel like they
He's got
should
the
reset
Talisman,
first.
He's got the Ice Queen wand. They're going to want to fight again.
Move on to Renegade
Since they
there.
broken off from the
Edward
team.
does drop the penalty zone. You brings out the Magic Gush. Netherrealm comes out from a boy. Luke taking a lot of damage. Oheb able to get the final shot. And now Edward pushing the engage.
It's a big fight for Blacklist.
Boy goes down. Sensui down. I mean, Beloyski down.
Premature
Geek Fam drop. Marky
engaged
Niall
by
now on
Luke
the
there.
defensive. Blacklist International
Costing his
with
life on the team.
with a nostalgic feeling of the last game. Turn things around.
What a great positioning choice there from Sensui to keep Marky at bay.
It's like he told Marky, I can spin better than you. We're both going to be spinning like tops. But the heavy spin, you saw what Geek Fam wanted to do. Set up Marky.
Feels
for
like a
big
miscommunication
blazing
there.
duet,
Luke
but it took
went
one
in
big panda and a
alone
heavy
and got
spin
melted.
to stop that.
Oh, again, it doesn't matter if the 3 turtles are giving up. Blacklist International, with their team fighting prowess, they're able to pull through, get this Lord, and now they're going to be in charge here. But we're going to take a quick breather from this game as things get situated. Once again, talking about how that team fight unfolded. You saw exactly how it happened, right? Things fell into place. They fell into a certain part of the jungle. It was a choke point, but with the covering of that Mystic Gush, focusing on Oboy, keeping Oboy back, the Netherrealm was worked through.
Let's
And
bless.
even when Marky
Let's give
came
some
in,
blessing
if
to
Sensui wasn't on that side to block
to
him
Luke.
out, that would have been
Come
so
on, Luke.
much damage
You can
being
do it.
spread across a
You can do it.
belittled lineup. They had half health. Maybe the heals were already done, and it was a struggle there. So once again, Sensui in the right place.
We gotta channel his
at the right
inner
time.
Stone Cold.
Yeah, so far we're going to be seeing a lot of highlights from Sensui, Renegade, but I really want to commend Yue here and his positioning and timing with that gourd, making the most out of the Mystic Gush, the projectile as well, making sure he's getting those stunts in. Dude, Yue right now is just absolutely shining on this gourd, and we really thought that he'd
would have
struggle
trouble.
here. He'd have a lot of trouble, but he's timing everything and standing in the right spots, and Blacklist are covering for him so well.
And as we get a little bit further, I'm pretty sure the next item he'd go is probably the glowing wand. You know, he's already got the Ice Queen, so next would typically be glowing. So as it gets further, you know, that's where it starts to provide a little more damage, of course. He is a little more utility, trying to get those stuns off right now, but it's eventually
I wonder if I
gets
bet.
to the point where
Yeah, I
he
bet
is pumping
on
out
5 games or
for
4
like 12
games.
big damn.
I mean, one of the important things to notice right here is
I think I bet
Beloyski
on
and Luke
4.
are heavily focused on the Renegade.
So if Blacklist
Almost
wins
every time
this,
they engage, they're trying to single
I'll
out
win every
Renegade,
bet
trying
that I
to get
bet
rid of
on.
that Estes, and then hopefully the rest of
Sounds
the team
good.
collapses. So that's one of the reasons why Yue has been able to just kind of sit there. He's not getting targeted that much. So what do? Do they switch it up? Do they go for Luke and try to get through the Blessing of the Moon Goddess? You know, they're kind of in a little bit of a conundrum here.
Yeah, it's not perfect standing for. Oh wait, no, it is a perfect standing for Yue right now. Wow. So if this continues on, suddenly
You bet
Geek
4?
is going to feel the problem of
Well, if Blacklist wins this, we get our XP.
And our beautiful fans here in the Sun Memorial Coliseum.
All the faces.
Sorry, I just needed to
Are they the ones that shout, Yue?
I think
Yue!
Yue!
I don't know if she's here in attendance today, but I think it's become
Okay,
a thing.
we're resuming.
It has been a thing.
I mean,
there
we
go,
got the
there we
call.
go.
Thank you once again. We're going to be jumping into the game. Lord going down the bottom side. That's Blacklist on the play here. Once again, Niall going to go ahead and stop it there.
We need to see BLCK land a super 4-man final slash. Put everybody out of position.
But right now with
Because
International able to make their moves
for
around the map, they're going to get some
Blacklist, their position in fights will be very key.
One thing to note
Whether
that,
they can
though,
survive
Blacklist International still
with
hasn't
the heal.
cracked into that mid lane at all. It is going to help GEEK Fam in some of these rotations. Look at Beloyski too, just hanging out on the backside. He's waiting for a moment. He's waiting for the team to say go.
Waiting for that 4-5-man final slash.
Yeah, a big one there.
Yeah, 4-5-man final slash from Arlot will change the entire team fight.
It might actually be a big
for
struggle
sure.
for Blacklist International. They will have Oheb, but then that applies so much pressure onto Edward and Sensui to make the most out of their abilities to create space, to buy time. So let's see if GEEK Fam can get the key target. Right now, it's Yue. Once Yue falls, it might be a little bit easier to actually take down the Bruno, to take down Oheb.
Yep, you can already see it too, as we were talking about. Yue on this gourd. He's getting the items he needs now to lead up into the damage meters. Already, I believe, completing that glowing one as he did, working on the next. So depending on how he decides to build those last two items, if it's the Holy Crystal, if it's Divine Glaive even to pump out a little more damage, to put the pressure on NetherRealm alone, will be troublesome for GEEK Fam. So they want to make a decisive action already early on, right? Lord, 30 seconds away or so here, so nothing too much happening. Beloyski, if he somehow, some way, gets a final slash.
Blacklist should set up a slow push on bot lane.
Lord, that is a huge advantage for that Lord.
If Tarista can set up a slow push, it'll be good.
Engage here. They know Yue's over by the mid side. Could be a time to get some skills out. Lord's going to be up in 15 seconds.
But Cloud is there to deny it.
Gold sitting at, I mean, an exact standstill. Never has this game.
Looks like a slow push is set up though.
So close.
Okay, Cloud is there to deny it again.
It could be up to anyone. Goes down again, similar to what happened in game number 2. One big play, one big moment.
Seems like
now
equal.
go for the Lord dance. We have to watch how
it's
the
equal in macro
waves are
sense.
managed. If anyone will decide to force out or push that topside minion wave, someone on the opposing team has to answer. Nile pushes forward, finds the information where Oheb is at. That's going to call for a quick little reset by Blacklist. Now that they actually have shown Oheb or have seen Oheb, Blacklist can clear up that lane because they're not like trying to hide or anything. So now they're just going to settle around the Lord again. Watch the minion wave management. That's the biggest story here, top side and middle.
This is one of the advantages as well, having a gourd. You can check the bushes with the projectiles, the injunctions, whichever way you want to have it. Conceal play going to come from GEEK Fam.
Oh, that's big. Niall going for Bruno. Bruno is at the back alone.
Maybe get out of Blessed of the Moon Goddess. There it is. Penalty zone. The heavy spin. Niall and Luke in a little bit of trouble here, but Sensui going to kind of push them the wrong way. Beloyski looking for the re-engage. Gets a final slash into the backside. Mark with a blazing duet. Logging on to 4 members. Going to get knocked up.
Not enough.
Forced to back off. Bloy taking a stun. A shot. A ball to the face, and he's down. GEEK Fam still trying to come back up. Boy will be up in about 3 seconds.
Seems like GEEK Fam doesn't have enough damage.
Not too high. Lord still on the field. We're going back and forth.
Back and forth, but right now, Blacklist International in control of this Lord. They should be able to make quick work. Beloyski and Luke waiting patiently, though.
Oh, Maki goes out. Niall stuck in mid.
Oheb finds Beloyski.
Luke doing his best.
Something, but not today. You will not survive. Oheb finds a kill, and the Lord goes down. It's a 3-for-0 trade. Blacklist taking it all.
It feels like a recurring nightmare for Beloyski and Marky and the rest of GEEK Fam. Ube, an Estes, a mid lane they can't catch, a Filipino sniper with hella damage, and a Blacklist knocking at the door of their base, about to eliminate the miracle of Indonesia.
All right.
Seems like a very early heavy spin.
Edward able to take him out. Blacklist decide not to go for it because Marky and Beloyski are back up.
They still have the
Blacklist
Lord.
Don't want to end it just yet. Lord.
Maybe if Maybe if he saved the early spin a bit later, they could have ended. But it's okay, they have block pushing anyway.
They keep things under control. They have to get ready though for this defense.
I guess they play it safe.
Not over yet. Quick item check. Dreadnought already built up by that Baksha, the damage, Holy Crystal for that Faramis. I'd like to see a Divine Glaive rushed already onto there. It's Bloodlust Axe, actually, Radiant Armor, Dom Eyes, and the Fury Hammer for that Lapu Lapu. 5,000, close enough for a turnaround. But again, can they get to Yue? They can't reach him right now, can Geek Fam. And that Gord is the problem. Can they find
BLCK is stuck.
Edward uses a penalty zone, does not connect onto anybody there.
Okay, he gets up.
Does have time to try to get another one on Marky. Will be able to melt down this Lord and Blacklist. Walk away.
They're happy with the 2 turrets in the base.
Doesn't feel like Blacklist played the macro
that one on the
good
bottom side
though.
for Geek Fam, but Blacklist getting in position, making their way with the next wave.
They did not use that lot
pushing in
to the full
We
potential.
could possibly see another force and interaction from Blacklist. Geek Fam, once again, everything available. They have to be ready. Immortality's also going to be online here.
They're making their way downtown, walking fast as Blacklist.
Boy does take a stun. Nile trying to make his way around the map.
Oh, BLCK! Do they have enough damage, Geek? That's good. Does Geek have enough damage? Oh, Oheb goes down. That's a lot of damage gone.
Geek Fam coming out for the defense. But wait, Beloyski in trouble, gets another final slash. Can he dash away? He's buying time for his team though. Blacklist are hungry. 3 down, 1 down as well for Blacklist. A boy and Nile all alone against 4. Blacklist International know what's on the line here. Geek Fam as well. A few cannon minions.
Do they have enough damage?
But 20 seconds until the rest of the team is there. Blacklist International trying to get the finish. Edward able to make
Seems like the answer is yes.
Nile. But another wave of minions is coming down the backside. Geek Fam does have the defense. Blacklist trying to close.
Oh my god.
A dynasty may continue today. Blacklist International make it forward.
That was pretty close.
The stadium erupts as Blacklist International continues on for the M5, taking out Geek Fam.
The clock strikes midnight on the Cinderella story of Geek Fam. A tale as old as time. Another
GG Blacklist.
broken Blacklist remains standing.
They proceed
Give it up.
to the lower bracket finals.
Blacklist International showing why they are who they are. A young roster, new faces, but it doesn't change that the org is one of the strongest in the world.
After Niall comes back,
there.
they lost the game.
Sportsmanship between the 2 teams, well fought from Geek Fam. An amazing performance nonetheless. But at this point,
So maybe they need Marky as
someone has
jungler.
to go home. Let's go ahead, throw it over to our hosts on stage with our teams.
Wow!
Blacklist International is now sharing a few words with Geek Fam.
But
Geek Fam,
what a comeback para sa ating Blacklist International. There right now we have our Geek Fam from Indonesia. Palakpakan naman natin ang Geek Fam.
everybody give him a big round of applause.
Baloy looks very disappointed.
Geek Fam, ikaw na lang Baloyski. What would you like to say to all your supporters and everybody watching from Indonesia? What else can we expect from you next year?
Buat geek community, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita. And to all the fans here supporting us, the Blacklist fans, thank you guys. And to my family, sorry I didn't give the win, but I love you guys. Sorry, we will try harder next time.
Maraming salamat po sa nanood sa amin, sa pamilya ko, tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Salamat po. Pasensya na. Babawi kami next season. Mas gagalingan namin.
Stone Cold Luke Austin.
Sorry for GEEK community and thank you. Thank you for the support and sorry for everything.
Thank you for the support. We will come back to Stronger.
And I just want to say for the GEEK fans out there, there are no losses, only lessons. Congratulations to GEEK fam for making it all the way to this point. Palakpakan natin ang GEEK fam.
We hope to see you stronger next year. GEEK fam, you may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here.
Congratulations.
And now,
Feels back, man.
let's welcome on stage the winner of this match, Blacklist International.
What a comeback! Wow! Down 0-1. 3 straight para sa Blacklist International. Huwag kayong mahiya, huwag kayong mahiya. Nanalo kayo, nanalo kayo. Yui, unahin na kita. Yui, unahin na kita. Yui, come on. Yui, what can you say about those 3 straight wins? What were the adjustments made starting game 2 at tumuloy-tuloy kayo?
Siguro yung paglalaro namin sa early to late game. Kung paano namin laruin yung laro namin.
Kita mo naman yung adjustment. How about anyone else? Sige, ano tayo? Anyone else? Can you talk about the adjustments that were made after the first match, which really shifted the momentum towards you guys? Yung anong adjustments na ginawa ninyo after game 1 or match number 1, kaya nag-shift yung momentum papunta sa inyo?
Siguro po nung di namin po sinabayan yung aggressiveness po nila inantay lang po namin yung mga power spike na mga hero namin.
They didn't go up against the aggression of their opponent. Instead, they're waiting for the right moment for the power spikes. And that's what Blacklist International do. Now, Rana J, your family is here, your parents are here, Dougie and H2 are here. You can see him waving at you. He actually elbowed H2 right there. You saw Dougie earlier, he got really emotional. In fact, your journey throughout MLBB is such an emotional experience. Now, you get to move on the next round. What can you say, Rana J?
Boss D, next time wag kang iiyak. Naiiyak din ako, mawawala ako sa laro niyan.
He's saying, Dougie, next time don't cry because he's gonna cry and he's gonna lose his mind in the game.
Sobrang thankful po kami lahat ngayon kasi simula nung pinaghirapan namin since MPL, lahat po worth it siya kasi unti-unti namin nakukuha yung namin, pangarap namin, malapit na kami and konti na lang. Yan.
Next is Joe's Vote versus
it's all worth it. And their dream is getting closer,
which is probably a very good match as well.
Oheb, ikaw naman, pwede nating tanongin. How do you stay composed? How do you stay composed after ng matches? You had to win that second match na importante para makuha niya yung momentum. How do you stay composed? And ano yung pinagsamahan niya? What does it mean to all of you na you go together and then lalaban kayo hanggang dulo?
Mindset lang namin every game, parang every game kasi mindset namin game 1 lahat ng games. Reset lang. Parang game 1 lang ulit kahit matalo, manalo. Game 1 lang ulit next game. Reset kada game, mangyari, manalo, matalo, reset lang talaga. Dun siguro kami nakakabawi.
So they treat every game, they don't look at the scoreboard, they treat every game the same way. They start it the same way, and obviously, what a win.
Ito naman, baby brother Edward, hiding at the back.
Nakatago.
Edward!
What's that indoor stadium?
Edward! You have a lot of supporters here. Let's invite them to support you for your next match. And what do you want to say to everybody?
Ayun. Maraming salamat sa pumunta kayan, guys. Bukas ulit, note kayo. Tsaka ano, shoutout nga pala sa tropa ko. Nasaan yung mga tropa ko dyan? Galing kasi ng Bataan eh.
You have a lot of friends.
Ayun! Shoutout sa inyo.
He's saying this is all for his friends over there, thanking everybody who's supporting them, and come watch them again next time. All right, everybody, one more time, give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna throw it over to our casters. Casters, pasok.
An emotional series. Congratulations to Blacklist International. Their journey continues. As for Geek Fam, GG well played.
Let's take a look at the analysis.
Seeing you bounce back stronger than ever.
It's so amazing that Blacklist International were able to adapt and then completely take over the series. Game number 1, that dominant victory. Usually after a game like that, teams tend to take the slow route, right? Maybe they'll get better in game number 2 and then game number 3, then we'll see this level. But no, it clicked after game number 1, instantly to game number 2. Despite a few mistakes that they were able, Geek Fam were able to capitalize against Blacklist International, especially that 7-minute lane swap. It didn't really matter. Blacklist team fighting prowess shined through.
We will see more of that in detail later on through the highlights. Something to note that was actually made real via that interview was the fact that Blacklist International adjustment after game 1 was something that rang true and was made more efficient and effective because of the fact that they looked at each game as another game 1. It's just one game after another, and all the learnings from the previous one just made all the more sense. With that said, let's give out our MVP. The nod goes to none other than Blacklist's very own Renegade, the Hitman, of course. A marquee performance coming in, repping the Blacklist International hero. Their skin from M3 is the Estes. He showed us one from the groups. Now, what do you like better, this performance or the last?
This one for sure, because this was truly the Hitman's Estes, right? When we look at the Estes, especially for Blacklist International, we remember the Queen. But he truly has made this pick his own as well. That flicker, that risky gameplay on the Estes, utilizing the blessing of the Moon Goddess all the way to the end. It is as Hitman as it gets, Leo, and we're definitely gonna see it all played in again for this highlight.
Yep, something to note, if you're loving the play style, the flicker, here's that that moment, that failed lane swap, as we would like to say. I like the quantum charge. I like how it keeps him on his toes, and it allows him to actually reposition, get the heals to where Blacklist needs it.
And you can definitely see it from time to time again. That flicker really paid dividends towards Blacklist International. Renegade doesn't need the Purify. The Purify needs him. He's the man who's always positioning on point. And it's exactly as you mentioned in game number 3, I believe, Leo. He's got the mind of a hitman on a healer.
That's right. He's able to protect where it's needed, and he can sniff out these flanks. There was a moment here, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't forget to drink enough water.
Flank later.
I'm gonna wait for my to remove my 3 poisoners before I drink,
finally, but even with
which is probably another half an hour.
Renegade's positioning, because of how Renegade is able to keep everyone topped up, Baloyski's hero play was made null. Baloyski's hero play, as amazing as it was, Blacklist was able to clap back and overload the base. Finish at under 18 minutes. Something to note, Renegade decided to go flicker. It was scary, to be honest, because I'm thinking, Geek Fam super aggressive. No Purify, but he made it work because of, again, the mind of a hitman.
And even to add more
the mind
to
of
the
a
mind
hitman.
of a hitman, he was the guy who actually assassinated Marky in towards that end, right? With the passive hit, Leo, he was able to find that final kill onto Marky, and that literally just was the nail in the coffin for Geek Fam. They were not able to defend from that. And now we're going to take a look at the emblems here. Anything that piques your interest, Leo?
Something that I'm looking at is, dare I say, he might be the star player for any Lapu-Lapu in M5, Luke. This is the emblem set. Again, the penetration, the spell vamp. He's been doing this all series long, and it's given Oheb and Yue a tough time, but the fact that Renegade is there makes it all the more worth it. Yue was another key player for Blacklist, and as soon as they found him, it all crumbled, except for when Sensui was able to help them disengage.
And this is where I have to give props again to the Hitman himself to go for agility and the Wilderness Blessing here on top of the QC. It gives him so much more maneuverability, and this is where we really get to understand why the Wilderness Blessing is so important to Blacklist International, a team who runs on neutral objective team fights.
SYS on the quantum charge.
Control, which
very
differs
interesting
from the old Blacklist, right? Usually, you expect them to go for turtles, take the snowball route. This Blacklist can come back with one big team fight, and it's all facilitated through the maneuverability. They're able to force decisive initiations, but also fall back
if Luke
when it
is
matters most.
so-called Luke Austin, then Renegade is
not winning
the Hitman heart.
Because again, if you'll notice, the first 9 minutes, it was all GEEK fam. They were sitting at 4-0 with a solid gold lead. But this Blacklist, again, from Game 2 onward, still they finished in Game 4, they were looking at the economy. They were masters of economy. Not only are they able to force out longer games against GEEK fam, who, if GEEK fam had their way, they would be done in 10 minutes. Blacks International are able to hold it down, pace themselves, and then build up to these items. These items that you put on Oheb, that you put on Yue, are key to stopping this super aggressive lineup.
And there was a moment as well where Sensui just used a heavy spin to stop Marky from getting to the Prio members, and that is literally what Leo was just saying, right? The fact that Blacklist International here, they lost in the early game, and all 3 of the games that they actually won in the sweep, technically, it didn't really matter because they were able to always come back from it in these team fights. The ADP in combination with their phenomenal team fighting skills gave them the best route possible to beat a team like GEEK fam.
Yep, looking at our carry here, of course, a boy. If you're looking at a lineup that's always going Ube as early as possible, you can expect those Burst Bursters to deal damage. And then from there, you have the rich guy on Oheb. As soon as Blacks International took control, they're able to just keep putting farm on this Bruno, and the rest is history, man. Look at this. Teamfight participation, because of that patch that recently counted heals as KP, Renegade was there all the way.
139,000 total healing coming in from Renegade. This goes to show you that not only is it a big number, obviously, but he was free in almost every single one of these team fights. That's why he's able to dish out so much healing for the rest of the team to sustain back up for the team to look for that win. It was super
Masterful
risky
ST
that they
play
went for a Gord and a Bruno. Didn't matter though, as long as you have someone in the back constantly babysitting you and giving you the right amount of sustain, a risky comp turns to a very safe comp.
Yep, it's a glass cannon comp, because look, there's only an asterisk amount of peel. Check it out, Edward is your only real frontliner given the BOS, the body of Smith. But that aside, everyone else is a softie. So with that, you have your glass cannons in the Gord and the Bruno. You wrap it in a nice bubble wrap that is the Estes. So that's what made this lineup work.
I think you just nailed it there. The bubble wrap, everything. It was just perfect for the side of Blacklist International for this draft especially. We were thinking about the final pick being maybe, oh, the Diggy could work here, but we completely
seems like Luke
forgot
didn't
the
do enough
signature
damage
Blacklist pick.
this
Estes
game.
turned out to be the best pick they could look for in that moment. Not
That's why they
only
were
for
lacking
the
the
game,
damage.
but for
Maybe
the
he
fans
couldn't
as well.
he couldn't
And
catch
not
up
mention
to
one more bit about
the
lineup.
speed
they
of
stayed true to
Blacklist
their
retreat.
identity. It's a dive on dive, front to front. And you saw that it worked in the early game, but as soon as Blacklist got a stronghold, a grip onto the situation, there was nowhere to go, even if Baloyski was able to find that flank multiple
It was the
times.
standard,
The off angles, the off tempo.
the standard Blacklist
countered
disengage,
by what
engage,
stayed true,
re-engage
the pillar
strategy.
for Blacklist International. There was a lot of chaos, but in the end, order was found by Blacklist, and that's what literally happened in the game. And I feel like, again, that's what makes Blacklist really, really scary. The fact that they can lose out on these early game skirmishes, give out neutral objectives, and even sometimes make very big mistakes in the laning phase. If they can all count on that team fighting, and if it gets them wins, then it's a W.
You can change the names, you can change the positions, you can change the metagame, but the Ube stands strong. Whoever Blacks International faces in their journey throughout the lower bracket has to watch this series very closely. And who that is will be decided in the next match. I can't wait. Another elimination. Mirko, it's bittersweet, but
I would love to
expecting that
see
one to go all the way.
Blackdays versus Todak
See you soon. There's no other way
because
for
I
it
think
to go
Todak can
than
do
all
well
the way,
against
Leo. Let's
Blackdays
be honest here. We want
because
to
of their
see you
split
soon.
push
We want to see Deus Volt. We want to
strategies.
see them bring pride to their
I
nations,
feel like
their
GEEK Fam
regions.
didn't
They've worked so hard to get here.
work
but
on
only
split push
one
enough.
can prevail. Only one can go to the next stage of the knockouts.
With that said, we're going to have to call it a close here for this best of 5. Again, the journey ends for one of the 2 Indonesian representatives here in M5. The miracle of Indonesia, the ultimate underdogs, the Cinderella run came at the end via the hands of the multi-time grand finalists in Blacks International. On behalf of everyone at the desk from all over the world,
Jadi
and
impact
my partner here,
MSC
Mirko, my name
Todak
is
versus
Leo
Black.
at your service. You're watching the M5 World Championships. We'll be
I
right
forgot
back.
about that. Okay, let's set up my tablet. I remember M3 when I think it was Chiku that went for the back door. One sec, let me set everything up. Let me set everything up.
You need a new spirit animal. Faster, stronger.
Okay, the stream is back. Somehow my OBS went down and the stream got disconnected.
Do whatever it takes. For love.
Why suddenly magic chess? I recently got addicted to magic chess. Probably gonna lose this round. Okay. Let's put someone up here. Something like that. Let's take this and even if I sell all this, probably wouldn't get 10 gold. think that I won here.
Faster, stronger.
Is free.
I am the constellation of fear.
Oh, crap. Put the wrong thing. Why always lag in the MRT too?
Nothing to fear. Clinical trial was made for destruction.
Got a bad start. What do I take? Let's take this.
The weak crumble beneath my strength.
Kind of one Martyrs though.
Time to beat them up, Koopa! For the glory of my ancestors. Aiming my spears at you.
Oh crap. Yeah, so whatever.
I am the constellation of fear.
Let's put it here. The idea is swordsman with guardian and astro power.
I was born for the art of sword.
The Zaz is kinda just a stand-in for now. Just to get to the later stages.
Faster, stronger. You got a fluffy friend in me.
Cool.
Don't go away! Our game isn't over! I'll be the beacon that guides Necrokeep through the dark. Don't go away! Our game isn't over!
Do whatever it takes.
Want to join but you're kinda high rank. It's fine. It's fine. Sounds good. Karina. I do one Karina. Should I swap? Vex. Maybe?
I'll show you what.
There's no farther for us to fall.
I was made for destruction.
What the hell? Why am I not getting what I want? What the heck? That guy already has 3 5-star heroes. That's rubbish. At least we got rid of the Freya. Double survival.
Nothing to brag about.
Need to rebuild this team, but I can't yet.
Tear them to shreds.
Maybe I put Karina.
Let's get moving. Uh-oh. I'm running out of pranks to play.
Oh, Vexana almost got her Carmen out.
I'm in charge here.
Nothing to brag about.
I'm dying. Maybe I should have got this Hellcut's Curse.
Need a helping hand? The guy's on the way.
I'm really not getting what I want.
I'm getting my hands dirty.
Oh, the lucky guy. He's a lucky guy.
Hide my route.
we kill him? Nah, not a chance. Not a chance. Oh crap, did I sell quick enough? What am I doing?
Here is worthy. You've got a fluffy friend in me.
Okay.
I am the front line. I'll show you what fighting really is. Force lock. Force lock.
Let's change out.
Prove that you are worthy of my trust. I am the constellation of fear. Defend free.
I'm almost dead. Almost dead.
Taste the flame.
Okay. Let's change out.
No place for dark forces on my stage.
Love others as love yourself.
Let's have a drill. Got a fluffy friend in me.
Need a helping hand? A guy's on the way.
Nothing can stop us.
Feel my wrath.
Don't move, don't move. I'm aiming my spears at you.
Did that put him? Okay, I'm dead.
The more your fear grows, the smaller you become.
Should I have played this lineup?
Round.
I'm last. I haven't been last before. This is the first time I'm last. Probably because I started the game when I was trying to fix the OBS. But anyway, I'll be right back because I need to remove my teeth whitener.
A life to spend with the sword.
Come on. Let me re-invite. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Just make custom magic chests. Okay. I'm back.
A life to spend with the sword.
Anyone else interested? Hi Ichiro, long time no see. I'ma watch and taste this moisturizer on my face. Cool. What flavor moisturizer are you using? Flavor with the quotation marks.
You can't run from my arrow.
Let's take away stuff from people then.
Don't worry, Saber Squad is on call.
Care to know a recipe for death?
You've got a fluffy friend in me. If you need a new spirit animal.
Wow, so many people want Smarties. Okay.
Ready for next command.
Faster. Stronger.
Purify would be good.
A real fighter never runs.
Nothing to brag about.
I'm getting destroyed, man.
Nothing to brag about.
No risk, bro.
Must not go too far away from the others.
One shot, one kill.
Wow, so many people taking Angela. Let's take them away. Oh, I haven't even got my first. Alright, let's leave it to. So many flickers. Look at them, 2 stars.
Nothing to brag about.
Maybe I should have sold some stuff.
Faster. Stronger.
Definitely taking these Atlas. With Marquis as well.
Feel my wrath. I can't see through the ocean, nor your desire.
Good.
Say no to a panda.
Yes, I'm gonna Hyper Freya. Looks obvious, right?
I must not go too far away from the others.
Oh. Only problem is that so many of you are doing the same thing. Winter Treacher or Roger? Let's take away the archives then. Yes. So many of you are going Rafaela. Gotta steal them away. I might have to sell this. Oh no, looks like I'm gonna lose. Sell this and this. Oh no, I didn't get the interest. Gotta take this away.
stronger.
Sucks, man. This lineup.
What can I do to ease your pain?
Radar, follow me.
Chicken wings!
Can I beat this one more? Okay. There's my answer.
No place for dark forces on my stage.
Okay.
Time to teach you guys a lesson. A real fighter never runs.
The more your fear grows, the smaller you become.
Take out Akai to Martis. Actually, no. Actually, yes.
I'll show you what
True.
fighting really is.
Although my Akai is 2-star though. That Martis is gonna die like 2 seconds. Maybe that's a wrong move there.
Nothing to brag. Say no to a panda.
That's a wrong move. How the heck are you guys getting all these 2 stars?
Gotta teach you some rules, cubs.
Faster, stronger.
A real fighter never runs.
You need level 7 to get Freya. Yep. I'm trying to get level 7. Trying my best. I need a freaking Aurora. ASAP.
Nothing to brag about.
I forgot if I already had this. But okay.
Be mighty, be righteous.
Who else is taking the freaking Freya? Looks like Wolf is stocking up on Freya. How the hell he's He got 2 Freyas when I'm trying to main Freya and I only got 1. The heck? What is this rubbish? I'm gonna sell this archive.
As long as my mind is free.
What the heck?
Freedom at hand.
No Freya.
The dawn will finally come.
Don't even have Aurora. Oh god, finally. Wow, thank you. Thank you for this. What the heck is all this rubbish? Oh.
Beta, initiate target scan. Feel my rock.
Wait, actually,
I can't hold it back anymore.
wait, did I put? Oh crap. Might have won that actually, but items were wrong guys.
Ready for next command.
Can we survive 2 more rounds?
Nothing to brag. Saber Squad is on call.
Finally a win.
We'll do better next time. The dawn will finally come.
Bring Feel the surge of the oceans. The ocean is not just our home. It is who we are.
Should I go there? Maybe like that. I really need the Aurora so bad. What the heck is this 3-star Masha doing here?
Nothing to brag about.
Oh yes! Thank you.
Want some ice?
Thank you. Goddamn elementalists.
Hey, not bad.
Elementalist is so OP.
Round.
Elementalist plus Saber. The fact that he got low E on the first shot, I already know he's going Elementalist. That's why I didn't want to go Elementalist. But the fact that I didn't get Freya until so late was also another thing.
Where does my resolve come from? Being a father, for one.
Okay, we're back to the
for Cambodia so far. And any predictions that you have for this game against DS Volt?
I think my prediction is 3-1, and in favor of us, of course.
Of course, I'm talking to you. Good luck, MP the King. Thank you so much for your time. Let's head back to our casters.
Popo G, that's your man. He was MP the King. Why would you say he's the man?
As you just said before, he's part Philippine, but now he's part Cambodian. So as we all have to agree, any team that got Philippine player, they're for sure gonna win.
Miracle?
I mean,
But
so far that's true, right? Blacklist just made it against Geek Fam. They have more Filipinos.
Just by numbers.
By numbers, it's 5 against 2, right? So, well, maybe 5 against 3. You never know who the shadow analyst really is, right?
Triggered.
Do you know?
No, who
you
is
know?
Who is he?
Does CU soon have a shadow analyst, bro?
I don't think so.
No, they don't, Meal.
Well,
They just have
here's a
Cat
team
God.
that I know for sure has a Filipino coach. It's DEVU representing the EECA. Here's a talk with Kid Bomba.
Bomba! Come with me before you enter the match. Hi guys, we're here at the Hall of Greatness and I'm with Kid Bomba of DEVU. I'm your very own Odin and let's have some few words from you before you go into the match. Kid Bomba, how does this game mean to you? You are in the elimination match against See You Soon.
Means a lot for us. I'm hoping we can close it out pretty quickly. We respect See You Soon. They're a very formidable opponent. But I think we're ready to have a good match versus them.
Wow, he's ready. How ready are you? How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great. I really hope that we can. I really hope that we can win since it's a lower bracket. We don't have another chance, and we're super ready. It's like I already said, it's our last chance. Now we have to show everything that we've got.
Yeah, it's the last chance, but although you've gained a lot of fans here in the Philippines. Coming off from a loss against Onyx from the last match, what can we expect from you against your match against Yisu?
For sure more discipline and also just better timings, I guess.
Okay, we can't wait any longer, Kid Bomba. Last word, any prediction for this game? How long is this gonna take?
For us, against See You Soon, no prediction, just let's see.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba. We're excited to see what you can offer in the Land of Dawn. This is your very own Odin. Back to you guys.
Always a pleasure to hear from Kid Bomba. On your screens right now, this is the ROG ping test by DEVU. In case you didn't know, ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit. It also comes with a spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 milliamp hour battery life to power through your gaming needs. Check out DEVU as they go ahead and swipe away at their ROG Phone 6s. As you can see now, Popo G, you've seen them in the group stage, you've seen them in the knockouts. What does DEVU do? What are they good at?
I think they are good in everything that they do, but for now, I think Kid Bomba is making the teams very, very strong. But because for M3 and 4, we know it's that other guy that's always dancing and everything. But now for M5, it's Kid Bomba himself.
There's always got to be a Bombanatic on the stage, right? There's always got to be someone that steps across and gets everybody's heart's attention. Wait, what are you, Popoji? No, that is a sign officially to join the Bombanatics. You're a See You Soon fan, man.
Actually, I don't saw anything that say that I have to be any
Look, Bombanatics. He's trying to trick you, man. He's trying to make you a Bombanatic.
But you have to understand one more thing.
Okay.
In Malaysia, we got a curse that any KOL, talent that sign or support any other team, that particular team will for sure 99.99999% lose.
So do we do it? Okay,
I have to sign.
He's getting rid of it. I'm so sorry, man. I fumbled your plan. I'm so sorry, Papa G. But do you have a prediction curse like LaFell?
No.
No.
For that part, I don't have.
Okay, so he doesn't, Leo. He can't control the odds anymore. I took it away from him.
But what the KOL, the talent, the sign or cheer, the team will for sure lose.
All right. You're cheering for See You Soon.
I'm cheering for See You Soon, but in my heart, please, DEVU, please lose.
Okay.
There you go. We'll give it back, and we'll let the athletes, we'll let the teams do their thing because they are coming from
don't play seriously, please.
Emerging regions. You're looking at DEVU again from the ECA. It's been told multiple times throughout the knockouts in the group stage that they are a region that needs a little bit more exposure. Compare that to Cambodia, MPLKH, they've been running for a few seasons now.
Correct.
So what kind of X factor do these two bring as they're trying to put the regions on the map?
Now, for me, I don't want to think more about DEVU. For me right now, See You Soon. Deep down inside, See You Soon. Gonna slay them.
That's it, Leo. That's it. He's a man of simple and little words, man. All he needs to do is that. See You Soon are going to slay DEVU.
Just faith. And just a belief.
But at the meantime, DEVU, please don't try too hard because this is the first time ever Cambodian team is at this kind of stage.
You're right.
Please.
You're right, because look, here's the history of these two regions, these countries being represented now. Burnex Flash, See you soon in M3. Impunity, impunity. These are years back. Compare that to the very few performances and appearances by the ECA. Deus Vult, DEVU, now in M3.
Right, but now right now they are top 6 team at the top. This is like a dream come true. It's like a Cinderella story for See You Soon. But believe me, right now in Cambodia itself, all the people are cheering and also praying to the God. Please See You Soon win.
And we've seen that, Leo, right? The support that the Cambodians give to their team, it's explosive, it's amazing. We saw that from Burnix Flash in MSC.
Right.
And man, you could really feel that home crowd turf gave them a big buff. But now, technically, do they have a bit of a home crowd advantage as well? They have 2 Filipinos.
Yeah,
right?
MP the King and Kusei. Talk to us about how those Filipinos have been working to make See You Soon successful. Because look, hail to the King. He's not just the man, he's the King.
As for now, there's no word to describe MP the King. But for his teammate, Kom Chai ជាមួយពួកនេះយើងនេះពួកខ្មែរថាទៅអានេះគេទៅលេងឲ្យឈ្នះឲ្យឈ្មោះខ្មែរនេះទឹកអស់ស្រកនៅយ៉ាងនៅហ្វីលីពីននៅខ្មែរដឹងទីមខ្មែរនេះ the very #1 strong team.
All right, Popo, you got a little intimate with the Khmer viewers all around the world. Again, no words except for that.
Yes, but if for some reason they are losing this game, no worries. I will rooting for the Volt.
Okay.
Just change the team.
So
it's so simple.
So you just swap the teams.
Just swap
it's
the team.
as easy as that. And then, okay, let's say, right, See You Soon loses, and then you move to DEVU.
Yes.
DEVU loses to Blacklist, and then
I'm gonna support whoever gonna win the M5.
Okay, so he's gonna support Onyx, right?
Excuse me?
You heard me right.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. MP the King here. Quick glance at his stats shows that he is better than the average jungler, and the average jungler isn't competing at M5. The average jungler is not a player under See You Soon pushing the advantage. I don't know if you gentlemen would agree with me. See You Soon, one of the most aggressive, one of the fastest teams in all of M5 so far.
I think so. I mean, looking at the way that they've been playing, right, with the Angela mid as well, they're one of the teams who actually go for utility mid laners instead of utility roamers. The fact of the matter is, for the most part, when you see a Matilda, when you see an Angela especially, you put it in the roam position, but they want to utilize boxy, super aggressive gameplay on top of MP's very aggressive as well playstyle. On assassins, on fighters, if they snowball, it's not going to be a snowball, it's going to be a death ball.
Oh my god, that's a bit harsh to say like that, but losers is gonna accept the fate they're gonna lose the game.
That's right. And for DEVU, you got Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover, and of course Carvey carving their way throughout victory, no matter how long it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and watch this video before we get into the series. It's a video that talks about family.
На связи Алекс Бомба, немного родной зимы вам в ленту, ребят. И мало кто знает, я из будущего, и DEVU уже победили, потому что мы нереально вас поддерживаем, спамим пятюни в чат, и, конечно же, щиты за Deus Vult. Су!
Hello, my name is Destroyer from ECA region. I would like to tell some support words to the Deus Vult. Guys, you already impressed our region. You made a lot of efforts to go where you are, and we trust in you. We trust in you, and we believe that you can go even further. So, you are the best.
When you successfully made it to playoff, you have gifted our region a small miracle. Right now, we do not expect wonders. We expect to see your inspiring, high-level play in this series again. We now clearly see you are much stronger. So do it and get another record for our region.
We are very proud that DEVU climbed so high in M5, and I hope you will make it to the top. CIS region supports you. I see it everywhere, on YouTube comments, in Telegram, and everyone wishes you good luck. Go DEVU, show your best, and make an epic comeback from the lower bracket.
DEVU упали в нижнюю сетку, им действительно нужна поддержка нашего региона, поэтому мы вас верим. Вот, вы город нашего региона, и вы очень достойно выступаете. Вот.
Everyone, we support Team Deus Vult. We believe in the guys and we will not stop believing regardless from the result. So
Всем здорово! Хочу от всей души поддержать наших пацанов из DEVU. Вы лучшие, вы гордость региона. Рвите, побеждайте, забирайте топ-1 и торжественное «Си!».
Guys, there are no adjectives to describe the scale of your success. You made a literally powerful comeback to the international stage, and it has always been an honor to cast your games on the M-Series tournaments. The whole EECA region is proud of you. You have already proved us a lot. But now, prove yourself that you are better than great. Now, Magister, Sunset, Sava, Carvi, Kid Bomba, Fly Solo. This message is for you. Долби, comrades! Good luck! And show us a good fight.
DEVU, ваш регион вас очень сильно поддерживает и верит, что у вас все получится. По вашей игре видно, что вы очень сильно спрогрессировали и достойны победить в этом турнире. А мы вас будем поддерживать и дальше.
Здорово, челики! Знаете, проиграть Оникам это совершенно не стыдно. Надеюсь, вы за это время набрались опыта, поиграли с сильными противниками, займете минимум 3-е место, потому что мы в вас верим. 2-е место было бы классно, а 1-е место было бы вообще идеально. Успехов вам!
Alright, Popoji, it looks like there's a lot of friends and family rooting for DEVU there.
But it's alright. Family is supposed to support their families. But it's alright. Then it's alright. For now, I'm gonna 50% support for DEVU and 50% for see you soon.
So by the logic of the curse, it'll come down to their skills.
It's as if the athletes are the ones competing.
No, it's not gonna depend on the skills.
Okay.
It's gonna depend on whoever doing the mistake, they're gonna lose.
Oh, okay. So it depends on the mistakes, Leo.
That makes sense. All right, we're going to throw it over to our casters from all around the world. They'll be taking care of y'all and bringing you through this best of 5. Expect a lot of action here in DEVU versus See You Soon. Be better than great.
And that we will. Thank you so much, guys, over there on the panel. Now, once again, the family support is real for these teams. It's very important here for this matchup alone. It is another crucial matchup. One team will be going home. Again, I'm Nice, joined here on the desk with Trex, Renmar, and wow, you're in a different suit, man.
What? I don't know. I've been wearing this all day. What have you guys been talking about?
Well, regardless, you look great. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. This is real, yeah. I'm feeling great. And honestly, I felt like that video of the families, especially from Deus Volt, and of course, Popoji and his support for See You Soon, really warmed my heart, man, during a cold night here in Manila.
I didn't know there were cold nights in Manila.
It's pretty cold outside, guys.
Okay, well,
I'm feeling good as well.
Do you feel cold?
I do
you're
not
from
feel
Florida.
cold. Yeah, sure, it's freezing.
But warm you up. Warm you up real nice. There you go.
You've got Renmar.
Me and Renmar have been hanging out a lot, so he keeps me warm.
That's good, right?
Body heat.
Before we talk about this heated matchup, we do, of course, have to thank our sponsors once again. M5, the World Championship would not be possible without them. Moonton, it is presented also by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming partner, Grab, the official Super App partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you guys to all our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without them.
And a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Yeah, I've been seeing the clips and the videos about Kadia. I can't wait to go there one of these days. It's going to be great.
Yeah, again, it's a mega, or giga, sorry.
Giga,
even
yeah. Whoa,
Not just mega, it's giga.
Giga city that we can't wait to see. We've seen glimpses of it, so who knows if we end up there in the future once again. But the matchup here once again, Deus Volt versus See You Soon. Which team will move on? Which team will unfortunately have to stop their M5 journey? But before all that, we have to, of course, welcome out our marshals to go ahead and officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals, of course, doing an amazing job making their way to the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the game. They're probably behind us. There they are, coming through once again. You guys have done an amazing job up to this point, still on it. These four guys keeping things together, the integrity of the game, the fairness. Rain, Wilbert, Ivan, Shun, thank you very much.
I think at this point you can call him Shun!
Shun! Speaking of, let's go ahead and welcome, knocked down by the Sky Kings, the Dark Horses return to continue their run. Let's make some noise for Deus Vult.
So, Deus Vult hold a special place in my heart personally. I'm a fan of the underdog regions, the Dark Horses, AKA the Dark Knights. I gotta give it up for these guys.
And now across from them, backed by the momentum from finishing off the Ghouls, the Tireless Owls continue to fight from the lower bracket. They are See You Soon.
Sue versus See You Soon. The dream of an entire country against the dream of an entire region. The Cambodians have been making a name themselves all throughout this calendar year. Can they pull off another victory for the proud kingdom?
And of course, to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and their analysts. For DEVU, it's Coach Fly Solo, Worono WM, and also for See You Soon, Coach Cat God. As both teams get prepped and ready, fist bumps all around. Can't wait to see what unfolds here.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna have another team going home, but another team moving forward. I feel like there's such a storyline for these two teams. This is the farthest a Cambodian representative has ever made it in the M Series, and Deus Vult also breaking records. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, they're both breaking records and they're both breaking dreams. Now this is EECA's Deus Vult, Carvey, Magister, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, and Sawo. There have been a lot of eyes on Kid Bomba, but my goodness, Sunset Lover on the mid lane, his wide hero pool, and the fact that he can just pull off some great MVP performances, one of the veterans and one of the hearts of Deus Vult, one of the hearts of EECA, has had a hell of a M5 performance. Will it continue or will it end? Here today is the biggest question for Deus Vult.
And even in that matchup in the jungle alone, Magister has made waves up to this point. Really, you can point out so many members from this squad and just look at the head-to-head across from them, right? Him, Magister against MP the King. We know exactly kind of the play style that Deus Vult has gone with. We'll see how it adjusts once again with an opponent like this that likes to move fast and momentum-based. For See You Soon, it's Kosei, MP the King, Sariam Felix, Ra, and Boxy the King.
Most definitely. You mentioned Sunset Lover. I want to bring up Ra, because I think that mid lane is going to be intense. Ra's definitely performed recently, and See You Soon in Cambodia in general has really just come on to the map. A lot of us also have our eyes on MP the King. We just saw the interview of him. He looks prepared. He looks ready. He looks comfortable.
Yeah, comfort. The twin kings of Cambodia, MP the King and Boxy the King, man, they are going to have their work cut off for them up against Magister and especially Sawo on the side of Deus Vult. But Kusei, my eyes are going to be on him as well. How well is he going to fare against one of the main conditions of Deus Vult in terms of their success in Carvey? A lot of the situations that Deus Vult find themselves in, Carvey is one of the reasons why they win. Kusei can be one of the reasons why Deus Vult loses.
That's interesting, right? When you break it down like that, really. And the other part is, you know, we're waiting for the draft to go forth, but we know there's signature picks at this point that we've seen throughout M5. You know, for Sawa, it's that Diggy pick, and just kind of playing around that. As we look at the team head-to-head here, though, this is interesting. There's so much stats-wise on the aggression favor for DEVU.
Definitely a lot on the aggression favor for DEVU. Even the KDA, we know some of their games have gone very long. We know that they might have the lower KDA, but I think it just goes to show how much they like to push the envelope here. Yeah. Damage per minute as well. Definitely just an aggressive team overall.
Pushing the envelope, very well said there, Trex, because I feel like these two teams, that's going to be the main story here. I imagine two heavyweights who never block, who never dodge, just constantly throwing haymakers at each other, body shots. That's the vibe I get when I think about Deus Vult, and especially See You Soon. We've talked about their Echo-esque snowball playstyle that they like to pull off, but Deus Vult can do that as well.
Well, taking a look at the talent predictions here, we've got two sweeps on the board there. Trex You went 3-0 with Deus Vult. Mirko went the opposite. He's going 3-0 for See You Soon.
Listen, man, I'm a DEVU fan now.
Yeah?
Yep, I'm a full-on Deus Vult fan. I'll be watching their EECA championship next year. I'll definitely be tuning in. They have won me over. You know, I come from an underdog region myself.
Yeah.
So when I see a region like this just shining on the M stage, I can't help but gravitate towards them.
You know, it's funny because you point that out, right? And I feel like there's a similar thing there where for a while, NA was kind of slept on, right? And then you guys had made waves.
And now we're slept on again.
Well, no, not really. You don't have to go there. I mean, you know, at one point, there was a I don't want to call it the peak, but there was a point where, you know, NA was up there and then it got some attention. You guys now have, of course, your leagues there, right? That have formed.
All right, next
EECA.
subject, Renmar.
Hey, we have to talk about it, Trex.
I want to give everyone in NA a hug now after that. I want to give you a hug, man.
It's okay.
Are you okay?
We're here for DEVU.
Trex is all right.
Trex is all right.
Yeah, all right.
He's found a new heart in DEVU.
Yeah, but that's the thing. No, like
a big Kid Bomba shaped heart.
Kid Bomba works, but DEVU, the fact that they're here, you know, and we saw the history that they had back in even M1 and leading up to this, right? Now, new faces and everything else, but for the most part, the impact that has on the scene for the EECA region is it's very apparent, right? As there now are a ton of eyes. You guys already said yourself, hey, I'm going to actually go and watch some of their tournaments and how that unfolds. Yeah. And really, I think a lot of people can say that now. So with all that being said, we're going to be jumping here into the draft as we get prepped and ready for game number 1. Again, a best of 5 between Deus Vult and See You Soon. One team has to go home again as we round out the day here for Knockouts 2. And it starts here already. You can see the bands coming out. The Angela, respect still, I believe, towards See You Soon. Of course, we saw that. So Deus Vult takes out the Joy, the Angela, the 1-1, and on the other side, See You Soon. They don't want to deal with the Nolan. They take out the Guinevere. We'll see what their last band's going to be.
Yeah. On the side of See You Soon here, I want them to take away another hero that will allow Deus Vult to play really quickly. So if they can even consider taking out the Bruno, because honestly, Carvey is really great with that hero. But then again, there's a lot of marksmen on the board right now that Carvey just positions so well that it seems like everything's so deadly. So they can even consider taking out something that, well, stops the tempo. They can take away the Matilda if they want to, but no, it's the Faramis from Sunset Lover. That is a signature pickup there by Sunset.
I like it from both teams. Definitely some target bans. It's not all just the typical old same 6. Both teams know what the other team is good at. Both teams know some of their favorites, and they're going to take that off the board. And you mentioned tempo, and I think that's going to be very important here. And even getting rid of the Faramis can really, you know, disrupt a team's tempo. If a team wants to try to drag fights out, if a team wants to try to, you know, buy some time in the laning phase, that is an answer a lot of the time. But they don't just want to be, they don't think they can just use that. They're going to put Sunset Lover on this Valentina.
All right, with Valentina picked up there could be a chance of Basha pickup for See You Soon. If they want to, they can go the fighter route. They can go into the Basha and the Bruno. That is a combo that we have seen in the past. If See You Soon feel like DEVU are going to be playing a slow front to back type of lineup, they can actually pick up the Lilia early on if they're vibing with it. But only if right now they strongly feel that DEVU's lineup will be susceptible to that. Let's see, a lot of options still available on the board.
Okay, well, as we wait for these picks to come up here from See You Soon, there it is, the interesting thing, Kadita. One of those heroes, there's the Bruno, that's kind of expected, right? It was open, it wasn't taken from DEVU, so now that the Kadita's locked in, this is interesting because it does Kadita fit in the current meta, right? I mean, a lot of times we see her paired up, I would say, with Kaja, probably as one of those, you know, heroes that typically is picked up there for pick-off potential.
I think it could be a little bit early, right? Just maybe slightly early, because it automatically lets DEVU know, like, okay, we know we're going to have pressure. We maybe need to be careful with our gold laner. We maybe now something, Claude could be smooth, something that can kind of move away, something you want to put Purify on. Same thing with whatever roam. Maybe they don't want to pick a super supportive roam at that point.
Yeah, something that allows them to move a little bit more around the map, try to really check out those key areas. It's going to be an Akai, so it might mess up the combo there of the Kanata. And there goes the Brody as well, so that's another signature Carvey pickup. I actually for me, I understand the Kadita. I kind of agree with you kind of early there, but then at the same time, it's yes, you could slot it into Boxy's hands, Roam Kadita. That's a long time Cambodia a favorite, but at the same time, it's also one of Raw's best mages, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So I kind of see why they picked it early, but I am on the same boat of maybe could have gone a little bit later, just a surprise pickup. That's kind of surprising, but at the same time not. It's MP the King with a Lancelot.
Yeah.
That rhyme.
Hey, you know what's funny is both the junglers can actually opt for this. Magister also could pick this up, but now the matchup being the Akai versus the Lancelot, and also knowing that typically Lancelot himself as this hero has developed, right? It's pretty flexible in the way that you build it, but matchup-wise, Redmar, like, since we have such a focus on utility, and we saw the team head-to-head too, how's this looking based on what they already have in this first phase for See You Soon?
Well, for the side of See You Soon, if DEVU aren't careful, they have a chance to actually run away with it. Gonna be up to how well that Kadita's combo and burst is used and utilized. And of course, See You Soon immediately take away the Diggy. One of the things that can really stop this Kadita flowing. So the Kadita and the Lancelot together can work out really well. They can snowball alongside the Bruno, but I want to see them pair it up with an XP laner that can actually deal a little bit more control here, or another roamer that can deal more control, or mid if ever that is going to be a roam Kadita. Control is something that's lacking the side of See You Soon.
Okay, control being one of them, and that's where I think, you know, like you said, even from the previous series, XP lane's so impactful, right? Well, for the most part, that's why we'll probably see at least another XP ban, or even actually the one of the first ones here, probably from DEVU, how they want to play that out. Actually, it's the Tigreal, who is also a hero that has kind of risen through, even back from the wild card and throughout the course of M5. But so far, still a lot of XP laners being open, and typically, you know, we see a lot of focus on that, even ban-wise from the previous series.
I will say this, Kid Bomba's had a great run on the Terizla.
Yeah.
Essentially undefeated on it. It's been a great pick for him. Definitely something that can try to lock on to Kusei here. Does See You Soon try to first pick that? You mentioned that they're lacking a little bit of control. It would be a nice pick for them in the XP lane. Add a bit more CC, add a bit more layers, something that can kind of help MP the King out while he's on this Lancelot. Do they want to ban it? I definitely think we've seen it so much. EXP laners have been so pivotal, especially for DEVU.
Oh yeah, I can see not the Uranus.
You just thought about the legs, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought about the legs. The Lapu Lapu be able to slot in. However, that would make quite a chaotic lineup. When you think of those heroes, like let's say Lapu, Lance, Kadita, Bruno, it's like, all right, so who's protecting the Bruno? So it's gonna take a lot of how do you call this, coordination. I would see it work. Yeah, I like the chaos idea of it all. It's very Cambodian if they're gonna go like that. So yeah, take that away from the hands of Kid Bomba if you can. But then yeah, as you mentioned, the Terizla still available. His two best picks, Terizla and Lapu Lapu, still up on the board.
Yeah, so I think they're okay with that, right? Given the fact that they decided to go ahead and ban out two roams. Minotaur and the Tigreal, which actually a lot of teams like to kind of work around too. We even saw a surprise interaction between the Tigreal and the Louis Yi, right? Back in, was that Knockout 1, I think, where we saw it.
Which one?
I think it was Knockout 1, Louis Yi and Tigreal. The combination, the implosion with the Louis Yi. So, you know, again, Tigreal, if he pops up, I think that leaves room for a lot of kind of variation and opportunity, but See You Soon takes the Lapu Lapu.
Chaos is what they're choosing today, it seems.
What they're choosing. That was a great prediction, Trex. That was you, man. I love it. This is so
is this
Cambodian.
Terizla? Is this Terizla?
I'm thinking, what if they go for something a bit more supportive for Sawo, something like the Raft, something that can give them some movement to kind of dance around here?
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if that's kind of the route they want to go. We know Sawo can play the support, but is it in their arsenal?
Yeah, if it's not the Rafaela, then maybe they can go something along the lines of a Kufra just so that they can stop all the dashes. And at the same time, you have someone who can dive the back line. For Deus Vult, dive the back line. If it's not the Terizla and all that tankiness, get a Yu Zhong if you want to. Because while everyone's diving, you go for the Bruno. But no, they go for damage, they go for pick-off. I like it. We talked about two heavyweights just not blocking, throwing punches. This is exactly that. This is what I see down with this matchup.
Is this also to kind of cover the base of not having the Kaja and Kadita combination? You know, like going that route. Okay, we have it. Not only that, but we have a lot of usage now with the Dairoth, we can lock in that penetration to deal with some of the tankiness, especially when Lapu Lapu jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, right?
Yeah.
You can you have an answer for that now.
So now we see if this Kadita is going to be roam or mid, right?
Yeah.
Now we get to see if it's going to be flexed, which way it's going to be flexed. And see you soon. I think it was actually a good idea to pick it up front. Maybe put it in a third pick, but still, they have so much time now. They can see all of DEVU's lineup. They do end up going for the roam, and they pick up the coup for themselves.
All right, so we're making predictions, but also like for the other team, we're like a step ahead and behind at
We're
the
just
same
that
time.
good.
That's high IQ.
Yeah, we're just that good.
We have foresight, but we just don't know exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
we're still honing it in.
Yeah, it's like we're analyzing from a different universe, but we're also still in here.
Yeah,
that works.
Huh?
So
chaos.
Looking at, is it chaos? That's my question. Is this chaos enough from what we were talking about, especially the fact that Siyasuna wants to start momentum-based against what we have for DEVU?
Yeah, exactly. Siyasuna gets chaos. Now that you have the Kaja and Dairoth together, and the fact that they're going to also be playing around the heavy spin of the Akai, DEVU give more of still that calculated aggression. Like, they can be aggressors, they can be the ones leading the charge, but it's going to be a little bit more calculated. Well, see you soon. You have a lot of room for, okay, Karata, go make a play, we'll follow up. Oh, Kufra, go make a play, we'll follow up. While DEVU is a little bit more, hey, we'll do this together.
Well, we'll find out. It's Deus Vault and see you soon. Tournament Lives of M5 on the line here. As we take a quick break, once again, both teams, a lot at stake. M5 Lives, we got to make sure, hey, everything is situated as it should be for both of them. Now, this gives us the opportunity, once again, we threw a lot of predictions out there, right, for draft. They fell into place on different sides, some of them. So really, Trex, I guess since Renmar gave some of his insights here, where are you leaning towards? Do you like the chaos of Siyasuna based on what you've seen, even the past matches they've had?
Definitely a lot of chaos with them. I'm not against the draft. The Kufra is definitely, it's a very all or nothing. The whole draft, I guess, is very all or nothing, right?
Yeah.
For the side of DEVU, if they can get those picks, if they can make sure it all works together, there's definitely a lot of possibility there. They have a nice early game with the Dairoth, with the Brody, very snowbally. If that happens, then I think it could be a sure win for them. If Siyasuna is able to maybe slow down any of them, get a kill onto the Dairoth early game, get a kill or two onto Brody early game, it seems like it's a very hard hole to climb out of for DEVU.
Well, we'll see how it all unfolds. Once again, we're jumping back into the game. Deus Vault, and see you soon. Game number one. One thing that really points out here too, and both of you guys kind of touched on this too, they're playing around the Kaja or the Kadita, right? Yeah. Either team has this, all right, let's get a pick. If we can get a pick, great. If not, we have other tools to work around with. Boxy, that's why one of the opportunities he has.
Oh,
hold on. Okay,
already a lot of damage. Sawo wants to keep on pushing in. Kid Bomba. He's gonna have to flicker for that one, but you already see the aggression.
Yeah. Forced out, calculated, doing it together as a team. A lot of assassin emblem sets there for Siyasuna. So it's so clear what they want to do. We snowball, we'll fight, we'll pick you off. Ruptures across the board. Even a master assassin on that Bruno. Siyasuna know their style.
Oh, first blood though for MP the King.
Wow, very quickly. Yes, you were just saying that you know what both these teams want to go for in terms of the game plan based off the picks, the emblems, and already first blood under the 2-minute mark.
And as we look at the early set, so it's going to be a rush Dreadnought here for Magister. A lot of physical damage, of course, should help temper the physical scaling, the quicker physical scaling of Siyasuna just a little bit.
Okay, you can already see pressure as well. Yeah. Top side, Kinbomba's going to be someone that they really wanted to shut down or at least keep control, right? Even if they don't shut him down, try to keep him from making these plays. But Turtle's going to be up now. Sunset Lover also up here to get that level 4. Vital to have that available as they approach these objectives. It's going to go ahead and have a reset. But right now, Siyasuna getting in position. Sawo nearly level 4 too. So this is where you see the interaction, right? The Kadita versus the Kaja. Pick potential.
Oh, it's a bad spot to be walking. Kid Bomba is going to try to come in though, but Sawo will go down. And they get the terrify. Oh, Felix goes down. Sunset Lover able to pick up the kill, a nice response. A good kill into the Valentina, and they take out the XP laner.
Yeah, good trades across the board there. Let's see if Boxy the King and Ra. Boxy still has his ultimate. It's going to be difficult for them to actually contest this. Lancelot's a little bit too far.
Okay, Boxy going to go ahead and charge up here, but be the King.
Oh! The King comes in and gives them his namesake, able to steal the turtle.
Wasn't sure if he would get there in time, but hey, it's a Lancelot.
Yep.
It's MP the King.
Oh, but they pull back. Boxy the King goes down. The other King falls. It's 2 for 2 right now. See you soon, holding a small gold lead.
I'm so speechless as MP the King was able to pull that off. It's like he heard me and was like, no, I can still do this. Great teamwork there by See You Soon, and you really got to commend their frontliners and, of course, their vision getters for being able to tell MP the King, dude, just come in here, you're going to be able to retreat this away. A bit of hesitation from the side of Magister, though. I felt like he could retribution that a little bit quicker. He was playing with fire a bit, holding on to that. I get the hesitation. Maybe it's because we can see what's happening in the game more, but I felt like he could have just retributioned that already.
Yeah. Either way, though, right now still pretty much even across the board, right? Nothing major happening, but real quick, anything out of the ordinary from the items?
A lot of Dreadnoughts actually on the side of Deus Vult. One of the Deeroths, so a little bit more utility there. He's just going to be there more to shared armor to help out the Brody, dish out the burst while the Valentina and Brody finish it off. And even the Dreadnought for the Kaja. So Deus Vult, itemization-wise, they're really respecting the early physical scaling of See You Soon, and you love to see it.
Yeah, not only that, but you know when they deal with that, the physical
I just realized that.
Pressure, they should be able to play around that. And the fact too that Sunset Lover, right, has his own rough waves.
Yes, I was talking to myself all the time.
As well as he takes a little bit of damage from MP the King. You have 2 options now. You can use Sao, you can use Divine Judgment. You now have your own version of the rough waves.
Yeah.
You have multiple options, but there's the focus.
Carvey in trouble, gonna get knocked against the wall and taken out. Boxy the King picking up the kill.
Okay, See You Soon are getting kills. It's a slower tempo, but
was that muted since the magic chest?
Okay, they're gonna poke.
Just poke.
Once again, Turtle already up. It's gonna be started. Magister.
Felix gets a stun on to Magister.
Oh my
Magister in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get knocked up, taken out again. Sorry, I'm Felix. Oh, Kid Bomba though! Woo! With the Abyssal Strike, able to take him out.
Haven't heard you since draft. I said so much during the draft.
And See You Soon in the rotations.
Damn.
See You Soon just seem to be a step ahead now in terms of the rotations. Losing that tower is going to be big. Kid Bomba.
Oh, Kid Bomba.
In a little bit of trouble. Force to use a flicker, but MP the King doesn't want to let him through.
Wow.
Does go down. Felix picking
That's
up the
a very good layering from.
This is very
See You
quick,
Soon.
right? Yeah. I mean, in a matter of a minute and a half or so, there's a response and there's now momentum built up for See You Soon. That's exactly really mirrored across with the lineups that they have. Both teams kind of wanted to start this way, right? That's why they drafted these
I was just saying that
heroes.
Magister should have got that first turtle.
Lead,
definitely, it was a huge mistake on his part.
Deus Vult is finding themselves kind of trying to
Not
catch
to
up, right?
retreat that turtle.
Our pickoffs. That's what we kind of need to do if you're DEVU. But even looking at the gold earned, it's starting to scale up already very quickly, you know, as we lead into the next objective.
Yeah, a little bit of damage control will be.
You should do anything you can to stop Lancelot scaling, man.
It seems like
including getting the turtle. Especially if you did the turtle on your.
But here's the funny thing
like,
about the
you did all the damage on the
matchup,
turtle,
there's a
but
chance that
you let the
if
Lance do it.
Boxy misses the initial entry with the Tyrant's Revenge, Sao was just gonna pull him. And now I like the game of chicken that they're playing here right now.
Like I was saying, it's like a mirror lineup, right?
Yeah.
With a similar game plan as this game unfolds.
Yeah, Antiquaras already up for the Deeroth, so a lot more defensive-minded really is Deus Vult. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to be going for a more counter play.
Lance is so far ahead from the Akai now.
On Akuse there, should be okay.
Oh.
Boxy the King lining up, gonna get the knock up onto Magister. Sunset Lover gonna terrify the pullback. And down, oh, Felix still up, finally goes down. Carvey picking up the kill. Carvey able to go through the wall. And King gonna get knocked back by the heavy spin, pinned to the wall.
Caught Lance,
Sunset
but
Lover get the final shot.
Lance probably gonna get up.
Finally able to puncture through. He's gonna try to contest for this, even with the amount of health he has. Kid Bomba pushed into the mid lane. The rest will See You Soon. Trying to get some damage out. He gets knocked up, takes some damage. Oh, the execution. King
is
before you can already see
kinda
where
stuck.
that anti-Karas is starting to help out. Kid Bomb able to survive the push.
Yeah. So right now, Deus Vult are weathering the storm of See You Soon with smart itemization, but rotation and movement-wise, it's like they can't seem to find the opening that they're looking for, that they really need. Yes, they're counterplaying. Yes, they were able to get a few kills here and there to punish. But it seems like there's always 1 or 2 members of CU left alive to just trade it back eventually. This is what you get. Again, it's a styles clash. And it's interesting to see that we're seeing how we've known these two teams to fight as already on in this game number 1. DEVU, imagine a row of knights marching together on horses. While CU are those mercenaries that you got from different countries just doing whatever and they're making it work.
The King in a little bit of trouble here.
No way.
Kid Bomba looking for him.
Kufra.
Foxy the King saving the
That
day
was a
there.
massive
now
save.
Getting knocked up, rough waves. And 2 members taking out Raw. Picking up the kills.
Can they get MP the King?
MP the King.
Oh!
How does he do it? Carvey goes down to Kusei, and now Felix, terrified under the tower, looks for the bravest fighter, but he feels confident. He gets the stun, and now Kusei's here to help out. Sawo taking a couple balls to the face. This is looking rough for DEVU.
See you soon doing so good.
How many times did he defy the death there?
Yeah. One with a Phantom Execution, the next with a Thorned Rose. I'm pretty sure there were a lot more that we didn't see. But wow, he's going up against someone named Magister, but it's MP the King with his own magic. And Ra with the Wrath Waves on this Kadita. Great timing to enter.
Those are pretty rough.
Rough waves, man.
Pretty rough wave, man.
You know what's funny? Like, the thing is when you see DEVU actually take the rough waves, the raw waves themselves. Oh, hold on, Magister.
Damage on a Magister once again, forced to use a heavy spin just to get away. And now MP the King gonna start taking away
started from that.
soon, closing in the grass more and more.
Okay, so going back to the point, the thing is like, when you have the Divine Judgment with a Kaja, and then you have the rough waves,
smooth.
you throw
Very
so
smooth
much
lens.
to actually get a kill.
Very smooth.
And then you're left with nothing else, really. You know, you have to kind of rely on the Garvey to pop out the damage, Kid Bomba to get the setup himself, and again, working around the heavy spin. So with this gold lead now kind of getting out of control, you're kind of left to the whims, right? DEVU has to give up this Lord, get prepped up and ready to defend against it. Yes, it's only the first one, but they need this.
Watch the King getting the Tyrant's Revenge on Kid Bomba. He gets petrified as well.
He gets out.
Away. DEVU doesn't want
That's
to
a lot of resources used by
just take what they can. This time it's just build up time.
But no re-engage.
Get more gold. Try to close this distance.
Yeah. And now we're also seeing the effect of how one lineup that's very ult dependent on the Roamer's ult, the Divine Judgment of the Kaja here, versus a lineup that, again, as we were mentioning earlier, when you have so many options to initiate or make your own play, that when you're up against that one ult-dependent lineup, it's so easy for you to just respond. Because after the Divine Judgment, what's next? The heavy spin. But then there's so many bodies being thrown by CSU, and that one heavy spin, it's going to be more defensive. It's hard to set with it.
That's why I preferred that they took the Kufra instead. But they went with Kufra, Kaja that
playing around the middle,
probably really needs Dyrop to help burst.
Okay, with that, once again, Lord making its way there on top. Massive lead right
Although
now.
I can see the idea of using Kaja. Oh my god.
Another one.
Oh, they're caught.
Heavy spin does come out. Siren Felix gonna get a pulled in. No, that is the bravest fighter. Disrupting on DEVU.
Garvey?
MP the King dashing through, puncturing through.
Oh, he still got it. Little initiation.
Just misses. Sunset Lover has to use the IMU just to get away
no,
there.
it's actually the bloody retribution.
Go for that, but he might try to pull in MP the King. Can't quite catch on. DEVU just survived.
Just surviving here. They're still working on these turrets. They should be able to get this mid one. It's one hit away. MP the King gonna put the pressure. Ultimately,
MP is feeling good right now, man. He is just moving 2-0-5. He feels invincible.
Flow state is what it looks like right now for See You Soon. MP the King, smooth moves, dash in, dash out. Trying to catch me, no, he won't be able to.
So the F-Dot, not really, not 100%. Kaja still has users. For example, when Lapu jumps in, Kaja is the one that can deal with it.
This game number 1, he's done his job well. Clear minion wave, join us here in the center of the map.
But I felt like that wasn't the real worry.
Wave, and he's kept Kid Bomba in check. You gotta respect what Felix has done here.
Yeah, again, the momentum being in favor of CSU.
Kufra will be so
it's just like their lineup
Much better to
ended
stop
up
the lens.
executing better. Magister again.
And Magister constantly getting caught off, able to use the heavy spin. The Petrify comes out. Kid
Why
Bomba
didn't he get
can't
out?
connect. Magister does go down. Kid Bomba's still on the run, but they get to pull back. MP the King finally takes his damage. Able to throw Rose away.
Kid
Kid
Bomba.
Bomba finally finds him, but he takes
Huge
his
stun by Kufra.
And they're all smashed against the wall. 4 members of Deus Vault taken out as 3 still stand. A nice killing
Well played
spree
by
for
Sunset Lover.
Will it be enough? 3 members now possibly trying to end
can
the
probably
game. 1
clear
cannon
this.
shouldn't be enough. I'm gonna try to zone away Sunset Lover. Kusei gets a couple more shots, but another wave is coming. See you soon. Trying to end this. Rough waves come out, they're locked onto the base. Sunset Lover doing everything he can, but they're gonna get the final.
Nice one, Sunset Lover.
Minions are there to save the day, and Sunset Lover
Nice one.
defends all alone.
It feels like deja vu from DEVU. Sunset Lover did this before, but with a Faramis, and he's done it again. Terrified, the rough waves, bro. Sunset Lover.
Wow,
man.
Sunset Lover MVP
You
if they
keep
win this
doing
game.
And there's a reason now you're showing us why there's
Insane.
so many eyes on you as one of the best mid laners here in M5 to watch out for.
Oh man, DEVU is going to go ahead and give the Lord a go. MP the King and Sarion Felix are both here though. They
Magister,
have to be able to
please.
pull this off.
Magister.
Ready with the retribution. They go in.
Find him. Bomba locks on to MP the King. A big airborne on a Magister. Can Magister try to secure this? They got to push him away.
Oh my god, Magister!
Takes it from his fingers once again, and now DEVU's on the run as MP the King is on the hunt. See you soon. Doesn't want to let it up with just the Lord. Kid Bomba trying to buy a little bit of time. The King comes in, looking for something, punctures through. Boxy goes down, and MP finds Kid Bomba. He wants more. The Thorn Rose and Raw finds one. The King finds Carvey.
Sunset. He's dying.
King is okay because Kusei's here to back him up. Sawo now alone. Can he do? Can he match Sunset Lover's valiant effort? This
It's
should
over.
be it. See
It's
you
over.
soon. We'll move on and take game number 1.
After a styling performance.
That was a huge performance by MP.
See you soon, and MP the King. They take
Definitely
game 1
MVP.
against
MP.
Deus Vault.
This is usually the part
Kufra
where I
did
say
play well
something
though.
dramatic, something
Kufra-
intense to highlight the story.
Kufra
All I'm
also
gonna say
did
is
play very well.
MP the King's the MVP.
Yeah, he was
Come on.
definitely a monster. I mean,
But MP
honestly,
with the lens, wow.
they just kind of they stomped that
Really
game.
good.
See you soon
Yeah.
came in
Yeah.
swinging. It didn't feel very dramatic.
Yeah, it was again just flow state by See You Soon.
Yeah.
They were hitting all the right cylinders. It's like I was watching
That was
them
skill diff
perform in
of
MPL
draft diff.
Cambodia.
Well,
I think the drop didn't really
we're
help
gonna have to
much,
see if our
but definitely there was
analysts
a
have
skill difference.
Something to break down here for us. Gentlemen, take it away.
True to their identity,
I mean,
as
how
far
many
back as the
50-50s
M5,
did MP the
See you
King
soon
win?
End this game, the
Not even
first in the
50-50s,
best of
like
5 in a blitzing victory.
even
1-0.
It was a start,
90
right? From
tens.
the early game all
MP
the way
the
to
King
the
got the
late
retry.
stages, even when you thought DEVU could look for something back, the Lord play, the very desperate Lord play, still went to the hands of MP the King, who I think Reptar said it best. That's the only thing you should say in this game. MP the King played phenomenally, but also though, giving the Kadita over to Ra, that was amazing.
What did you say?
Ra.
Exactly. Change his name to MVP the King because as soon as he got his kit, even his second skill, level 2, he was already pushing the advantage and going in like Lancelot is always the #1 pick in the jungle. Like, it didn't even seem like it was an off-meta pick. Here we go. MP the King, rocking that Lancelot 4, 1, and 9. And yep, can confirm it's a hybrid build. It's tanks a lot in 2023.
I love it, right? The
That was
fact
the
that
best
you
play of the
are
lot.
so ahead in the game. Do it. Just
I
go
think
for
so.
damage, man. Be a Chad. And he
I mean, once they got
absolutely
it
was the
started,
Chad
they need
here.
to rush it already.
Even in the emblem
And then
setup, you could definitely see that with the thrill.
they could have played.
Hunter
I mean,
Obvious with the
Deus Vault
thrill,
could have played a
he
lot
knows
better.
that he was going to get ahead. He
For
knows
sure.
that he was going to deal damage right after the War Axe into the
But when he
Thunderbolt,
came
went
to the
straight for
50-50,
endless battle, and this
probably
was some good old penetration.
Akai was in
MP
the
King
advantageous
was truly
position.
the king. He wasn't just the man.
The reason why tank-a-lots these days still build the Sky Guardian helmet, or just what it's called now, the Guardian helmet, is because all of those times that you're weaving in and out of battle, you're healing back up. And here you see as early as the first turtle, Season actually delayed it. Because again, it's not like DEVU aren't playing with a good lineup. They have a solid lineup. Again, you saw in their emblems that they meant to be aggressive with it. They meant to go for kills. But if you're going up against a lineup like See You Soon, who again is rocking just but 1 bit, just but one bit of hold. And I'm talking about Boxy's Kufra. They're just dealing with pure damage. It's just walk into this, try, see how long you can survive.
Big props to Boxy though, finally on his comfort pick again, Leo. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen Boxy perform at this level. And honestly, on this Kufra, no wonder he's at 100% win rate in MPL Cambodia, setting things up for everyone, for Kusei, for Boxy himself, and for the other king in the team. Don't forget, the Kadita as well, though Sunset Lover was able to pull this off again. He doesn't just love sunsets, he loves defenses as well.
Which is, I think, the DEVU's strength. A lot of their games actually go the distance, and here against their antithesis, their Venom, it's a lineup that wants to go quick. It's a team that is super aggressive. So already, I'm gonna jump the gun here to give DEVU a chance in this series, for them to switch up the gears and step on that clutch. What they got
at least Sunset Lover is making some plays. I wish him more success after M series. Why are you talking like as if they already are already out?
Get some economic gains because they can.
It's just the first game, bro.
With see you soon. Their aggression is just next level, man.
And you can definitely see it from the side of MP the King and also from the side of Deus Volt. Firstly, I want to talk about Carvey because when the game started, I literally just pointed it out to Leo. It's a thrill and a master assassin Carvey on a Brody. So he wanted to get ahead in the lane against that Bruno. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was just not a lot of rotations across the map over to the gold lane to facilitate Carvey's already very aggressive emblem setup. And we've all seen it, right? When the Brody doesn't get that snowball going from the start, it is really hard to find the mid-game power spike when you're up against a Lancelot who can dive you and is untargetable.
Not just the fact that Ra is actually also rocking Purify means that no matter what kind of hold, save for the Divine Judgment, Deus Volt puts on him, he's able to weave in and out and actually deal the damage to Carvey, which makes it all the more worse, the fact that Carvey decided to go aggressive. There are many ways you can build a Brody or play a Brody going up against a lineup like See You Soon, but here, he picked the right choice to punish Deus Volt. Looking at the item builds, again, the MVP performance on MP the King, it's a hybrid tank slot in late 2023. Anything else that you find here that actually pushed See You Soon over the edge here and made them just finish all the more quicker?
I think it's all the carries here who all got shutdowns, but also knew exactly how to calculate their damage, right? In a lot of scenarios, even for Brunos, when they are ahead, they want to play it a bit safer. Considering that Deus Volt, the entire team, wasn't really dealing any or not a lot of damage, you can definitely see for Kusei's itemization here is spot on perfect, right? He went for full damage, doesn't need any Wind of Natures, doesn't need any Rose Gold Meteors, even though maybe that's what he was going for the very last item. Even Ra over here, you can see it, it's just full on damage. Divine Glaive, more magic penetration with the Genius Wand.
Just right before we switched over to the overall stat highlights, I gotta commend Kid Bomba. His build, again, everything Kid Bomba does is just regardless, his build was full-on tank plus that casual Fury Hammer. That's how you build a Dairoth these days. That's how I have crossed the line between a Dairoth hater and a Dairoth lover. You'll see here that there were times that he was just almost there to turn things around, but it was just too little too late. See You Soon just dealt a little too much damage. MP the King, farming heroes, farming waves, farming creeps, and the rest was all just follow through for See You Soon.
If it was a Sunset Lover, they literally had 0 damage, and that's why we didn't see the Wind of Nature built up. But also, if we take a look at how Deus Volt decided to play this matchup, it was completely front to back. With a composition like this, you would expect it to be a bit more chaotic. You'd expect them to look for a little bit more of these random skirmishes across the map, pickoffs, even just random 3v3s, little fights around the map, but you really weren't able to find that at all. Their train got derailed very early on due to, I would say, a few of the neutral objectives getting stolen away and them just losing out on a lot of these lanes. I mean, when Magister got that turtle stolen away from him from MP the King, right? I mean, the vision, it just doesn't feel right for Deus Volt. They didn't really have any vision to play with. It's almost like they didn't have anyone to get vision.
How many more days till the M series final? Not more than a week.
It's not free. They have to have Sawal actually walk up the bushes and
M series final is on Sunday,
actually
I believe.
throw out the magic damage that you would like to keep for the finishers. Looking at the damage taken though, check it out.
December 17th.
See You Soon, they were actually playing
which
with
is,
their vision getters.
Sunday,
the King jump in
Sunday 5:30.
Just stopping people from actually walking in the bushes, leaving bushes safely. Sorry, and Felix as well, just throwing out those blades.
Tomorrow will be the
jumping in,
semi-finals.
if ever, right? There were somebody there, and I think it was
The
mentioned
upper
by our
bracket
desk, here in
will be
RMC that
upper bracket
Sorry and
semi-finals
Felix actually
and
proved themselves.
lower
I
bracket
actually
finals.
enjoyed this lapu-lapu.
And you can see the target acquisition here from the side of Deus Volt being a bit wrong, right? You expect Ra or even, I mean, Kusei to be the targeted player here for Deus Volt. And in that final fight, not final, but the Lord fight, the final Desperate Lord, I would say the only one who made the right call was Kid Bomba. He jumped onto MP, he was looking for him. The rest of the team was distracted by the other dude, Boxy, the king.
Tomorrow's match will be
the other king.
First match will be Onyx.
The thing is,
Sorry,
if
Blacklist
you're playing with a
versus
lineup that has very little vision, that's very committal. If you
Blacklist
snowball, you
versus
got away with it. But if
someone,
not, that's a fundamental
either Deus
flaw
Volt or
that
Siusu.
doesn't allow you to bounce back, and that's
Then
what
Onyx
happens
versus
under
Bren.
15 minutes. That's
Then
just the nature of the beast.
Bren versus
said,
sorry, Onyx or
looking at
Bren
game
versus
two,
whoever
for them to
wins this
clap back
match.
and then stop an immediate match point, they have to fundamentally cover those bases.
Yes, whoever loses
What
Onyx versus Bren will go to
actually said
the lower bracket final.
About
So either Onyx or Bren will take this spot. And then Blacklist versus whoever will take this spot.
If we win this NACT Spring Grand Final, you guys can keep all my prize money.
There you go. So he's that kind of leader. Now, Dave, they were with us earlier today. Zane is not the only kind of player that actually that goes to a tournament and encourages the team. It's interesting to see how Zane actually also supports Kid Bomba.
Yeah. And here we do have a quote as well, right? I feel like just doing something in another region is better than rotting, just rotting in a place where you can't develop anymore. In EECA, I can develop more. I can become the best version of myself. That's Mr. Bomba himself.
That's right. These walls of text here describe exactly how Kid Bomba might actually be the
Hope Onyx
Zane of
wins, so
EECA.
different
Do you
countries
agree?
will be facing the finals.
I think
Yeah.
for Kid Bomba, especially,
Hopefully.
he's captured a lot of the hearts, not just of the Filipinos here in RMC, but also
Don't want to see another
everyone
Philippines versus
else
Philippines
watching
finals
around the
again.
world. Hell, even
That's so
got
boring.
You, man, to join the Bombanatics and to form the Bombanatics. What is the Bombanatics? I've already joined, but I will join again, my friend.
It's the unofficial, official Kid Bomba fan club established in the Philippines. If you guys want to sign in, come find me. But with that said, we've already laid out our thoughts as to how Deus Volt can actually even the odds and what Siusun did very well to push the advantage, go into match point in this best of 5.
Yes, whoever wins here, Deus Volt or Siusun, their next battles will be really tough.
Got it.
Really
Thank
tough.
you guys.
Thanks, Leo.
So we learned something. They need vision getters, Renmar.
Yeah.
Vision getters, right? Not only that, but yes,
Like
you guys,
metaphorically, or
that and I think
spiritually.
But so far, Deus Volt versus
Hey,
since
that
Deus
works,
Volt
right?
versus the
And
bigger
also,
teams,
do
they have
join,
not
the what is it called, the Bombanatics?
matched them in macro at least.
The unofficially official.
Yeah. Bombanatics.
The macro
Did you guys
sense,
sign that?
they have not matched them.
Yeah.
You did?
Of course I would.
Bro, what did I tell you? I'm a DEVU fan.
Hey, that works, right? But so I'm sure you're hoping that.
And I feel like
after seeing that game 1,
Deus Volt, their
there's gotta be some
jungler
presence here,
It's all part of the
Trax.
plan.
is
It's
not
all
on par with the
So is that
For
is-
excitement.
top teams yet.
What's the plan here?
That's up
MP
to
the
them.
King, you can argue that he
That's up
is
to them.
on par.
Renmar,
Not on
what do they
par,
need
but
to do?
at
I mean,
least
they had a
he
mirrored
can
lineup.
compete.
Yeah,
But I feel like
it
Magister
looked
can't
like they were
compete with
really
the top
operating
junglers.
blind and trying to be a little bit more defensive, counter punish. For them, set the tempo. Go
Yet,
alongside the Siusun in
he'll
terms
probably
of the aggro
improve.
if you can, because you have shown it in the past that you can do that.
Yeah. Well, again, before we wait for Game 2's draft, we want to go ahead and mention to everybody watching right now the December Starlight. It's officially available for all you guys. Currently, the Starlight skin is all about Arlott. There's Arlott, the Fury of the Deep. Upgrade your Starlight level to unlock the painted skin Arlott, the Scorn of the Deep. And in addition, Starlight members only need to spend an additional 100 diamonds. That's all it costs to unlock the bonus December Starlight painted skin, Arlott, the Ire of
Yeah,
the
this year
Deep.
top
The special Starlight
4
perks
for
at the end of
15,
2023.
which is already
Don't
a
miss
huge
the beautiful
achievement.
rewards. Thank you all
For
your
any
continued support.
underdog
Of course,
team,
don't forget
reaching
the
top
hashtags
4 or
as well.
5
Hashtag
is
Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
really big
Hashtag
already.
MLBB new skin. There's more out there, Trex.
There's a whole lot more. The M5 pass is still ongoing. Unlock Yuzong's M5 exclusive Dragon I don't mind the glasses
Dragon,
on.
Dragon
I have my
Shade.
glasses on.
I'll help you out.
Got you.
Dragon Shade skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin. When you buy the M5 Pass, accomplish all activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are also waiting for you. Get yours or gift a friend now.
I'm sorry, you know, I didn't notice that your glasses
okay.
weren't on.
It's okay.
That was like a level.
I tried.
Yeah.
Well, again, go ahead and grab the M5 Pass. There's only, there's not much time left, basically. So if you guys
that
want
sounded so dire. I'm so sorry.
No, it is
There's
dire.
Not much time left for who?
For the M5 Pass.
All right. Yeah.
You have to.
So it's dire that you need to get yours.
Yes, because I'm only about level 40 or so.
Oh my God, you're such a noob.
I know. I'm going to have to spend some diamonds, man. Hey, have you seen the gourd?
The gourd what?
My gourd.
You just seen your gourd. I've seen your magic gush.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there.
Well,
All right.
As we get ready for Game 2's draft, I already asked it, right? Exactly what can kind of unfold from here. Mirror lineup-wise, I think it could have worked, but the downside of it is like what Mirko and Leo were saying. You know, when you get the momentum with that kind of lineup too, it's tough to come back from. And they just started much faster than Deus Vult this time.
All right, I have the answer. You got to give Kid Bomba a Bomba pick.
What's a Bomba pick?
Not a Dairoth.
That's not Bomba enough.
That's definitely not Bomba enough. I said it already. They gave us the stats. He's got like 100% win rate on Terizla.
Because he's doing so good, I'm happy for him.
Comfortable.
Even though
Give
people
him
laugh
something
at
that he can get into the back
and
line
after
on.
seeing his sub count, he's a great caster.
the
Yeah,
Dairoth
he's a
in
great
the sense that he
caster.
can chase down
The sub
lanes,
count
like,
doesn't really
once you hit
matter.
that skill, you're just following.
Yeah.
But still, the
It really doesn't
enemy is
matter.
so smooth with it that he was dodging out of those abyssal strikes. You need something that he can bully with, that he can try to get to Kusei, that he can try to get to some of those back lines on.
Well, give him a Bomba pick, contest the Lancelot. Maybe there's a lot of things that they can adjust from as we get ready for the draft. Game number 2, once again, first game going to the hands of SYS very decisively with a statement. As we jump into the draft, we'll take a look at what the bands are going to be coming through. Already see the Nolan taken out, the Joy as well on the other side. Things fall into place. Lancelot finally also going to be taken out. Won't be contested. Angela, we saw so many great things from SYS Angela in play. And the response so far, the Nolan the Ferrum taken out.
Oh, respect. That's how you know you played a hell of a Lancelot game. It gets banned in the next one. So now there's still some assassins up on the board for SYS. It's been a long while, but if I'm not mistaken, also respect on the side of SYS. SYS and MP the King, they have a mage build Karina option for MP the King. But that's like if they're really feeling in the zone, you know, and they're feeling creative. So up against Guinevere might be quite tough.
Long time since we've seen Guinevere.
Strong one there. That
been a while.
They are gonna be considering the Martyrs, because I know the Martyrs does relatively well up against the Guinevere jungle because of his crowd control immunity that he has.
Bruno again, maybe. They locked it in first pick last time. I think it's solid. I mean, Bruno's always solid. Doesn't really matter what draft he's on. He's just always going to unload the damage.
Maybe they go
consistent, basically.
Akai?
Like for the gold lane, it's Bruno.
Akai Bruno?
I would say secondly, it's probably Brody.
Or maybe Arlot.
Brody or Claude.
Yeah. Bruno, Brody, Claude. Yeah. It's like they're like the
Bruno,
Trinity now. Yeah.
Bruno, Brody, Claude.
Bruno.
1-1 is still open though.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Ah,
There's the
1-1.
1-1 though. It's neither. So 1-1 comes through.
The other Brody
Possibly Clock
I
here
just
then.
want to shout out a Clock from Miracle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
We miss you, man.
We miss you, man.
1-1 in Valentina. So they go for the route of, okay, one of the strongest utility mages alongside, well, one of the best marksmen in terms of laning, actually. And at the same time, now Deus will have to pick up something that takes something out of the 1-1, forces out the needles and flowers, forces them to use the utility spell.
Bruno or Claude would be good here.
Deus Vult, if they want to, I would not knock them for picking up a Khalid now. We've seen Khalid as a pickup against the 1-1, those quick early slashes, force her to panic. See.
And I think that would also match Kid Bomba's style, right?
Yeah.
It also matches his being able to dive into the back line. I think just those are the XP laners that have been doing so
Mino
well.
is a good pick, but gives Valentina a big out.
Those EXP laners that can get aggressive and get to the back line. You don't want something that's just going to sit up front and just kind of be a walking turret at some point. You know, you need something that can actually move and that can cause disruption.
Not only that too, but this is something we don't see too often. I feel like when that Minotaur actually goes through in the first phase, right? Typically, it's either banned out. Sometimes it gets picked up. In the second phase,
our lot will
now
be
DEVU went this way.
decent.
They lock that in. They get a good goal lane option. The Guinevere is kind of, I would say, in teams, like for teams, Guinevere is kind of hit or miss, right? This was the Martis you picked up earlier, that you mentioned earlier, Renmar. Plays really well into the Guinevere for the most part, and then it becomes, of course, that timing matchup.
Do you know Martis has a horrible win rate?
Alright. See you soon. Interestingly,
Martis has a horrible win rate.
With the Diggy banned out, Novari getting taken out as well. DEVU might even consider taking out a
This is for entire.
It would slot in really well for the lineup.
Let's see the knockout stage.
If they had a Tig, Martis, 1-1, Valentina.
Well, actually has an okay win rate. But I remember the group stage, it was like horrible.
They want to try to run that. Couple options still there, definitely. I don't know, have we
40,
seen Sunset
42.
Lava on the Lilia, really? I'm trying to recall.
I remember seeing it like 20%. It was horrible.
Saw them when they went up against Onyx. He might have played it then.
Yeah, we have seen it played by Sunset Lover. Not really an iconic here, but it is an option for him. He has it.
My only concern too, as we get through this second phase here, is the fact that Valentina's across.
I can sort of see a.
You're trying to play around the Minoan Fury, but if
Paquito
you
have
going into
yourself
Deus
to work
Vox
against too, CSU
lineup.
grabs it themselves. They play around
Possibly
it, and now you have
Paquito.
that option. Also, the fact that Martis can play relatively
I don't
safe
think they
against a lot
want.
of this
They really
ground
want
control.
the. It could be a Paquito or.
See you soon, Minoan Fury, right? It
Paquito
makes it
or
a lot easier
Lapu.
to get that crossbow of Tang off as well, and get that airtime. So
What does
still, they need to
what
kind of round
does
this
CSU
out
want to
with
pick
those
for the
last two
fourth
picks,
though?
But real quick, what do we think in last ban?
Maybe they just keep going into the roam, ban out the Kufra.
I don't think Deus Vox really wants a Terista here.
Honestly, think CSU could play
Giving the Terista out
You got it.
to Valentina again.
But hey, now that the Zig's gone, they can play the Kufra.
Yeah, it helps mess with the Guinevere a little bit, those dashes. We've seen it picked up before in that nature.
Yeah, actually Kufra is not bad
definitely
here.
Possibility.
Yeah, looks good.
Can take a Kufra, then wait for Deus Vox to commit a XP lane.
It something like tankier front line, classic boxy playmaking that we've seen.
I'm guessing Lapu or Paquito for Bomba.
Maybe the Cho.
Yeah, Cho Martis. Go for it. Oh, they take the
Oh, they take the Lapu,
So this could be the
Paquito?
Rizla.
Give me the Riz.
Rizla or the
Bomba
Kali.
pick.
Riz Lilia?
I'm okay with that.
Riz Lilia.
Yeah, that sounds good. And especially if See You Soon are thinking about playing a setup playmaking. There it is. Great call there, Trex.
There it is.
There it is.
Ooh,
Oh,
they
nice
really
one,
take the.
Trex.
I don't really like that. But okay. I don't think the Rizla is that good here.
Leading up to this point, so
Too slow against 1-1 anyway.
that's what happens, man.
All right, Siren Felix. Do you think they just pick up the Kufra again?
Go for a Cho, yeah.
I think they could, yeah.
Cho would be nice just because you get to Shumpo out of the Guinevere if you need to. Like, as long as you see it coming, you can easily dodge.
Yeah, there it is. We're getting it. We're on a roll.
I don't know how many that is, but you're on a roll.
That was really that was a Renmar. That was a Renmar.
If anything,
So
the entire
both
draft
these
is fine except the Rizla.
How's it working? Because still, even with the Cho here, right? Yes,
Both
you can avoid
both
some
drafts are
Guinevere,
fine, but the Rizla is
still
a big
trying to play
question
around
mark.
that way of the Dragon, right? Trying to get
In my
these
opinion.
setups here from what we saw even last time. Now, in a similar fashion, how's this looking, Renmar?
All right. Interestingly enough, having a Martas and Cho together means that
You guys guessing See You Soon or lose?
they're still the ones setting the tempo.
I kind of like.
However, Deus Vote would not.
I kind of like
themselves
the
as behind as game number
See You Soon
one,
lineup more.
because now they are playing with the Guinevere too as well. So again, we're gonna be focusing a lot on the roam 3, the roam. The
Only problem is Cho is kind of
jungle.
sus as
And
well.
seeing how it all unfolds once again. Game 1, very decisive for See You Soon. Deus Volt has to
I would say
readjust here
See You Soon's
as they get ready
lineup,
for
the only sus one
the
is
second
Cho.
game. We go into the Land of Dawn. Can Deus Volt extend it to the 1-1 in this best of 5 with the tournament lives on the line? They have an interesting draft this time around. Kid Bomba on his signature pick as well, as things get situated.
Feeling like Magister could have a little bit of trouble here because just a lot of See You Soon's picks kind of answer that Violent Requiem from being able to nullify CC with the King, the Shunpo from Boxy, Then on the side of 1-1, you also have a way out of that. So not a lot of targets. I feel like someone's going to be the baiter of the first skill, right? Someone needs to bait it out, and then in comes No One's Fury, in comes the penalty zone, something of that nature. But the only way they're really going to be able to get those hard lock CCs on is if they're layering.
Yeah, and because
I'm not sure about Kusei on this 1-1 though.
Means forced retreat out of the Guinevere. That's going to be a little bit behind. No contest on the Litho Wanderer.
Big question mark on the 1-1.
Teams are just going to be giving it to the mid laners. See You Soon takes it. And in terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy here. Although, yeah, double boots for the mid and the roam of See You Soon.
They're fast boys.
Yeah. Fast boys, yeah.
Fast boys.
This is exactly what they're doing already.
Oh, and MP the King going to try to move in under the tower. They're locking on to Carvey. Carvey in a little bit of trouble. MP the King finds it with the Decimate. And they're going to get some gold plating on top of that one. Down on the boss side, at least Kid Bomba's having an okay lane.
Man, that is tough already. You know, even before the 2-minute mark again, See You Soon finds himself a little gold lead. 2 kills on the board as well. All this before that first objective comes up.
Flexing on them right now. And this is what we were talking about. But DEVU, they can mitigate the damage being caused by See You Soon.
On dominating that lane though.
They can't give up any more situations like that. It seems like See You Soon are coming into this really with a full understanding of how DEVU want to play across the map. This early on, that's a team that did their homework.
I mean, Boxy.
Oh, again.
Oh! A little bit of damage onto Boxy there. Nothing too major, but here comes Raw. Now they could be in trouble the way the Dragon locks on. The Terrify Sawo trying to get the knockout back. Magister finds Boxy the King. Usei, though, with the crossbow of Tang ready to go. All he's got to do is click the button and unload. There it is. Magister going to go down. He's going to move on to Sunset Lover. See You Soon taking a strong lead in the first 3 minutes.
And the response time from See You Soon is on point. Not only did they get the objective, they got a kill as well. Then the bottom side, Sorry and Felix feeling very confident right now. 2 kills on this Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Felix is just playing
Lapu versus
right
Terizla, once level 4.
Lapu
beats
It's still
Terizla
very early on
all the time.
Here. There's still a way for DEVU to climb
as
back
long as you
up
don't
that
make stupid
dire,
mistakes,
but
of course.
Again, the fact that he is doing this, again, showing why he's made it to the world stage, why he is a champion in Cambodia. We're seeing the shades of the
Denying
MPL
gold.
Cambodia Felix popping off now. He's sort of been a sleeping dragon, but now he's fully awakened.
Harvey having a little bit of trouble on this top side, and it's forcing Sawo to come up. See You Soon completely controlling the tempo right now. It feels like DEVU is pretty much just following their rotations around, just trying to defend.
This is crazy because already, right, the gold lead, it kind of surprisingly strong. Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble. The Bravest Fighter does land on. Watching for the decimation. There it is. The King finds another kill.
Wow, more.
A lot of gold on land on Martis now.
Here for See You Soon. That's also going to be a turret that is taken down now on the bottom side. Very quick here. And it's
Martis
evenly
is so fat now.
when you look at the gold.
Wow, See You Soon, they are just, again, still in that state. Corrosion Scythe already first item on the 1-1. We did talk about this, 1-1, pretty much almost up against anyone in lane. The opponent of the 1-1's going to struggle. That's how good she is. That's why she's become a highly rated pick, even though there are scenarios where it's so difficult to play her and why she is so prioritized. And now See You Soon, Enchanted Talisman, they're up on Ra. They can just continue this, honestly. They're just bullying DEVU at this point. No other way to put it. You can't sugarcoat it.
And just like they talked about in the panel, right now, Boxy is doing work as a vision getter. A lot of times on this show, he's just there to provide the information, right? Hey, there's multiple members of DEVU here. You guys can go ahead and work around the map on the bottom side towards that turtle if you want to. And again, holding on to this Way of the Dragon, able to give the go signal when everybody's ready, is also what's tough to deal with. And even this.
Oh my god. This is becoming very bad for Magister. He's already got 2 deaths. He's losing buffs at this point. The only people on Deus Vault that are even relatively okay in gold right now have to be Sunset Lover and I guess Sawo for being a roam.
Yep. 400 deficit compared to the Cho for the Minotaur, and then just roughly 300 for the Lilia. Yeah, it's a big struggle right now for Carvey. And again, See You Soon. We mentioned vision getting, so did the panel.
Oh, big kick on a Magister. They're going to take him out
Nice
with that
kick.
one. Rob picking up the kill. See You Soon are decimating Deus Vault.
Very similar once again to even what happened in the previous game. Now at this point, 5.5 minutes in, 6K gold ahead. Look at the damage already, even on Sunset Lover. Has to use the black shoes. still dealing with them in the mid lane. Kosei, confident enough himself to be on that side of the jungle.
Oh my god, not Carvey. Carvey having a little bit of trouble forcing the Purify. Might not be able to get away. Kusei picks up the kill. Magister looking for something. Pops a Violent Requiem, but unable to connect. Kusei able to dance away very quickly. Sawo looking for the knock-up onto Raw. Raw, Felix, and King all just controlling the map.
Oh, wow. See you soon.
Look at the goalie.
Absolute clinic. The tempo set by Boxy, the King, everyone just doing everything right. Again, this is just close to perfection.
This is a humongous goalie for 6 minutes.
Cambodia, I'm sure the Cambodians all over the world, back home in Cambodia as well, are just making a lot of noise right now.
Yeah, they can't even catch anybody. See you soon is just all over the map. We talk about smothering, but this feels worse. Sunset Lover in a bad spot, gonna get cornered out here, pops the black shoes. Sorry, and Felix looks for something in the back line. Luckily, Deuce Vault doesn't lose anybody there, but See You Soon is relentless.
Now they're gonna make their way to the turtle here. A lot already expended, even in that exchange in the mid lane. So another objective, most likely gonna
Hope
go to
DEVU
the
recovers.
answer.
If not, this is See You Soon game. I only see Deus Vault holding on when they have Digi.
Once again, across the board here.
Otherwise, usually they just play
really
fast.
Tough to fight back at this point. It's better to give ahead.
I don't really see them playing late game most of the time.
So we can start talking about conditions, I feel like, in terms of how Deus Vault can come back. It's one of those scenarios of just punish something that See You Soon
If only they have Paquito.
isn't able to do really well. In terms of priorities of who you can punish, number one, it's Boxy. After that, it's Felix. Maybe MP or Ra gets a little bit too close to get that. It's going to be a while until you can get a kill onto Kusei. Here's Magister.
There's a nice knock-up on a Raw. Should be able to get that kill. Carvey able to pick it up. Now, DEVU just wants to get away, but a big wave of Dragon locks in. Long with the penalty zone. Kid Bomba to the backside. Sunset Lover picks
There's
up.
a big fight.
But Magister falls. Kid Bomba looking for more here.
Is the comeback coming?
Kusei pops off with the crossbow of Tang.
Is the comeback coming?
Luckily, it's a
Comeback.
Oh! Deus Vault gets the wipe out right around the 8-minute mark.
Want to talk about conditions? There's one.
Yep.
Just
wipe them all out.
Just wipe them all out. That's the one we didn't get to mention. It's like, you listed a kill list in terms of priority order, Reptar.
Insane.
We'll just get all of them.
Deus Vault.
But yeah, exactly. They were able to do that out of a See You Soon initiation, or a See You Soon counter initiation. Again, it was Magister who checked that
From 6K back to 2.1K.
With the See You Soon, we're just a little bit too out of position, a little bit too late. This will play that really well.
But late game
seems
to just
let's see if we can get away from
favor
the members of See You Soon now.
Great usage.
The game still seems to favor See You Soon though,
keep them
with
together.
the 1-1.
Again, they don't want to lose anybody at this point. They're doing great work around the map, macro style, right? They grabbed a couple turrets. They whittled down that gold lead that See You Soon had. It was nearly 7,000 at the 7-minute mark. So they've done work, and this should actually allow them, as they get another turret,
In
great
that fight,
push here from
1-1's out
Harvey,
was so late.
to go ahead and actually possibly contest this Lord. Is that the right thinking here, Redmark?
Yeah, great macro play here by Deus Vault to recover presence in the map. It's going to be a knock-up. I also really want to commend Sawa for what happened to the last Magister again.
Magister gets the knock-up once again onto the King, but Kusei is there to unload. He knows he's got to back off. Magister going to start working on this Lord. Deus Vault have evened out the turrets as well. They've taken the mid one. They're going to have a little bit more rotation.
If anything,
See You Soon, but this Lord is what's
if
really
anything, right,
going to count.
I
Look
think
at See You Soon, just hiding out
it could
in this
be
mid
that
rush, waiting for a moment to strike. Keep her eyes
even
on
though they are
Sunset
1-1,
as well.
Kusei
Gotta bring some light to Sunset
may not play this
Lover.
1-1
He's
that
just been a
well.
monster, 2-0-3. He's gone almost deathless in the past 2 games. I think he died once last game, maybe twice. Just does such a great job in the laning phase. You soon now going for the steal play.
Okay.
On a Magister gonna bring.
Oh, huge penalty zone.
Kid Bomba. MLBB the King able to take out Magister. Boxing the King goes down to Kid Bomba. Sawo with the crossbow of Tang, but a double kill falls in the hands of MLBB the King. Sunset Lover picks it up, trying to save the day. Can he find more? 1v3. Sunset Lover with the black shoes.
Sunset Lover.
A double kill for the Sunset Lover.
It's only Sunset.
1-1 stuck at the wall.
But it did work.
1-1 stuck at the lot wall.
Yet.
It's getting
Sunset.
reload. It's getting reload.
Lover boy looking for more. Can he take out Raw? No, he goes down. See You Soon gets the wipe.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. He's not loving that.
So, hey, he did work. He did as much as that he could, given the situation. Again, it was a great setup as well from Boxy. So they're going to get in a position. They will be here in time for this Lord.
Okay. No one going for the reset.
Where's Martis? Martis coming.
Find the Boxy, the kick
oh,
again.
No. Oh, good play with the Requiem. Try to get it, but it,
Boxy.
Might just get pumped.
Boxy? Oh my god, Boxy!
The King takes the Lord. See you soon are just coming out on top in these micro mechanics.
They just look like they hesitated. I'm pretty sure they could have gotten the kill there, but well, it would have been risky. Let's just say, let's put it like that. Maybe it could have been risky. See you soon. They just decide to rush down the Lord, and now they can defend. We still got a game in our hands here, folks. Right now, See you soon are in the lead, and it's Boxy the King. Can he find another kick? Is the biggest question for See you soon, because so far he's been the one making the biggest sequences for SYS.
Yeah, and as we kind of get ready for this Lord to push in on the top side, itemization-wise, is it looking a little more even now? I know there's still quite a bit of a gap for some of these. Oh,
not another kick. Terrify on a Kid Bomba. Hussein to get the crossbow tang. Airtime is right. Madison are going to get melted down as well.
Hussein taking a lot of tower damage.
Soon looking for this mid-tier tower. The Lord still marching down the top side, coming soon.
You know what I'm reminded of here right now? That clip of Hoon going, yeah, wee. But now it's in my voice I hear Boxy.
Boxy.
He keeps finding those kicks, man. And he's making it look easy. DEVU, you see them trying to react, but he's just making the most out of the combo.
Sawo. We still haven't seen a big No One's Fury from him, but he's going to get stunned up. Sarim Felix going to get the last hit. Hussein does get knocked out, but it's only enough to buy time for the side of Deuce Vault.
No way.
Carvey going to be able to melt down the Lord. See you soon. Look for something. Look at Boxy the King, man. He's always looking for the shot. More minions coming. Deus Vault will be able to clear these waves.
MP alone. MP is alone.
MP.
Can you get away?
Down here, getting slowed down.
No, you can't.
Sunset Lover picks up another one.
There's
going to get stunned by the bravest fighter.
Interesting
Terrified
play by
Raw, but they're able to get away.
MP.
Man, that's big punishment.
Maybe he thought it was Lancelot.
A little bit too eager to break down the tower, and he wasn't able to take it. Magister.
Nice knock up. He can't even go in right now.
Yeah.
He goes in, he has to stand still for a second. Kusei just melts him down.
Yeah.
Sunset doing so good now.
Right now for DEVU. At this point, they need to find the 1-1 alongside everyone else. But again, you have to talk about the layering of abilities. You have to make sure Needles and Flowers has been used by the 1-1 first. Once that class is gone, that's when you can go in. Try to make a play to burst her down. Easier said than done, honestly, for DEVU. See you soon are just playing really well around the 1-1. And hey, we got to commend Kusei. He's been playing really well individually.
Yeah, the hard part, too, is the fact that, really, you have a Minotaur, but you really haven't been able to set those things up yet, right? And even when you get close and you're trying to get a position, so I was trying to be there, he gets to half health before he even gets in position. That's again, that's the course of the game when you had that lead for See You Soon, and they were able to build up really quickly. So if you're DEVU, you want to buy some more time. Maybe get to a point again, another 5 minutes or so. You should be able to contest this.
Yeah, good to
out. Comfortable contesting this Lord and not giving it up to See You Soon, but really. Boxy has been on point. You have to be able to protect.
But he has to out when his teammates are immediately following up.
And then once
because
again,
most of them can get out of the
to
out
get to the point. All right, how do we play around
very quickly?
The crossbow of Tang? If it's popped up, that's why you see right now too. The
Register. Catching
C
Felix.
Lapu. But the crossbow Tang's ready to unload once again. Madison going to go down. Kusei able to pick up the kill. Sawo finally getting 4-man knockup. Felix in the midst of the ball. Sawo trying to get away, but he can't. Sarim Felix picks up the kill, and now Kid Bomba will fall next. Felix with the double. Sunset Lover all alone once again. Gonna go down, a triple kill for Kusei.
Looks like, the flex coming through. It looks like they're just gonna go ahead and run it down mid. See you soon.
I don't think there's gonna be a defense for this one. Everyone in the grave. See you soon, showing who's the better team right now and take game number 2.
This one was a little bit closer, but See You Soon comes out swinging once again. Ends the game under 15.
Counterplay again. This is what DEVU
Oh my god.
are still
is it going to be a 3-0?
There needs to be some big changes in DEVU because right now See You Soon have changed for the better. More aggressive, more free-flowing, and it looks like they're having a whole lot of fun right now. Match point. 1 win away from moving forward.
What can they do now? It's going to be a long road ahead of them if they even want to try to reverse sweep this. DEVU have a lot to think about.
Well, let's see what our analysts have to think about this game once again for See You Soon. Gentlemen, take it away.
Some signs of life from DEVU in that series as they clap back in the mid-game, but just as quickly, See You Soon regain hold of this game in this series as they go into match point 2-0.
It's just crazy to see that SYS was able to snowball all the way with, I would say, their MPLI draft and strategy. This is the See You Soon that I was looking forward to see at M5, but unfortunately, in the group stages and even in the first few matches of the knockout
hate to see
stages,
the 1-1 in
we weren't
ranks.
able to see
Same
the
here.
super ultra
Same here.
aggressive SYS.
You're going from good to great, and so far they're looking better than great because they are now just one game away from moving on through the lower bracket, and it's with no short effort from our MVP here in game number 2. It's your boy Kusei ending the series, rather the game, well, one more for the series, in a flashy way with that 1-1. His one death is where he took his most damage. Like, just clean up straight his life bar, one death, and then that was it. From there, he was just always in the skies.
DEVU reverse sweep
Great
piece.
itemization, great plays made across the map, and obviously
That would be
again,
quite
the Master
epic.
Assassin that's just, at this point, Kusei always
They'll have
goes
to
for
improve
Master
so
Assassin.
much,
He
though.
loves winning in that lane individually, 1v1, especially in this game. That's how the snowball really started, right? The fact that Kusei was able to win so hard in that lane. Take a look at this. He's level 4. Carvy's still level 3. And that's it. Carvy's not able to do much here. He has to go and get some farmer up top. If he joins this fight, he's kind of useless compared to
This was the
level
comeback
4
fight.
1-1.
That's right. Again,
This was
our
the comeback
points
fight.
from,
That was a huge
game
minnow
one
out.
is DEVU need to figure out
And Sunset
how to
bombing away.
solve this issue, right? The fact that See You Soon are so aggressive, they can't go toe-to-toe. Again, you can't put Carvey on these emblem sets wherein you're expecting to win against Crusade because See You Soon are already a step ahead. And again, there was a
Huge
Lord
terrorist
that
out.
clearly should have belonged to DEVU, but See You Soon just kicked them out. See You Soon just said, you know what? We have enough damage. Our collapse is better because of how far ahead we are. Again, just where the gold is and how that matters. And already, again, just as soon as you thought they had it under control.
Let me call for my dinner.
Puts it up back to 11.
And it's just really strange to see DEVU play in a very one-dimensional kind of playstyle, right? You expect DEVU with the draft that they have, being so dynamic, having a lot of secondary carries, having a lot of plan Bs, even in the laning phase. Sure, you want to play for the Bruno, you want to get him snowballed, but if it doesn't work, play the Kid Bomba. He was winning his lane up until he was ganked by 2 and more members, and that's what shifted the tides again. So in the end, what DEVU got from their early game commitment through the gold lane was a losing gold lane, a losing XP lane, and then no more playmakers to help Magister around the neutral objective.
In a simpler way, again, the story of DEVU from game 1 and 2 is they seem to always be just clogging up holes in a sinking ship. The way See You Soon keeps attacking from different angles allows for them to push forward. DEVU, it's always 2 steps forward, maybe a step and a half back. And that allows for them to always be just slightly behind and have somewhat of a comeback for See You Soon to just grab it from out underneath them. Again, the aforementioned emblem set for Carvey alongside, again, this is respectable. The fact that he picked up Purify means that he knows See You Soon is going to get him.
But also for the side of CY Soon, right? I mean, just looking
CY
at the
Soon.
way that MP the King decided to go for the emblems, it's amazing. He knows he's going to get ahead in this game. He knows that with the composition that they've drafted for themselves, it will facilitate a lot of the early game neutral objective, early game pickoffs as well. Bottom lane, whatever lane he ganks, there's supplementary enough amount of CC for him to just dish out damage, and that's where the Thrill plus the Hunter Strike super early basically sealed the deal for CY Soon.
And I can only imagine, again,
What's a miracle with the CYs?
Kid Bomba, again, he's just one of the few key reasons as to how this team holds on for an extra 2 or 3 minutes, right? Just straight up juggled into a winter trunch just to try and stay for maybe 2 more seconds and then survive via the BOS. Yes, it'll get you far, but the fact that you did not get to build up a little bit more damage to finish up and get maybe a little bit more spell vamp means he was just going to go down just as quickly. Again, 155. they say EXP laners don't really count for KDA, but he was just dying way too quickly, way too soon, way too often.
Way too
I gotta give props to Sunset Lover, man. The amount of consistency this man has in this game. Last game, he only died once, I believe, and now 5-2-4, despite the team losing out so hard in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of the team fights. The fact that Sunset Lover, again, was able to get a back-to-back the carry from a losing side is phenomenal, man. He really gave a lot of problems to SYS.
Yep, despite See You Soon barreling forward.
We're having trouble with See You Soon
for the majority of this game until it, hit a critical mass. Sunset Lover was actually very close to Ra in net worth, right? His item build was respectable. They had to send 2 or 3 bodies to actually make sure that this Lilia died. So again, even in as early as a day as M3 under their former team Na'Vi, Sunset Lover has already had my respect. So now they gotta dig deep, man. They gotta go into their veteran wilds and lead the rest of this younger squad into, what, a reverse sweep?
And it's strange, it's really strange here, Leo, the fact that, yeah, they need to try to lead this team, but it feels like with the way that they're playing anyways, right? They're going to the gold lane, Carvy's not dealing enough damage, Kusei and Ra, it's the same story as game number 1. They have secondary carries, they have a lot of plan Bs, but they only look at one. Once the Bruno fails in the lane, once the Bruno isn't able to dish out damage in these team fights, it's done. Because Sunset Lover will become the sole damage dealer for the team, and that's not what you need. They can't rely on that, right? Knowing that See You Soon have so much maneuverability, they have so many ways to get out of the glooms, the choke points. This Lilia is, even though we did that much damage, unreliable as a main source of damage.
So again, if you go toe-to-toe against See You Soon, it's clear that just the plan will not work. Is it time? Is it time for Deus Vult to actually bring out the cheese? Does Coach Fly Solo have anything left in the tank? Because it's now or never. This is where you bring it out. Game 3.
Give Boma the Khalid, man.
Right, for Deus Vult, the fact that again, they've already had, I would say, not bad drafts. For
Let him do the damage.
Kind of like their drafts. They need to be able to understand how to execute their game plan a bit better and how to be a bit more adaptive and improv their way to victory. If they stick with just one playstyle, one strategy, See You Soon's got their number.
And again, just to remind y'all, whoever loses the series goes home.
It's an elimination match.
Journey ends. And as much as I'd like for both of them to continue, this is the way of competition. So with that said, again, dig deep into those pocket strats, switch up. I'd say, you know what, they adjusted well here in game 2, Deus Vult, but I'd say that's the lineup-wise. Tempo, though, tempo. There has to be a way for them to almost immediately switch up and answer. Carvey, you're in trouble. Let's fix that.
Instantly fix it and come back. See You Soon can do that as well with a video of support coming in from their casters.
That's right, it's Ice Frog and Meng Lee from Cambodia. Homoy Mao.
Ice Frog.
បងសាទរជាមួយនឹង CSO ជាមួយនឹងការ secure top 6 M5 World Championship ឥឡូវនេះឥឡូវ secure top 4 ហើយក៏អាចមានការវាយដល់ Grand Final យកជើងឯកផងដែរអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបាទ Ice Frog និង KA Caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាសូមជូនពរទៅដល់ក្រុម CSO ឲ្យធ្វើបានល្អជួបតែសំណាងល្អពេលប្រកួតហើយជូនពរឲ្យខូចទទួលបានអារម្មណ៍ល្អមាន strategy និងត្រាស់ល្អៗបបាយ
What the heck, he talk so fast.
player វិញ perform អីក៏ជោគ perform
He
អី
talk so fast.
ជាពិសេសទទួលបានសុខភាពល្អផងដែរហើយក៏មានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះពេលប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងដៃគូរបស់យើងត្រូវចាំថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នា
That's an insane talking speed.
ទៅគឺ speed កម្លាំងរបស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាទាំងអ្វីគ្រប់យ៉ាងដែលយើងបានផ្ដល់ឲ្យពួកយើងគឺរួមគ្នាឈ្នះចាញ់ទាំងអស់គ្នាគុំមានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះហើយពួកយើងនឹងឈ្នះទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរត្រូវចាំថាពួកយើងគឺប្រៀបដូចកំពុងអង្គុយលេងជាមួយនឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងតាំងចិត្តឲ្យមុតធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងអាចយកជើងឯកជូនមកកាន់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងជាមួយនឹង M5 World Championship ជំរាបសួរបាទខ្ញុំបាទមេងលីអញ្ចឹងណាមិញខ្ញុំក៏មានពាក្យពេចន៍ខ្លះៗដែរចង់ជូនពរទៅកាន់សមាជិករបស់ C0 ទាំងមូលក៏ដូចជាជូនពរទៅកាន់ player របស់ C0 នេះគ្នាអញ្ចឹងដោយសារតែគ្នាយើងឥឡូវនេះគឺកំពុងតែធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតើហ្មងក៏វាជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រសម្រាប់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងហើយក៏ជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រមួយដូចគ្នាគឺសម្រាប់ Sooner ក៏ដូចជា C0 ទាំងមូលចឹងហ្មងព្រោះដោយសារតែយើងធ្លាប់ធ្វើបានល្អទេប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំនេះក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ M5 ឆ្នាំ2023នេះ Sooner យើងក៏ដូចជា C0 គឺធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើទាំងពីការគ្រប់គ្រងក៏ដូចជាតាំងពីការ perform នៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិរហូតបាន
This guy also top so fast. Maybe it's just the language. Like Hindu is also super fast. Not Hindu, Tamil. I mean, Hindu is a religion.
player យើងលេងទាំងឈឺចង់ឲ្យតែខ្ញុំរំពឹងហ្មងគឺគ្នាយើងនឹងធ្វើបានល្អក៏ដូចជាឆាប់ជាពីជំងឺដែលយើងកំពុងតែឈឺទាំងបានហើយដែលនិយាយចឹងអត់ភ័យទេកុំទាន់ភ័យទោះបីទឹក
Hindi is not a language.
យើងមាន player យើងនៅនឹង2
Wait,
នាក់ដែរ
Hindi is Hindi a language? I know Hindu is.
ធ្វើអារម្មណ៍ឲ្យមូលតិចទៅព្រោះសារ
Hinduism is a religion, not a language.
បុកស៊ីក៏ដូចជា Felix ធ្លាប់ទៅប្រកួត M3 ហើយព្រោះ M3 កាលមុនធ្វើបានល្អត្រូវអានេះគឺជាលើកឱកាសទី2របស់យើងហើយលើកមុនយើងនិយាយថាចាញ់ពីបទពិសោធន៍តែលើកនេះគឺយើងលែងទទួលបទពិសោធន៍ទៀតហើយគឺយើងកំពុងតែបង្កើតជាមុខប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រថ្មីអញ្ចឹងម្ដងទៀតសង្ឃឹមថា C0 គឺនឹងធ្វើបានល្អនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនេះហើយនិយាយអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំនិយាយនៅក្នុង line ខ្ញុំនិយាយថា top 2ត្រូវតែអត់អីទេបើសិនជាយក top 1បាននឹងក៏វាកាន់តែល្អដែរ C0 we are sooner.
Esports is for everyone, regardless the gender or the physical ability. And now here with us is a very popular Cambodian para player, Firak. Hello. And to help us translate, we have the translator from Cambodia, Ting. And as part of Moonton Cares, we also have a program for the initiative to have everybody understand. So on your screen, you'll also be seeing our sign language interpreters, and that's Ismael and Jefferson. Firak, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the tournament? You could use your mic, Ting. We would love to hear your language. You could use your mic.
ចាំគាត់សួរថាសុខសប្បាយទេហើយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរពេលដែលចូលរួមការប្រកួត M5
ខ្ញុំសុខសប្បាយធម្មតាពេលដែលខ្ញុំចូលមកដល់ការប្រកួត M5 នេះមានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនពេលដែលឃើញកម្ពុជាយើងលេងមកដល់
My God, it's so fast. This language.
So he say he's doing really well and also he is very happy that the Cambodia team is really doing so well.
Oh yeah, 2-0. They're really doing well.
Actually, it's great to have you guys here. Talking about see you soon, 1 week away from setting up a date against Blacklist International tomorrow morning. This is already the highest ranked for Cambodia in the M series. Looking forward, how big is this win or how big is this tournament for the esports or the MLBB community back in Cambodia?
ចឹងគាត់សួរថាតើ see you soon នៅខ្វះតែមកប្រកួតទៀតទេសម្រាប់ការឈ្នះទៅលើក្រុម DEVU ហើយការ secure ជាមួយនឹង top 4 ហ្នឹងតើវាធំប៉ុណ្ណាដែរសម្រាប់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងនិង esports community របស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើង
Yeah, you could use your mic.
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនពេលដែលឃើញក្រុម C0 បានលេងមកដល់ពេលនេះហើយបានឈ្នះក្រុមវិញក្រុមអីបងក្រុម DEVU ដែលស៊ីបាន 2-0 នៅខ្វះតែមួយ game ទៀតទេគឺយើងអាចស៊ីនឹង 3-0 ក៏ថាបានដែរ
So he's saying that he is really happy because Siyosun is doing so well, like 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
So it might gonna be 3-0.
Oh wow, 3-0.
Confidence.
Can be. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a background story, okay? Back in MSC Gala back in MSC Gala in Cambodia earlier this year, he had a one-on-one with Kyrie and Carl Teasy. And you were going up Fanny versus Fanny against them, correct?
Yeah.
And he almost beat Kyrie and he almost beat Kyle Teasy with one hand using Fanny. Do you have any wish or messages for Kyrie or Kyle Teasy?
ចឹងមានពាក្យអីផ្ដាំផ្ញើទៅកាន់ Kyrie ជាមួយនឹង Kyle Teasy អត់
បើខ្ញុំមានឱកាសលេងមួយគាត់ម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំនឹងលេងយកឈ្នះគាត់បានដោយសារនៅ
Hey, Martino is here. Time to eat.
លេងហើយណាមួយទូរស័ព្ទក៏វាពិបាកលេងជាងទូរស័ព្ទយើងដែលយើងលេងរាល់ថ្ងៃអញ្ចឹងបើអាចមានឱកាសម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំនឹងលេងមួយគាត់ម្ដងទៀត
So he's saying that he want to playing with Kyle Teasy and Kyrie again. Yeah, and he will try his best to win against Kyrie and Kyle Teasy because the internet back then is a bit laggy.
It's a bit laggy. It's a bit laggy.
Yeah.
So there was a disadvantage. I feel like he can. I feel like he can beat Kyrie and Carl Teasy with one hand. That was so good.
I feel and he said it will really be a good chance that if he can compete with them again.
Yes, please let Firak know that he is an inspiration to many and hopefully that we can watch him again soon compete.
They brought the sign language translator. Maybe because they only got a Cambodian sign language translator, they didn't get one for.
Do you have a message to see you soon?
They didn't manage to get one for Filipino and the other languages.
មានសុខភាពល្អកីឡាករកុំឲ្យឈឺហើយលេងឲ្យខ្លាំងកុំឲ្យមានពាក្យអីដែលប៉ះពាល់ដល់សម្ដីគ្នានិយាយទៅសាមគ្គីគ្នាគឺលេងតទៅមុខទៅហ្មងសង្ឃឹមថា C0 នឹងលេងដល់ top 4 Champion.
So he's saying that he wish see you soon to do well and also healthy and without any argument in the team and also becoming the champion of M5 World Championship.
Let's see, Mikey, if that is gonna happen in Cambodia. Ho, Mui Mao. We're gonna go back to the game for game 3. It'll be See You Soon versus Deus Vult.
Our favorite, Mui Mao.
3-0.
3-0.
Thank you so much, Martin. It's great to once again see all this inclusion happening, you know, here, of course, for the world stage. And you heard it there. They're hoping for the sweep, man. They're hoping for 3-0. What are we thinking here on the desk? Is it possible that there's going to be a 3-0 based on the past 2 games we've seen?
If See You Soon keeps playing the way that they've been seeing, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the boat there. If Deus Vult keeps playing the same way that they've been playing, then we might actually see a 3-0 here. Would be quite sad, but still be a well-deserved win for See You Soon. They've been mind-bogglingly
good, right?
Good.
Just making the waves right now. But yeah, a lot of adjustments have to happen, of course, for Deus Vult. Extending the series. Once again, though, before all that, before the next matchup, we want to go ahead and welcome all of you to join the M5 Pass. It's still ongoing. Unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin.
Some rice with
Cosmic Dragon skin. When you buy the M5
potato,
Pass, you can accomplish all the tasks in game up to level 75.
I don't know whether you understand what is Taopok, but
grab it
it's
while
like
you can. There's not much time left for the pass.
Skin.
And there's a ton of M5 exclusive rewards waiting for you guys. And of course, your friends as well. So
some chicken
once again, as we reel it in to the game ahead of us, based on the past 2 games, you know, we only, even referencing the talent predictions, guys, I think there was only one person that predicted the 3-0, and that was Mirko. So he's done a lot of 3-0s so far. And I'm not sure exactly where we're going to fall into place with that, but real quick, let's take a look at EECA's showstopper here. The M Series records broken by Deus Vult at M5 so far.
People still use
Most
the term
assists,
Abuden in
right?
SG.
23 set by Sao.
Yes.
The Diggy
We use it all
versus
the time.
Homeboys game #1. That was a memorable, very memorable game. And the reason why, actually, he doesn't get his hands on Diggy much anymore, right? The highest damage dealt by a player. 240,106 damage by Sunset Lovers. Faramis versus Homeboys in game 1 as well. Again, just there's so many things happening here for this team, and it makes you, when you look at those records, right, you're kind of left scratching your head, like, what's going on here? Like in this series, Renmar, you know, how does Deus Vult deal with this? They had such a great rising performance up to this point.
But we usually use it in a short form, though. We just say Abo. That's all.
Their performance this series has not been up to par, I feel like, with what we've seen from them so far in M5, right? So how does this adjustment happen? Well, jumping into the draft, we're going to find out exactly what that adjustment is for Deus Vult, how they want to approach this. Once again, are they going to be the priority pick? What do they take? We saw what they took the previous game, and unfortunately, it's still, the Guinevere was not enough to help them throughout that because the counter draft was so strong. So we'll get it situated here. You already see the bans coming through. You see the Faramis, you see the Diggy band out from See You Soon.
It's fine as long as I
See You Soon really have just prepared
understand
for
what
this
you're trying to say.
This matchup so well.
After all, it's not an English word.
Drafting alone, it feels like it was 2 games now where it was just total draft win by See You Soon. Now Deus Vult with the Angela first pick. They need to pair this up with a very active XP laner, someone who wins lane, gets out of lane fast. If they can get the Lapu early, just go ahead and get that. pair that up with a fighter or assassin that's mobile, quite tanky. If it's not going to be the Lancelot, if it's not their flavor, something that can also go.
I'm not sure if I like the Angela first pick though.
Apply a little bit pressure
because
might be good. Since See You Soon haven't picked up
it's so passive.
The Lilia.
Angela can be so passive in game.
But the problem is now, can you actually burst down the 1-1? It's not those picks. It's
those are snap picks, man. DeVu is really confident with his draft.
There, especially at level 4.
They are really confident in this draft.
Very well with this Angela. I do like that. Here's the problem, though. On the side of See You Soon, Raw is also going to have access to that Heart Guard, and you put that with the 1-1, and it is one deadly combo.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit harder for the Valentina to get that as long as the Angela stays far back, which is normally where an Angela's hanging out at, waiting to kind of use the Heart Guard. So there's definitely some variables and all of that. But so far, I like both drafts from both teams.
For me, I'm a little different here because the fact that when Angela is locked in, there's a Martin's pick as well, but when the Angela is locked in, right, first picked over here, it typically ends up being, okay, we're going to be a little passive. We're going to approach the game from a passive standpoint unless it changes drastically with the 2 last picks that they have.
Yeah.
Which is kind of when I'm thinking about the way See You Soon is as a team, it could end up working against you, right? Now, maybe it's the right way. You go with a little bit of a disciplined route. You're a little more passive. You take things a little bit slower. You try to be a little more defensive, but is that the right answer against See You Soon, who has been very momentum-based just from game 1 to game 2, and now with what they're already drafting, like you mentioned, Trex, Valentina, if she gets her hands on the Heart Guard or not, we've seen what 1-1 can
Probably
do,
how
strong it is rising in the current ranks statistically. So that's kind of one of the biggest questions. And even with this Phobius ban, that's a great ban to not let this go in favor of draft-wise for DEVU here.
Yeah, so See You Soon can still slot in some dashes. DeVu are taking away pick-off, of course, when you... And that feels like a surefire sign that this is going to be an Angela Roam for not for boxing rather, but for Sawa. Usually that's the thing. If you're slotting in the Angela Roam, your ban second phase or one of your bans is going to be the Kaja. So it feels like they've already shown their hand, but let's see, they still might swing things around. I still don't see an obvious answer for the 1-1. Again, similar to the past 2 drafts, it's gonna come from the XP lane pick, which to me
I still want to see a Paquito though.
I understand why DeVu picked the XP laner second phase. They will just want to make sure they win the 1v1 against best possible matchup up against Soriam Felix. But we've seen before DeVu, even if Kid Bomba doesn't have a hero or a winning lane,
maybe they go something spicy like Freya.
He goes around.
That'll be very
he makes
spicy.
himself
XP
felt
lane
there.
Freya.
So it's interesting to see that DeVu have really went on for this approach of they just really
combined
want to
with
make sure the
Angela
1v1 is
will be
winning
quite
for
scary.
Kid Bomba.
Okay, Minotaur banned out, which leaves out in the open still. I'm not sure if Boxer would actually want to go with this, but obviously, Ku for his performance in game 1 was outstanding. You take the Cho as well. Outstanding there for game 2.
Yeah,
they lock in the Yu Zhang. This
Still Soon always steals away
he's
what DEVU
the
actually
L5 right
might
now,
want.
He's very niche in the current setups for a lot of the teams. This Yu Zhang, though, could end up working really well so far for what See You Soon has.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't have the greatest stats, honestly, because the drafts aren't too different from last game. Like, yes, they are different, but I feel like on the side of See You Soon, they could have gone for the Lapu there. They could have gone for the Trizla there. I feel like the Yu Zhang is just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna pick this up. Like, it's just let's do some limit testing. We're 2 ahead right now. They feel very comfortable. It's not like they were it's not like they were super hard games for See You Soon the past 2 games. They were very clean with them. They've been working very, very well together. DEVU, on the other hand, Lilia, Trizla again, it's what I was kind of thinking. I think the Lilia, Sunset Lover had a great game on it, very comfortable with it. I think at this point it just is going to come down to some in-game mechanics.
But again, it does feel like DeVu are going to be playing to just counter whatever.
The restart still gives Valentina a good
the
out
Yu
though.
Zhang was a great pickup. And now Cho again for See You Soon. Yeah, it's going to be a similar story as game 1 and game number 2. See You Soon sets the tempo. That Yu Zhang pickup was crucial because with the Trizla being, it seems like the last viable pick for DeVu, now it's going to be them having to talk about who gets the responsibility of having to peel for the Bruno. Is it the Trizla? Is it the Boxer?
We're back in the Bomba zone
most likely
with
the
Trizla.
But then now that puts you in a position where one of your best ultimates to engage is now being used just to play defensive.
Yeah, there's a lot that has to be said here for DEVU. Once again, as you take a look at the lineup, and the question again, can they extend the series?
We're back in the bomber zone.
Swept here by SYS, who's been on a death ball themselves, a momentum-based gameplay style, proving to work very successful here against, once again, M5's Dark Horses, DEVU's Vault. As we get ready to once again jump into the land of Dawn, SYS at match point, looking to sweep the series against ECA's DEVU's Vault. Can they keep it together? Can they extend the series? The tournament lives on the line here for DEVU.
And now, first rotation, let's check out here. Just to be on pace for both. Have to see if anyone's going to be going for a quick go into the lane. Nope, still holding the mid. So they're going to be going for a standard start. And let's see if SYS are actually going to continue their theme from the previous games, which is pressure Kid Bomba, and the answer is yes.
As you say it.
Yeah.
I will say this. Last time we did see Boxy kind of just immediately aggressing onto Magister. I think a big thing for DEVU here is try to keep the side of SYS at least out of your jungle. Try to keep them out of your side of the river, and then maybe, just maybe once you're able to, even push into their side a bit.
You know, and as you look at the emblems here, something that really happens a lot with SYS is the double, the double boots usually for 2 members.
Yeah.
Oh,
a lot of damage on a Sunset Lover. Wow. They're going to get first blood. Boxy picking it up.
You know, they love to rotate quickly.
Boxy's just feeling it right now. A lot of Cambodians and even us, the talents, we really see Boxy the King as the roamer in Cambodia. One of the best, if not the best. And he is proving it here right now.
Again, this is a team that has played together
they should just
for so long.
Yeah.
Right?
Focus
Usually
on
when we're talking about
getting
teams, especially here
Kabi
at the world stage, it's about
to critical mass early.
synergy-wise, right? I mean, most of these teams
Let
obviously
Kavistar
are
do
good.
his own
That's
lane.
why they're here. They're great.
It's fine.
For the M5. But
Ooh, big Petrify, a lot of damage on a Kid Bomba. King there as well, does have the Decimate ready to go, but the health was not quite low enough for the full-on engage.
Turtle's going to be up, though. First objective of the game. Nothing quite, in terms of lead, it's not out of hand, right? Boxy just has that kill.
Yep.
There's Raw, getting that hard guard, gonna have that available, using it already.
Kid Bomba still looking for level 4. Finally has it. Magister probably gonna back off here. Might try to get a sneak in. Kid Bomba with penalty zone. The King able to zone him away. Turtle does reset. Boxy a little bit low. MP the King able to find Magister though. Bomba, sorry, Felix does go down. It's a 1-for-1 right now on the map. Turtle able to reset.
All right. Slow and steady right now, but it feels like SYS, I really would hope they got the Turtle there instead of full committing onto the fight. They could have gotten it for themselves, and it actually would have supplemented their fight, but hey, no more point in crying over spilled milk. Now, DEVU's Vault, yes, as you mentioned earlier, Trex and Naisu is not as bad as the previous games. Not out of hand, still quite close early on. But still, we're seeing the same themes as earlier. They're just playing for the counterplay, but now this is a little bit more proactive by them. This is good.
Boxy looking for something there. Penalty zone does come in. Nice terrified by the King, able to secure the Turtle. Felix able to get away safety, and now MP looking for more. SYS decides to back off. Overall, still slow pace compared to the previous game.
This is good.
Finally winning out in the goal.
They're focusing on Kabi.
Okay, they get the objective. SYS. There was also some pressure on the top side. That's what
They need
DEVU
to run like hell.
They need to be able to find
They
wins.
need to run
right?
like
They're
hell.
not going to be grabbing objectives. Again, they played even that first interaction well. SYS decided not to commit to it. It gets reset, but eventually it goes in their hands. DEVU has to find something else across the map, and at the same time, taking care of Carvey.
Oh, look at MP right now, trying to lock on, going to create space for the rest of his team to clear out that gold plating. Magister going to get involved. MP taking a little bit of damage. May just go down here. Carvey trying to come in. Magister picks up the kill. SYS now on the back foot.
All right, so again, it feels like SYS gave that up for nothing. That was a kill that shouldn't have happened, but at least DEVU's Vault, kudos to them for being able to respond to it. And now, of course, Boxy is just going to continue this. SYS need to slow things down because, again, it's not far. DEVU's Vault still have the chance to take away objectives and get kills. SYS, they cannot rest easy. They still have to keep their alert very high.
The onslaught, the same kind of pressure that SYS brought last time, so it's a good start for them.
Yeah, keeping it together. Again, especially for Carvey, right, for the most part, as long as he can't as long as he doesn't get too pressured where he's dying multiple times, he's going to build up, scale up really well. He's already got the Haas Claws. We're going to be working on the Berserker's Fury next. Sunset Lover as well, getting that early kill will help him scale up. He actually did do quite a bit, even the previous game, right? But unfortunately, the game 2 just didn't go in their favor. This time around, though, DEVU at least keeping the early game under control against Yasun, even with a small lead working against it. We'll see if they can still find punishment against Yasun. But next turtle is going to be up here as they all get in position except for Carvey. He's not a part of this, right? So Kusei is here for the fight.
It's a 5v4. Can Deus Vault pull this off? With a big kick on to Salvo, make it a 3v5. MP should have the advantage over this match. They're going to hang out. He's able to take it. That's huge. And a nice big hit from Kid Bomb on 4 members. Sorry, Felix goes down next. Kid Bomb able to pick up the kill. DEVU trying to equalize here. Raw going to take a little bit of damage. Sunset Lover unloading the glooms. And while it's happening, Carvey takes tower down bot.
Raw's in trouble.
Not able to do enough damage. Raw in a lot of trouble. They're going to chase him down. Kid Bomba picking up a kill. Is it another one? On to Boxy. DEVU finally taking a lead.
There's DEVU. They come out swinging. They get a couple of wins. They make movements. Kid Bomba, though.
This is bad for Bomba.
Magister's there.
Magister's there to help out. Kusei loses the weakness points. Kusei might have to try to get out of here. Can they lock on? Are they going to go for the dive? Sawa looking for the stun. Kusei dancing back, forth, able to get away.
Deus Vult was able to find a good counterplay. I was thinking that if Magister wins this turtle, it's going to be really good for them. And he was able to. A great retribution win by him, and then Deus Vult called it out there, Trex, the great penalty zone to stop the chase onto Magister, onto the members of See You Soon. That led to the eventual turnaround. And it felt like a huge 50-50, but it all worked out in the end because that meant Carvey got to push down in the bottom lane. He didn't need to put himself in danger. He got farmed. He's now leading over the 1-1. So Deus Vult, everything just went right for them. It wasn't like the perfect win, but it was a win regardless. Now they find themselves in a lead. Not a comfortable lead, but still a lead in the first one, if I'm not mistaken, in this entire series.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, you know, Carvey being able to farm up here. Once again, they are putting pressure where they have to around the map. But even in that last exchange, that's just showing how much damage even Sunset Lover has early on, right? For the fact that Carvey wasn't a part of that, but now as he's rotating with the rest of the team, they get prepped up and ready for the next objective. That's going to play an integral role in that. Kusei now picking up the DHS. He has the Demon Hunter sword available, which will help him as well. That's why you see everybody getting prepped and ready, right? He's still going to stay up top, but Turtle started.
Yeah, this time, Carvey will be down here. Boxy looking for something. Magister able to take the turtle. Magister maybe looking for more now. Gets the run into Boxy. Boxy getting low. Sunset Lover's got his back right now. They're going to decide to back off, but still they're pushing See You Soon away.
All right, so now it's going to be See You Soon playing a little bit of cross map. They send Kusei up top. Allowed to get a little bit more farm as well. Catch up, apply pressure there. But Deus will get that turtle without a problem. MP the King's retribution wasn't off cooldown just yet by the time Deus will got it.
With that, once again, you have to see this is where, even for Kid Bomba, this is a little different from the previous 2 games, right? He had a hell of a time in the lane before, but now that he's got these 2 kills, he's able to build up pretty well. He has the Dominance Ice, of course, already working on the next defensive item.
Magister going to move on to Kosei here. Able to make him pop that second skill. The Heart Guard is on top, so he can't just keep pushing forward. Sunset Lover trying to find an angle as well. MP locking on to Magister. King looking for the kick. Lands on to Magister. Magister going to take a lot of damage here. Can he get away? Black Dragon comes out. Felix trying to zone in. Sunset Lover splits him up, and See You Soon cannot get the kill.
All right, we got ourselves a game here, gentlemen. You see Deus Vult actually doing that to try and force reactions from See You Soon, trying to force out the cross-both tang. Great discipline by Kusei to hold on and not let it go. But then at the same time, you saw there SYS trying to find a way to turn that around, push back the members of Deus Vult. So still slow and steady, methodical. Play around the macro, play around the minion waves is what Deus Vult wants to do. They don't have the capability to pull off surprising plays like the Cho of See You Soon.
Yeah, not only that, but also the fact that this time around with the Angela, right? You have the focusing mark. that will play a part towards the later, part of the game, especially that extra amount of damage.
Yeah.
If you can capitalize on that, whether that's, of course, for Carvey to pump out the damage later on, especially when he's got those 3-4 items on this Bruno, that's really going to help them out as they try to win these skirmishes, these team fights. But still, in the mid lane,
gonna look for the way of the dragon here. Able to connect, but not able to get him out of the tower, so See You Soon cannot commit.
Yeah, great use of the Purify there.
No, I'm not muted.
That's one big spell for one.
I just went to clear my...
How was the trade here?
Clear my clip.
Oh, Felix doing a lot of damage on a Kid Bomba and across the
Whoa!
hard guard just in time. And now See You Soon is a little overcommitted. Madison trying to respond back, looking for something raw there as well. Goose able to get a couple free shots
looks
off
like
Terrify on a Magister. Felix looking for the re-engage now.
Looks like DEVU has an advantage this fight.
Masawo's got their back.
They might want to take this Lord if they can.
Okay, that was, again, saved by the hard guard there that time. Kidboma able to keep it together. Sawo there just in time.
Okay,
they
no outs
reset
anyway.
the Lord. So neither team able to commit to it just yet. They're
No
really
outs.
respecting even the damage potential from both sides. But with that, Deus Vult looking very tanky, with this lineup alone, not to mention you pair up an Angela there.
Yeah.
Now, once again, See You Soon's going to go ahead and start up the Lord. DEVU has the information. They're going to get in position.
Oh,
misses it, does
Boxy
actually
kicks.
kick on a Magister.
Magister half
Kid
HP.
Bomba to penalty zone. And Beat the King forced to try to back
Angela.
up. Kusei look for some weakness points. Still forced to back up, and at this point, Deus Vult is coming out on top in all of these team fights.
Yeah, they can
Re-engage here.
They have to watch out for MP.
Okay.
King
Barista going down.
up, able to land on a
Kid Bomba goes down.
King able to get the decimate, backs off. Kusei moving on to Magister. See You Soon with the Black Dragon, forcing DEVU away this time. It's back and forth. It's definitely been a day of pendulum, and finally, Felix connects, but may just drop here. King takes the Lord, though.
Great decision by See You Soon. The pendulum around the Lord. It wasn't a full reset on the Lord that Deus Vult initially held, and that meant MP and the rest of See You Soon, while Soriam Felix in the dragon form pushed back the members of Deus Vult. The Lord was free for the champions.
Is Kid Bomba
of
going for
Cambodia.
Winter Truncheon?
And a turnaround yet again.
He has bought a mystery codex.
Yet again, as we've seen from this series, and now Carvey picking up that Malefic Roar should be able to help them in some
Seems
of these
like
team fights.
Bomba wants to
But
go
still,
for Winter
you see the
Truncheon.
push and pull between a lot of these team fights going on. Whether they get the, they survive the Way of the Dragon, whether they survive the hard guard and they're able to extend it, whether they're able to work around this crossbow of Tang from Kusei. But right now, Deus Vult, their only concern, dealing with a Lord up the top side. Carvey made quick work of it, but they still got to hold on to as many turrets as they can here in this march from See You Soon.
All right, See You Soon. I mean, just cutting off these towers just for a few minutes there. DEVU did have control, but now it is lost once again. See You Soon with the pressure.
And now they can just continue this. They can still try to make those boxy plays, but they have to be ready because Deus Vult have shown that they are in a counter-punish capability already. CC needs to be careful of when they pull the trigger, who to go for. Still, don't forget to manage the minion waves. In this scenario, this is one of the things that separates the good teams from the great teams, is when you're in the lead, when you find yourself in good places around the map.
Oh, this is dangerous.
The rest of the minions.
Okay.
At least they're able to check
Wait, Magister, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He needs to be careful though. Kid Bomba holding the front side, gets a couple shots off onto Felix. But watch for
On
Boxy
one top.
here.
One top. Top then goes down.
Every time he's G-condoing around, you got to get stressed.
Yeah, you're not sure, right?
Yeah.
Just like
Oh,
that.
and there it is. He's going to lock on to Kid Bomba, and the rest of the team commit as well. Kid Bomba goes down, the crossbow Tang locks onto several other members. Carvey's going to get the hard guard this time. They're going to move in, try to block on to Kusei, but they're not able to
Oh my
get
god,
right
Carvey is so low.
Damage raw as well. Sunset Lover trying to unload.
Wait, Sunset Lover.
Goes down, King
Oh.
picking up the kill.
Decisive once again. See You Soon able to play around Boxy to start things
Deus Vult
off.
keeps getting caught.
As Trex we were just talking about, he pulled
What can
it
they do
off
about this
once
1-1?
again, and the punishment comes through.
Why do they keep
That's the
forcing
thing,
Terisla?
especially
Just
working
take
around this Deus
Pakito.
Vult still.
Or is Kid Bomba not
Too
confident
far
on
ahead,
Pakito?
right? They're not too far in a deficit here. It's 2K. They actually, you can see that even when See You Soon's approaching these fights, unless they get a sure pick-off, they still respect the capability of Deus Vult to turn things around, even looking at the damage dealt. Sunset Lover is up there, right? He's there with Ra. A lot of the times, like I said, this Lilia is picked up for a reason. It's you can pump out the damage very quickly and still play relatively aggressive and then safe when you have the black shoes. Now that the Lord is up, though, and given the fact that Carvey is also just picking up a major item defensively, the Wind of Nature, do they actually go and try to win this team fight?
Yeah, absolutely no game plan against this 1-1. Nothing they can do about the 1-1.
Truncheon here to help against the possibility that Kosei gets the airtime, gets the crossbow tang off. Boxy, though, again, going to go in with the conceal, looking for his own pick-off.
Okay.
They still keep together, both teams respecting each other here around this Lord pit.
And they're trying, like DEVU's trying to get these baits out, but Siyusun is never fully committing to them. Boxy's so good, he's only going in when he's absolutely sure he can find someone.
Oh, the damage.
Damage on a Sunset Lover. Kid Bomb to the back line. Does
nobody to follow up.
Watch out for Kusei. Does have the crossbow tank. Decides not to use it. Still up. Carvey able to take out Felix.
Kicks Carvey in the. Oh my god.
Find someone. Terrifying to
Carvey so low.
Taking a little bit too much damage. Finally falls.
But they get Kusei.
It's 2 for 2 right now. Madness are still up though. Both Retries on the field.
Okay. Big 50-50 there. Still the jungler of Siyusun.
That's a big kick by Boxy.
14 seconds on the retribution
Carvey.
of MP the King. A little close to 24 Magister. Deus Volt. It's going to be risky.
Oh no, Sunset.
Damage on a Sunset Lover. Able to pop the black shoes. Does have the heart guard. He wants to try to finish. Able to find Raw. But goes down to Kusei. Don't know if that's a good trade right now. Kusei
gonna chase him down.
Crossbow tang unloads. Doing the damage on a Madison. Not able to get the final shot though, but is able to back them up into a corner.
Keeps them at bay. Gives them time to go ahead and secure this Lord here for Siyusun.
This Winter Champion is actually good. It's good against 1-1.
Between both teams, but ultimately, Siyusun grabs the objective.
Kusei, man, he was just throwing darts at the dartboard of the Boxer skin. Maybe that's why Magister didn't go down, but of course he was built really well, has an anti-cuirass, has the blade armor. But one of the bright spots here for Siyusun really, or one of their brighter spots, is the fact that they are so disciplined. Kusei especially on this 1-1. Ra as well, even though he's been taken out a couple of times, in terms of like making the most out of each ability. That seems to be Siyusun's thing right now, and it's one of the biggest reasons as to why Deus Volt is struggling.
Oh, conceal play from Boxy. Everybody just tightens up when that happens, right?
Yeah.
And Siyusun now closing in the Lord, about to make the crash. Watch out for Kusei, making his way, takes a couple shots, has to be careful, back off a bit. DEVU still defending.
Yeah, DEVU, again, they have great capabilities to fight back. Given the situation of 5K behind, they can still actually turn some of the tides of these fights. It really is, how do you play around Boxy? Now there's immortalities coming into play. They're going to push it in.
Wow.
Terrified to petrify.
Magister
The knock-up. Out comes
taking
the
so much
crossbow
damage.
tang, and Magister drops. Next is going to be Kid Bomb, but the Decimate lands directly. Salvo and Carvey now looking to maybe try to get a fight back, try to get a strike back.
Oh.
For something here, Boxy gets a knock-up. King still playing the distance, pops the immortality. Carvey unloading with a couple free shots. Sunset Lover picks up a kill. 2 for 1, and DEVU still defends.
Okay, Deus Volt still being able to hold on, and now we've seen their main win condition there. Even though Magister was low, Kid Bomba was low, Sao, the call was commit the hard guard onto the Bruno.
Oh, Demon Hunter finally.
All the eggs and all the hope
Finally for
Volt
Bruno.
extending the series right now are on that Bruno basket, being able to free hit, hold on long enough, supplemented by the fact that Lilia in the hands of Sunset Lover is now a big pain on the behind of Siyusun this late into the game. Already up to a Divine Glaive and 3 other items, a Truncheon, the Ice Queen one, and the Enchanted
She gonna get glowing one.
Siyusun, they're starting to hit the point where they're going to realize that this game is far closer than they'd like to accept, despite all those towers in mid still standing.
Yeah, as long as Carvey, Sunset Lover are alive, the damage can be insane, right, for Deus Volt. That's what they have to do. And again, when you have the Angela with a focusing mark on top of it, it really helps some of that damage department. Boxy, though.
Boxy does land the way of the dragon on Kid Bomba. Bomba taking a lot of damage. Felix pops a Black Dragon. Carvey looking for some free shots. Able to come
looks like a good fight for DEVU.
Can he take this
It looks like a good fight for DEVU.
Nice shot. Sunset Lover picks
Maybe
it
they
up.
can keep going.
Into the hands of Deus Volt.
No, they can't. All
The
out
hope
use.
is there. The belief is there. They're holding on. A great Winter Truncheon there by Kid Bomba to ensure that the crossbow tag would not get activated and would transfer to another member of Deus Volt. Still, Siyusun have initial advantage here. They are down one man, but they are in good position to try and take out 1-0 Sunset.
Oh my god, Sunset.
Done to Sunset, but Sunset doesn't care. Sunset's not scared. Gonna push back in, pop the black shoes, but that is a utility down. Boxy looking for another moment to strike. He's always there. Deuce Volts know it.
Oh, Ra taking a lot of damage.
Kid Bomber responds with the penalty zone. Kusei now trying to
come in. Needs to go back to the fight.
King able to come in, gets the hit, takes out Kid Bomba, and backs off. It's a 1-0. Magister maybe looking for the re-engage. Sawo, Sunset Lover, Carvey there as well. They definitely want to go. You might have taken one, but we're ready to fight. See you soon. Back into the Lord Pit.
And again, back and forth between the two teams. They get a member down, another one falls, and then
they need to fight where Kavi is. Otherwise, they have 0 damage.
Going on too at this point, almost 20 minutes in the game. Longer game than we've seen from the previous two.
There's a disconnect in the team fight.
Still holding on. This will ultimately be a See You Soon Lord. So Deus Volt has to get prepped and ready once again for the defense. And I'll say it again, as long as Sunset Lover and Carvey are alive, they should be able to make it out of this defense as well.
Yeah. Seems like there was a slight hesitation, miscommunication by the members of Deus Volt, whether or not they're actually going to chase, fight, or dance for the Lord. Because in terms of how it looked like the members of See You Soon were positioned, it looked like it could have been better for Deus Volt, instead of chasing, to just draw back the
One has the
start a little dance, send someone forward, knowing the timers on the Yutong. Just watch out for that, and then reset if ever the Yutong gets close. But now it got to the point where, since Deus Volt chased, the members of See You Soon got a little bit of time to recover. Deus Volt were put in a worse position in the map, meaning that See You Soon can just go to the Lord Pit.
Boxy still looking. Sunset Lover going to clear the boss side. DEVU should be able to clear these waves very safely. They're down one inhibitor. That is not the end of the world. Here comes Boxy with a three-man knockup. Boxy doing it once again. Kid Bomb locked on, and Boxy goes down.
Huge fight.
But an extra fall. The crossbow tank does lock off. But still, all members of DEVU are still up, and now they're finally responding. MP in trouble. Sawo looking for the kill. Carvey there as well, and down goes MP. DEVU still stand tall.
DEVU still in the mid lane. They gather together, they fight together, and now they're gonna run it down mid here. Kosei and Sarnion Felix left alive, but this is exactly what Deus Volt needed.
Now they still waiting on a wave of minions. This one shouldn't be able to do it, but they should get some damage down. 20 seconds left on the clock. Don't know if they're gonna have time to finish this one.
That was a bit unnecessary by
Bossy the King, turned into an absolute disaster for See You Soon, as Deus Volt countered it so well. They held on in position so well.
They're going to try to push it in. Kid Bomba trying to create space. Felix with Black Dragon. Kusei dance around, but Carvey has a hard guard. Should be safe. Boxy back up. More minions are here. Thinking about it. Back and forth, just like always. But they decide to finally.
Good enough. Good enough.
They got it.
Good control. Deus Volt showing good control there. See You Soon. Now, still have a slight gold lead, but now it is down to who gets the press buttons better here, folks. We're at that point. Items really close. The buying and selling, as you mentioned earlier, actually coming in big. Winter Truncheons, exchanging them, going into Antique Cuirass, changing that. Now we're actually seeing Guardian Helmet as well being sold around by Magister to get a few more utility items, either if it's going to be for the Emo, or maybe he'll even get a Winter Truncheon himself. Again, that was a play. Kid Bomba, great follow-up there. And as long as Naisu, you said it, as long as Sunset Lover and Carvey are alive and they aren't taken out and they are able to free hit, it's a problem for See You Soon.
Yeah, and we saw the interaction there, right? Even Kid Bomba, as long as he gets that penalty zone and he finds even 2-3 members alongside that focusing mark, the damage potential is going to be there for Deus Volt. Now they'll go ahead and start up this Lord. Holy Crystal even being picked up here for Saul, as he has to clear some of these waves, keep it under control. Both bases have one turret down.
DEVU knows they're there.
They know.
They're like, you're not going to get us with that play. Get back to your side of the pitch. You don't belong here.
Once again, they go ahead and get ready for the Lord Dance. Both
Can they start a slow push at
working
top
around
lane?
what they have. Immortality
That'll be good to
still for Sarnion Felix. Boxy, though,
control that top lane.
A little bit of damage on a Kid Bomba. Kusei does have the crossbow tang. Is she going to get a minute?
Oh.
No. Felix able to get the kill.
Carvey with
now
the
DEVU at a disadvantage.
hard
It's a 60-second death
Can
counter,
they do anything with it?
which is huge right now.
They know the heart guard was used.
Yeah.
They know it's down.
That was really good sense by Boxy to actually just go for that kick. Initially, it looked like it was okay, are you sure you want to do that? But then because of the positioning of the members of DEVU, they wouldn't be able to respond and help Kid Bomba out in time. It was a small thing with a massive consequence. Boxy, what a kick, what a decision, split second.
They're going to go for the defense.
They have to defend once again. They had to deal with these waves. 25 seconds for Kid Bomba to be up. He'll be up just in time for this defense. But right now, see you soon. Boxy gonna go in again.
Boxy does get the knock up. Carvey there to let out a few shots. DEVU on one of the most important defenses of their life right now.
They defend.
This could be it. Match point for See You Soon, trying to close things out. DEVU, can they do it?
Go buy some more time. Lord make its way top side. Carvey picking up the wind of nature. Kid Bowman now part of the fight. Boxy as well will work around the immortalities here for him and Felix as DEVU tries to hold on as much as possible to these base turrets. But as they get closer here, Lord has to be worked with. Quite strong at this point in the game, 25 minutes in. Multiple immortalities as well available for See You Soon.
See how this goes. Lord stopped at the tower nub right now. Kusei Raw, Felix also looking for an angle. Boxy back into the midst of things.
Okay, good defense.
This down. They finally break through the inhibitor, but DEVU still stands.
Seems like a
Looks
decent
like we
defense.
could be going to another Lord.
Well, they play the long game. They want to wait it out. The minion waves weren't quite there yet. So DEVU lives to fight another day. Actually, there's the roll boots as well. The Valentina, not sure there's already. I think at this point it should be activated, which explains why there's so much damage being dished out by the Shadow Strike of the Valentina. So the Dire Hit might actually be already in effect for the Val. Queen's Wings also has the, Blood Wings rather. And then has the Holy Crystal. That explains as to why Ra's initial Sparrow damage when he sees Carvey takes him down to like 40, 35% with one full combo.
Yeah, once again, even looking at the damage dealt now, once there, Sunset Lover at the top has put work in. Carvey as well. So for some way, somehow, the obstacle here for See You Soon, especially Boxy, is if he's able to get a kick on either of the members, Sunset Lover, Carvey, it's going to pay dividends. Or, again, you can make the decisive action. If we take out Kid Bomba and we are guaranteed to get that kill, we can turn things around once again. A lot of things up for grabs, 30 seconds away from this Lord. As it gets to this point in the game, 27 minutes in, you see a lot of just item switches happening. And really, as you said earlier, Redmar, comes down to the execution factor or pushing buttons better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be able to switch those items. Boxy's being spotted out, though.
We're going to try to pin him down. Well, I mean, it's not going to be easy to pin down Boxy right now. I think the best way to get it in is let him try to come in a little bit, see if you can bait him into kind of a bad kick and then catch him off guard. Up in the mid lane, still a little bit action. Lord, though, coming back onto the map.
Better gold player and mid laner free hitting wins this game. When we brought up the damage earlier, it's the gold laners and mid laners almost double the Terizla of Kid Bomba, who's next in terms of like the highest damage dealt. So whoever gets those down first, 1-1, Valentina, Bruno, Lilia, whoever gets the victory first might actually seal the deal and win this game. Great management of See You Soon right now. Great macro play.
Side. They are going to lock on to Sawa. Kid Bomba able to help out. Carvey now going to get some free shots. That could be the bait. That's the wait. That's the tackle. King is going to go down there. Carvey now looking for more. See You Soon on the run this time.
Top lane.
It's 5 against 4. MP the King looking for the entryway, looking for the decimate, but can't quite find it. The Petrify. Felix unloading the damage from Carvey, still free shotting. Kusei finally able to lock on with a crossbow tank. Nice one to Charge trying to cancel it out. Felix goes down.
Carvey's still alive.
King goes down.
Carvey's still alive.
Carvey. Kusei still up though. Kid Bomba with the response. Carvey gonna try to re-engage us. Are they going to commit? See You Soon backing off. Couple shots on the Kid Bomba goes down. It's 2v2. DEVU decides not to go forward.
The damage is there from See You Soon. The push and pull once again.
How do you fight a 1-1 late game?
Keeping it together. Carvey, Sunset Lover still alive.
Without an assassin.
Kusei and Ra. 4-0-8 on the 1-1. 3-3 and 10 on the Valentina. Kusei folks, we are seeing a 1-1 performance of a lifetime here. They cannot get the marksman down, and he's so brave.
Oh.
Look at this.
Not only that, Kusei's been so good at hanging
Wind of Nature
on
used.
to that ultimate.
Oh,
man.
Kavi!
Hanging on, waiting. And what we saw last game, we see Felix and MP King bait out the Winter Truncheon. Bait out
Sunset Lover.
Wait a second, a lot of damage onto Sunset Lover. Kusei gonna dance around.
Kavi?
Sunset Lover.
No, Wind of Nature.
The Winter Truncheon comes out raw. May not be able to get away from this. Immortality pops. Carvey able to get the free shot.
Does he have the flicker?
And while all this is happening,
Oh my god, he get out. But they get the Lord. Can they get the Lord?
Fully committed. This is it. Can they take it? Carvey able to steal it. Thought it was a steal almost there. But no, DEVU gets the Lord.
Wow.
Holy.
Just when you thought it was done, when you can close the chapter on the story, not just yet.
Oh, the Lord is so early though. The Lord is so early.
Charge forward.
They can't really take full advantage of this Lord though.
Hope for an extended series. But the champions of Cambodia stare them down in the eye here in the mid.
They might be able to finish this game.
Fall? Will Sun be set?
They're all arriving.
We'll see. You soon defend.
We'll see. DEVU wants to try to finish it here. They're committing everything to the mid lane. Kusei looking for the angle once again. Carvey just trying to get close to the base to try to finish it. But no, the Lord goes
Oh my
down.
god.
And Deus Vault won't be able to finish it here. They're going to move up to the top side, take this tower. Boxy keep in vision. But DEVU not completely backed
That's
off
a bit fast.
just yet.
Again, at this point, this is the mental test for DEVU. They've crawled back into this game time and time again. They're now assaulting the base of SYS soon.
Oh, big petrifying to Sunset Lover, able to pop the black shoes, but finally Carvey able to take out the tower.
Bottom tower.
Master gonna work down towards the bot side.
Tower.
DEVU need to at least even the playing field if they're gonna keep this match going any longer. That bottom inhibitor is crucial, but they're not able to close in onto it.
We're back to it. It's mirrored for the bases, both holding on to the same turrets
Another
of the
wave.
base as both teams.
He's coming.
The perfect picture. Still, Carvey working on
Register
it.
is
Boxy
dangerous.
does get the kick onto Sunset Lover.
Okay.
Kid Bomba! Dropping it down. King able to back up. Kid Bomba buys the Winter Truncheon, able to freeze it up for just a second. Felix goes down. Sunset Lover picks up the kill.
His zone goes down.
Nice heart guard onto Carvey. Same as usual. Able to unload a couple more shots. 73 death counter on Felix.
Come on, Deus Vault.
The baddest kid on the planet with the penalty zone that might have sealed the fate of See You Soon. Deus Vault is the sin.
Deus Vault.
They're going to try to make it.
Oh! 3-man penalty zone.
On the two members, we're all taken out. A big kill.
Kusei still alive.
King will be next. MP going down. Kusei able to pop it off, but he's only on a bomb. But Carvey finds King.
They got it.
Oh my god.
DEVU move forward.
DEVU stays alive in the series. They keep it going. They fight on. And they're feeling good.
It is not over yet. We still have a series. He put up the sign.
The 3-2.
Kid Bomba says this is going to 3-2. Will we see it? I
feeling good.
Feeling great.
As he should.
Great bars.
Better than great. Hey,
better than great.
Hey, that performance right there was better than great. Analyst Leo, Mirko, tell us how it went.
This is just according to plan. Deus Vault, late game specialists. And did we not say in our last analyst segment that Coach Faisal was to pull out all the stops? Madman put the Angela into Sawa's hands. See what happened.
That happened. That just happened. A comeback of the ages just happened for Deus Vault, and it didn't happen on a whim. It happened because they were able to push all the way till that late stage. And just like Leo mentioned, that late game has always been kind of the key, the secret key to Deus Vault's success. In most of their winning games, you can see all the way from the group stages as well. It's when they were able to take their opponents to deep waters. Even through snowballs, they will just play it slow up until that late game happens. Then, once the tick-tock timers happen, those 20-minute timers come alive, even when the enemy team has a 10,000 gold lead, it won't matter. They'll be able to coin flip their way to a victory.
We're giving the MVP nod over to Sunset Lover of DEVU, again, in Game 2, we sang his praises already. He was one of the few reasons why they lasted a little longer against the very aggressive SYS. And here, he just held it down, man. Early, mid to late, despite the back and forth swings in net worth, he was always at least a little bit ahead of Ra.
With consistency of this level, it was bound to happen, Leo. He was bound to get an MVP performance. Heck, I would actually give MVP for Game 1 and 2 to him if they won, right? I mean, he was the sole damage dealer for both Game 1 and 2, and now, really, with the team backing him up, we could see everything we were talking about, everything we were criticizing about DEVU come to life. Sunset Lover on top of a lot more consistent damage. Take a look at the item builds. Even here, all the way in the 30th minute of the game, he sold his boots, doesn't need it anymore, goes for the Blood Wings instead so that he can sustain even more so around these team fights on top of the already Purify and the Black Shoes.
That's what you call core things. Him alongside Carvey were dealing all sorts of damage. And between a mage like Lilia and a Bruno that deals physical damage, you're left as a member of SYS wondering, how do I defend against DEVU? Either of them could have the Angela taking care of them. Either of them could have the front lines.
There'll be some crazy damage numbers on...
Big old Kid Bomba special.
Wait.
The OPZ.
They put the wrong name.
Mid-game,
they put Carvey's name instead of Sunset Lover.
Anybody's game.
I mean, in the early stage, I would actually say DEVU were able to control the tempo, have that gold lead for a long time. But then in the mid-game, when these power spikes started to hit for SYS, that's when we saw these big plays from BTK.
Wait, BTK. Oh, Boxy the King. That's right. Him and MP are almost a two-man kill.
Maybe they can't
squad.
decide whether it's Carvey
again,
or Sunset Lover.
At some point, sorry, I'm Felix was going in a little too deep. You could say the same for Kid Bomba. I think some of us watching would say, hey, why is Kid Bomba just throwing out that penalty zone willy-nilly? It's because even the opponents are pushing the advantage. So sometimes, at this rate specifically, you got to go toe-to-toe. And you can flicker forward to confirm these kills.
And I have to say, man, DEVU, in the early stages, when they get wins even, they don't capitalize on it like completely, right? Sometimes you do see a lot of misses, but when it comes to the 20th minute all the way till the end, they're always able to capitalize on any little mistake. Take a look at this, right? The
if it's 3-2, right, it'll be the craziest reverse sweep ever.
Literally got them this win. He was able to pop in those glooms and let Carvey soak in the damage with the immortality. Once Carvey stood back up, he was able to execute these members, and then the prolonged team fight started to happen where Kusei just did not have enough consistent damage, Leo. Yep. I think that's the main problem for the Wan, right? When it's bursts of damage coming through, when you are able to execute some of these members, it's a great hero to have. But when the team fight goes for a super long period, you use that crossbow and tang and then you're done.
I guess now you see how SYS composition relies on MP the King taking over that farm early to mid and then just snowballing out of control. And having Kusei get the gold lane experience. If those things don't happen, or if SYS don't capitalize and end quickly from there, things go sideways, and that's what DEVU did. That's what made them go past the 30-minute mark and try to get through these cracks. Again, their KDA, it's not like it was perfect. They were still dying 15 times, but they just knew how to deal with that. I wonder, what was the mentality behind a late-game team like this?
The mentality is the Bomba mentality. The bombastic mentality that we've all come to know now, and you can see it. Once they won, Bomba just stood up, jumped around, and you can feel the confidence. This is when things turn around. Usually for Bomba and DEVU, it's almost, it's crazy to think, Leo. It's very poetic that in M3, Na'Vi were up 2-0 against Todak, and then Todak were able to reverse sweep them. Now we're seeing SYS go match point against DEVU, and it would be poetic if the odds just
the curse of the Ruby stream.
Well, we'll see now, besides mentality, again, the specific game decisions that these two teams made in the late game actually changed their fates. You see here a full-on defensive build from MP the King, had to juggle between building a damage item to help him again, and BTK, Boxy the King, confirm kills. You're also seeing Boxy the King here have multiple ways of actually juggling. Why, tell me, why is he building Twilight armor here?
The Twilight Armor, I feel like, is just to take in a lot of the burst coming in from the get-go, right?
The crits?
It's the crits, even the crossbow tang. I mean, like, to be honest, right, a little bit of the crit already helps you get out of these skirmishes so that you can dive in even deeper. And we can definitely see here from the damage taken as well, everything almost taken by Deus Vult except for the rich guy, which is still going to be Kusei.
So yeah, again, see how weird this is, folks? Kusei was farming like a madman. He was making bank, all right? But what did it lead to? Again, it just brings back to the point of it's not what you got, it's how you use it. And it was so difficult to trigger that ult and to get it on the right targets. We saw him take to the skies multiple times in this 30-minute bout, but really, besides finishing the job, sometimes there was just so much that Deus Vult could clap back with.
I want to see the damage
especially when he
though.
landed, he had to almost instantly back off.
This is a visual representation, this game in particular, of how late game can work, right? Because initially, when you pick up a 1-1, you'll say, hey, good late game, but only if you're able to burst down the targets. If you have sustain and tankiness of the sorts of Deus Vult here, with a lot of CC to put that over as well, then Carvey will be the guy who will dish out more damage in these team fights because he has more reliable, consistent damage all
Somehow I feel like
the long team fights. And even when it comes to damage,
Yuzong is, although Yuzong is like one of my favorite heroes, but he can be so underwhelming.
MP the King and Felix, it's a bit more evenly spread out for See You Soon, but you have to remember that for the Cho and the Martis, you're not really as tanky as the Baxia or as the Terizla.
Exactly. It's not like See You Soon's lineup wants to engage, re-engage. They're not playing with a Rafaela, nor a Matilda, nor an Estes. That's why if you see this, and you're not winning, and the game's not over, something is very wrong. They're juggling the damage. And heroes like the Bruno, heroes like the Lilia, can dish out damage all day, much like the Hulk.
Falcons.
Right.
And for Sunset Lover, right, the fact that the new patch just kicked in a few patches ago where the Lilia was buffed out. So when you go into late game, when you get a lot of those clumped up team fights and choke points, oh, it is heaven for Sunset Lover. And he definitely felt that here in this game. Heck, he felt that all throughout the series, but See You Soon did not want to respect it. Now, I think at this point, you have got to respect Sunset Lover's prowess on this hero.
So now you have to consider, if you're See You Soon, do you let this victory from Deus Vult in Game 3 change your momentum? Will you allow the Bomba mentality to get into your mentality and stop your run for the win? Because, again, it was in your hands. It's this turning point that usually teams crumble or teams clap back stronger.
Or maybe they start banning the
Coach Catgod, who's forced
Terizla now. Maybe.
Do you ban the Lilia? Do you make sure that the Diggy stays out of the formula here? Or are you now also watching out for Sawo's Angela?
And that's what's scary, right, Leo? Game 1, Game 2, the only member that maybe See You Soon were really respecting were Sunset Lover. But in Game 3, they didn't decide to close it completely, to step on the hopes and dreams of Deus Vult. They decided to go and face it head on. That last hope, that Lilia brought them a victory with the help of everyone else, now finally clumping up and also facilitating the Lilia. Now that that has happened, a lot more of their members can start to pop off with the mentality boost, with the mentality Bomba.
With that said, we'll go ahead and throw over to our hosts right before we jump back into this bout. Again, folks, a quick update. It's a 2-1.
Quick update.
In a way, this perhaps See You Soon was testing the
We're going
Yuzong,
back out into the stage in the
like
crowd with
what they
Mara
said
and
during
Mikey.
the drafting phase. They might have been limit testing the Yuzong.
For the first time in MLBB history, we partnered up in collaboration with Moonton and Philippine
Sign Language Interpreting.
Philippine Sign Language Interpreting. And it's so nice to have you, Jefferson. Earlier, we showed you translating the interview in our Tagalog broadcast.
Let me go to the
Translate from
washroom real quick.
the Cambodian, the English, then I translate the Filipino Sign Language. Then my deaf partner translate it to International Sign Language.
Wow, that is crazy. And I heard that you also play ML. Big Blacklist International fan.
Blacklist International.
I heard yung deaf community daw very supportive of the Blacklist International.
Yes, me sometimes with team with the deaf community, we're playing Mobile Legends. Now the deaf community is supporting the Blacklist International.
How about for this fight? Who are you supporting? We have Deus Vult and See You Soon.
So I think I saw Boy Bomba, right?
Kid Bomba!
Kid Bomba!
Bomba la
I love the
Bomba!
way you play Kid Bomba.
He has such great personality. Tell us more about your community. How big is this community playing for MLBB?
So there are many that playing Mobile Legends. So I think there are more than 10,000 devs playing Mobile Legends, and they're also playing with the other friends from other countries.
And how great of an experience is it for you to be able to do this in the World Championship for MLBB?
So this experience is priceless. So this is very precious. Actually, we're excited to interpret in this international competition of Mobile Legends. Now, me and my partners are very happy.
Oh, go ahead. Kausapin mo yung partners natin.
Yeah,
Ano mga gusto mong sabihin sa kanila sumusuporta ngayon?
Hello, Jefferson, Cortez, and Ismael, my partners in sign language interpreting. So, go, go, go!
Yeah.
And you know, we're hoping that more communities, more broadcasts, especially in esports, will also have this in their program. What's your message, maybe to all the executives and all the other esports watching?
So, I hope that more tournament that will for the PWD. So more being a part of advocacy. Hopefully, in the future, more interpreting insets when the big competition like this.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Inspirasyon ka, ha? Tuloy mo yung ginagawa mo. Thank you very much.
And we hope, Mikey, to see more of
Yes,
this
hopefully.
in broadcasts everywhere. And I'm so proud that Moonton has taken this initiative as well. And hopefully the whole community supports this as well. And you know what? We're gonna go back to our program. We're gonna go to game number 4, and it will be Deus Vult versus See You Soon. We're heading back to the casters. How about let's do it together? Okay? 1, 2, 3. Casters.
Paso.
To hear these stories and hear, you know, the advocacy, the inclusions, of course, for the broadcast.
Definitely.
Now, once again, at stake here, Tournament Lives, the series has been extended, right? Deus Vult in an amazing game number 3, take us to game 4 upon us, and they've adjusted. This is something we were pretty much trying to brainstorm here, and I know the panelists as well, trying to put things together. How do they keep things going? And this is a man himself that was a big part of the last game. Sunset Lover, average damage dealt across the board. He is topping the charts right now.
Yeah, and I remember a little joke that we made, but it felt like good analysis at that time. In the Filipino broadcast of the previous tournament, especially in M3, Sunset Lover, no wonder that they're winning now. He's stronger because the sun finally set. Like, it's finally nighttime.
That's true.
When they started playing, the sun was still a little bit up, you know, so it still wasn't his hour. But now it's like, it's nighttime. It's like, it's sunset time. It's like, oh, yeah, it's definitely my time now.
Activated.
Hey, Anarchy got...
It was a well-deserved
Anarchy
MVP
got...
from the previous game.
Yeah, definitely an important
First time
player
here,
for
right?
eyes on. There's so many eyes on Kid
Haven't
Bomba
seen
right
you
now
before.
that we forget about Sunset Lover, and he's just been a monster. Same thing with Sawo, the Sawo Carvey combo last game.
Yeah.
That is truly what brought them to victory there.
I think it's great because, you know, even in the draft I was talking about, hey, Angela's first pick, usually it means a certain type of play style. And really I would say for the early game, it was that, right? It was a little more defensive. They had to kind of keep things together. Focusing Mark was the emblem
Welcome to the
of
stream,
choice.
bro.
But ultimately, as long as you kept Carvey and Sunset Lover alive, things
Hope you enjoy
worked out
the
for them.
tournament.
So we'll see if they can actually replicate or even refine what they did the previous game and start off on the momentum themselves to take it to game 5 here for Deus Vult. As we get into the draft here, game number 4. Bans already, of course, coming out. You see the Boxer. You saw the Angela banned out as well. Yep. So that is not going to be a part of this matchup, but it's See You Soon on the blue, Deus Vult on the red, and Baksha, Lilia taking out the respect now here.
Everything changes now, right? Because See You Soon's bans are completely different. Nolan's still up. Nolan's going to get banned out by DEVU, but still, things are still shifting a lot here. Joy's still up.
There's still Joy and Gwyn.
Which one of them will ban it? I wonder if Deus Vult
Is it possible that they ban?
open up the Joy force MP the King and See You Soon to say, hey, let's pick up the Joy, let's go for that, and then just counter it. Because they're in that scenario, it's a Theramis.
The spicy.
Joy,
Joy and Gwyn possibly
I
unbanned.
would not mind opening up the Joy here because DeVu, with how they draft, the picks that they have, I mean, with them liking the card. No,
Okay, so they give the Gwyn.
I really thought that they'd open
They're
it.
giving the Gwyn.
Right away. You know what? It's cheesy, but I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind either, but what's reality? Reality Bruno?
Valentina.
Bruno?
Yeah.
Either of the two?
Guinevere's still up there.
Yeah, Guinevere's there as well.
Yeah.
You know, if we went that route, again, Lancelot could still work for Siasoon if they grab it on the other, the flip side, but really this actual first pick, given how the bans have come through and this series alone, this already changes the course of things, right? At least through the entirety of the series up to now, this game number 4. And first pick is crucial for them because there it is, Valentina.
They
This is
take
probably,
Valentina, so Gwyn
I would say safer, right? One of the safer routes
probably
you can go, other than
gonna be picked up.
possibly the Bruno.
Yeah, so what they respond with Bruno Gwyn maybe? But do they go? They had a rough Gwyn game in game number 2. So it's iffy.
1-1 still open as well.
I remember if Boxy plays the Diggy. But
Diggy's
I think,
open.
yeah, I think that's more of a D7 from Burnex's flash pick than it is a Boxy the King.
Possibly they take.
Soon pick up. See, it's the Gwyn.
Oh, they take 1-1.
All right, so they're taking, they're forcing a different pickup here now
So
for Kosei.
what do they take?
Still
Maybe
they can go for the
Claude.
Claw, just rock with macro, play around the map, and it's still a very solid marksman anyway, either way.
Most likely no, right?
Okay, well,
Not
the 1-1
Claude.
being picked up, Guinevere, is this also just possibly, see us soon, taking up the Martes? Once again, we talked about this the last time that matchup picked up. Opt for safety, right? I mean, for the most part, in terms of utility taking for See Us Soon, if they want to go with the Martes, then there is still always that possibility. Yes, you have the Mortal Coil, you can work around that, but really it's the momentum, and that's what See Us Soon loves, right? Get those decimates off early on if they want to work around
Lance
it,
again.
but they go the Lancelot.
Yeah, okay, they
and
go
the
Claude.
answer.
Which, again, it's more heroes that can kind of play around.
Is it gonna be
Magister
Diggy?
here. Magister doesn't land that violent
Could it be
Requiem,
Diggy?
it's problems, just like the problems that Magister had in game number 2.
Yeah. Don't forget, we can still flex the Guinevere into the roam. Not often a scene anymore. It's still a priority jungle, especially here in M5, and not just in the main stage, even in wildcard. It seems to be more of the play.
Or maybe they take a
Still,
Novaria
cannot
first.
discount that. I wonder. No, it's not warranted. You're up against a Valentina. It's not warranted to just go ahead and pick up the Diggy if you're DeVu. But it's a Diggy in 1-1. Something about it that seems so enticing, but you don't see enough picks. So it's Minotaur instead. Yeah.
I feel like Diggy would be a little too risky, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for the
We
most
could
part,
go
you're like
Diggy
too
Band then.
squishy, to kind of deal with this. And
Diggy Band would be good.
Going back to what we saw, the performance previously, with this Lancelot
I would
pick,
definitely ban
you're
Diggy
gonna
if
have
I'm
to have an
Deus
answer
Vult.
for it, and having that
So,
Minotaur there
counters
will
the
kind of
lineup
help
so much.
alleviate some of that, of course, pressure. But even looking at this, right, the Valentina comparison, Raw. He's been doing pretty good on this. The KDA is quite insane.
Yeah, number 4 in KDA without hero actually, and most used hero, high win rate. It seems like DEVU was struggled with the Valentina pickup.
Okay.
Coming into these last bands, though, did it Cho? I was thinking it'd take Lapu. Okay.
Yeah, still got to focus on the XP lane, right? If we look back at even the previous game, like how many times did we say leading
think they
into that
really should
draft,
ban
like,
Diggy.
Give Kid Bomba one of those
Or
Bomba
DEVU.
heroes, right? It was
DEVU should ban Diggy.
the Bomba mentality to be able to channel that in. That's going to be the case here once again. Even for DeVu, how do they work around that? Novario is going to be banned out here. They're looking as well to kind of choke in some of the options.
This could be an
really from
interesting
mid-lane for
mid-lane
DeVu
pick.
once again.
Because
They
most of
already took out
the
Lilia.
meta
They
mages
take
are
out the
banned out.
Novario. What is left on the table against this
Could be a very
Valentina pick? Because
interesting
typically you even see the Faramis in
mid-lane
that
pick.
matchup, but it's gone now. So what are we left with here? Is it a
Are they scared of?
possibility?
Do they want to ban
DeVu
Phoveus
go
or
with
Diggy?
a Gord, which we saw previously going against a Valentina.
Or maybe they ban Diggy and take
Is that up
Phoveus.
there hero pool.
Maybe. Maybe. I know you'd love that, Naisu. I don't know. I was going to say ban the Diggy. I didn't really have time to. That would definitely put a wrench in like everything
Phobius.
they have. All
Probably a
heroes
Phobius
right
pick.
there. And I think that's what they were thinking about too. It's like,
For mid lane?
are they really going to pick that? Are they really going to pick that? Are we going to waste the ban?
Yeah.
It's definitely safe because if that came in, it would literally just shatter their whole composition.
Yeah.
Gord, I mean, yeah, it could happen. It could happen.
Phobius looks so
see
good
two
for
picks here, though,
this
that
vote
can make
mid.
it struggle. Yes,
honestly.
you can pick up the Gord to give a little bit of difficulty to the Valentina, but
king,
then
though.
you're up against Lancelot and Claude. You don't know what the roamer is. It might be something that comes out of nowhere. If ever the mid lane pick is gonna come last, they pick their XP laner pick now.
Please.
Either they're gonna get the Terizla for Kid
Take the
Bomba. If
Phobius.
it's not gonna be the Terizla, then they get something like the Khalid instead.
Khalid, yeah.
Yeah.
Phobius
Mid lane,
mid.
though, really, from what we've seen
Come
so
on.
far, with these bans
Paquito.
coming out, yeah, there's still, I mean, this could be a time, too, that we see something different pop up, right? But really, is that the time to kind of go and opt for some of these niche picks? There it is.
Oh, you called
Guys,
it, my man.
all right.
Gord.
I know the
High
laugh.
five.
You know,
High five.
I'll high five you, bro.
I can't reach you, but here's a spirit.
But it means that Seosun may pick the Phobius then.
You really, as much as I wanted to go with Gord, again, when you're looking at the bans, right? And knowing the matchup.
But God is going to have such a hard
We
time
even
though.
saw this back in the MPL leagues, right?
Yeah.
A lot
Honestly.
of teams were actually doing this. They were picking up the Gord to go against the Valentina, especially the fact that you didn't have a Faramis available to you. So, you know, it makes sense. But yeah, like you said, in
But there's a lot of
going
setup.
against a Lancelot
There's a
and
lot of
Claude
setup
who
for
are
God.
going to be coming in from different angles. Very
To work.
hard to even land that Mystic projectile is going to be the difficult part. And then, not to mention,
I'm surprised they ignored Phobius here.
Game right
yeah,
there.
that's a rough
They
Gord
totally
game.
ignored
It is
Phobius.
Sunset Lover, though.
Yeah.
It is. But
know?
still, you can only, whether, I don't know what he's going to take. Is it the Purify, the Flicker? But you can only dodge so many things, gentlemen.
He knows. He's like, yeah, this is going to be tough. Let me drink some water real fast. Hydrate.
We got to hydrate
Could be a
before
long,
this
could be
game.
a long game right here. Kid Bomba now going to need to pick something up. Does he go for the typical Riz?
Terizla, everyone's dive. Yuzon won't work out unless they're seriously just gonna use the Petrify. Maybe Paquito?
Kindness
It looks like
is
it.
the surest
Or-
path.
They take Yuzong.
There you go.
Okay.
Yuzong.
Huh.
I don't like
Wouldn't
it.
have been my pick, but it seems like
I don't like the
Petrify
Yuzong
is the way
pick.
to go. And then at the same time with everyone just diving, but you're also giving the Black Dragon form to the Valentina while you have a Gord?
Yeah.
That's tough, buddy.
Maybe that's why he took a sip of water.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I'm going to pick this. I'm going to pick this Yuzong.
You're already talking about it. It's like, all right, guys, here's what I think. Gulp, 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 gulp. Just do it. Just go for it.
Just go for it, right? And really, when it comes down to it, with as much initiation and aggression that can be thrown at this lineup, really, you have to take care of it. You have to be able to peel in certain situations. You have to be able to decide, is this the right time to actually go and be the aggressor, or do we need to be more on that back foot, the defense? We saw a very long game, the previous one, and will they be able to once again, Deus Fall, take it to game at number 5, extend the series ahead of them as they get it situated once again going into the land of Dawn. Deus Volt versus See You Soon. Tournament lives come down to this as its match point for See You Soon.
Yeah, so the question on all of our minds is can DEVU equalize here, right? We were a little iffy about some of their picks on the draft, so it's definitely not going to be an easy one.
Folks, I'm just going to say it right now. If Deus Volt win this game and Sunset Lover has a respectable Gord KDA, we can just call him the greatest Gord of all time, man. Because this is a game, on paper, where Gord is going to be almost impossible to pull off. It's going to take next level teamwork to make sure Sunset Lover stays alive and he gets the free hit.
Yes.
He's going to be playing from a distance here. Even with that, again, the other aggression that happens here. Magister.
It's gonna be hard to pull this god off, man.
Still going.
Oh!
First blood over to DEVU.
Oh!
Still, again, Magister, the fact that he picked up the Squinavere and is going to get that first blood is a great start here for DEVU. As we talk about even this lineup.
Have we ever
how
seen
to
one
play around that.
Kavi on this 1-1?
You get a first blood on your jungler. That's
Kavi,
great.
just use your...
So now
Oh, he could have gone aggressive there. Just activate the Inspire and go.
Control around the mid. A little bit too early right now to really apply pressure into the side lanes, but if you want to apply pressure into the side lanes indirectly, you do so by controlling the middle of the map. Ooh. That opens up more rotations for you. I like what DEVU are doing here now. See you soon. How will you respond?
Look at Magister looking for the pick,
feels like
being patient with it. Here comes MP as well. He's gonna get the knock up. Violent Requiem, it's a lot of damage. Can't get the finish. The stun.
Oh.
First, another kill onto MP there. Kid Bomba looking for more. Sunset Lover here to back him up, and now Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble. Felix gonna get the dash through and the kill. A 1-for-1, but they take the jungle.
Yeah, unfortunately, no ultimate available for Sunset Lover in that exchange. He does have the level 4 now.
Final slash.
Ooh, Felix with a final slash. Magister able to finally get the turtle, but it was a little bit dangerous. Sawo with the knockup. Felix goes down. DEVU starting out strong.
Oh, they're already exchanging TPs. That's
But
how you know
every
DEVU
single
is
spell
confident
used
that
for
they can
DEVU.
force game number 5, despite
So they have to be a
very
bit more
difficult for
passive.
one of your picks. But DEVU right now have made the right early game decisions. Chase down the Valentina, make that struggle, be patient, wait, and understand the rotation of your opposing jungler, punish, and then take him down.
Honestly, they are winning because
maximize
suddenly
to secure another kill.
Magister is playing well.
Again, see you soon. The question still stands: how will
It still
you
depends
respond?
how they play the mid game.
All right, it's gonna be a long road for
Because
DEVU, but they're starting
it's
off
not
the beginning
really
very
full-on
well
team fights right now.
1K gold lead. Turtle gonna be up in about 70 seconds. DEVU definitely feeling in control.
You will see the holes in their lineup later on.
That, you know, playing with this lead, DEVU putting pressure where they have
I don't really see
around it,
Kavi
still
doing
going.
well in this
Up
one
onto
though.
MP. A lot of damage and another kill. Carvey putting that one in his pocket this time.
Again, going back to it, putting pressure where they have to. Sometimes it's just responding to the rotations from Siasoon.
I'm not sure how
Of course,
Kavi
not
is,
allowing
how
them
comfortable
to
Kavi is on this.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't
1-1.
have it.
Yeah, he doesn't have it. Right. He
Still a
just
threat.
used it. I was scared there for a moment for Ra. But yeah, this what. Yeah, you put it you said the right thing there, Nice. It was just putting the pressure at the right place at the right time. And once again, Kid Bomba, can he?
Still going.
A lot of damage on
Oh,
Felix.
nice.
Magister 3-0-2 right now. He's had a rough couple games, but this time
Wow.
he's feeling it.
Magister playing like it's a ranked game
This
already.
is the best start you can have here.
It's like a ranked
Again,
game.
when it was only the first blood and now leading into this. And with that, I mean, even looking at things kind of unfold, Sunset Lover also took the arcane boots, by the way, on the gourd, so he's not going for the cooldown, he's going
If
for the damage.
Gwyn keeps
He
going
is
this
gonna
way,
go
right,
into the talisman first,
we may not
I
even see a
believe,
proper team
and
fight
then he'll be
in the
scaling
mid game.
up really quickly with that. So we'll see how that all once again plays up.
Oh,
hard here.
again?
No, not
Wow.
again.
Oh,
Magister 4-0-2.
What is
We're 4
MP the
minutes in.
King
That is
doing?
1 kill a minute right now. Gonna work on the turtle now. And see you soon can do nothing about it.
This is all Magister, man.
Yep.
I mean, this is great rotation, team-wide by DEVU, what they're doing. But he just understands
This is like a
his
rank
opposing
game.
jungler so well. We are witnessing a jungler.
this is like a freaking rank game.
a fellow jungler to the point where he's there in the nearest.
Normally you
bush,
only
a
see
step ahead of the
junglers
time,
snowball
and
like this
then he's
in
gonna
rank.
pick him off, combo,
Not
take
in
him
tournaments.
Out, rinse and repeat. It's the glasses, man.
He's
it's
been
like
downloading.
yeah, he's been downloading. You know those anime characters with the glasses? It's like, oh, he's just a side character. He's just there. Next thing you know, yeah, he just does that thing. The light
The
shines on the
sunshine
glasses.
hits it.
Yeah.
That hits it perfectly, right? That's what he's pretty much activated at this point. Now 3K ahead
Kid Bomba.
for the majority of the series. If the whole series, oh, hold on.
They are gonna pull on a Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba goes down raw, picking up the kill. Gonna move on to the tower, but up in the top side. Carvey gonna move on to the tower of his own. See you soon comes out on top of that one, though. A nice trade for SYS.
Okay. So they're finding the right calls now, getting those pulls, getting those pick-offs. We're playing around that. So now let's see. Oh.
Hey, they get the flicker. That's still, you know, that's still something out.
Yeah.
But even with that, that's how much of a threat Magister is right now on this Guinevere. That's going to actually get them that tier 1 turret at the top side as well. Still putting the pressure once again.
See?
This side
Magister
of
is
the jungle,
stuck.
they got to be careful.
Oh.
Sawo comes in to disrupt a little bit. Magister was looking for that purple. MP able to secure it, though.
Oh!
Magister popped that to dodge the
Did
final slash, huh?
Oh, wow.
Goes
Wait
under.
a second. Black Dragon
Magister
comes in under
should
the
not
tower.
go down.
Sawo, we're gonna go in
If
spirit,
Magister
able to get
goes
the
down,
knockup.
that's a
Magister
huge
taking a little bit of
swing
damage,
back.
but it's okay. Sunset Lover able to find 2. King and Felix go down, all for the price of Bomba. It's a good trade. for
Magister
DEVU.
cannot go down right now.
Again, there's Volt now. We talked about the Gordon, how difficult it would be boxing.
Boxing.
Wait,
Oh, that's a big pull. Onto Sunset
no more
Lover.
flicker.
Sunset Lover trying to get away. Kusei, a couple more shots. Sunset gets a little bit of a heal, but in comes Magister. No, Requiem though. They are able to find Sunset Lover. But Magister's gonna keep chasing and finds Raw. Not only that, but Kusei goes down to top side. Carvey looking for more. Crossbow, Tang, and King goes down.
Nice.
What a
Who are they?
Fight back, bite back. Who are they? What is happening here? Once again, Deus Volt keeping things together. But see you soon. Again, when you have to look at what is the condition here for them to get back into this game, despite
the condition will be
relatively small, 3,000.
Kaja
keep it under control.
managing
really,
to
objectively, right? Is it better?
use Divine Judgment on
let them take it. It looks like that's going to happen here.
And then giving the kill to maybe Lens or probably Lens. Lens will need the farm.
Contesting will be way too difficult right now, near impossible. So Soon will just be trying to get wins elsewhere across the map. They can still play around that pickoff. It still is a very strong hold, and they have the abilities to make the most out of a Kaja pull. But now,
big fight going on.
Oh, Carvey with the outmaneuvers.
MP goes down again, 0-5.
Spicy.
Is he going to go 0-7?
Spicy.
Spicy, very spicy. Hot. Carvey's hot right now.
MP having a super bad game now.
Sunset Lover was going to have a work cut out for him with a lineup from Soon. That is not the case, because Magister is just doing work. He's overtime right now on this Guinevere. Sao as well, able to actually utilize this Minotaur this time around, finding a lot of those setups with the Minua and Fury. Has the 9 assists already. Once again, Soon just kind of scraping by, trying to find whatever they can. And a lot of the times, that's just Boxy, right? He's got to use the Divine Judgment when it's available, but even when you find it, you have to
1-1 is getting fed.
Everything that Days
1-1 is getting wholly fed.
Why worry about your Gord getting dived on when you can just play to a lead and to a point where Soon can't even dive on the Gord? Yeah. That was just it. Now we're barely going to see Sunset Lover have a difficult time. The members of Deus Volt have the item advantage, the ability advantage. Chao's been on fire,
so one the thing they fed
so
on Magister.
0-0 and 9. Yep. He's been timing the Minoan Fury incredibly well.
That's going to be hard for Soon if they want to try to get out of this. I think it's just a matter of buying time at this point. They do have some late game potential.
Yes.
But DEVU is closing in quickly.
So with that lead, again, they're going to go ahead and just work on these turrets. They can't get this one just yet, but they're 20 seconds away from the Lord here. Real quick before that happens, how's the items looking?
All right, so for that 1-1, already up to a golden staff. Still 2 items here for the Claude, so it's going to be a while until he gets his 3rd there. Big lead for the Guinevere as expected, and it's a big lead for that Gord. A priority item, though, was just built up for the Valentina, the Lightning
Another
Charger,
tower
compared to the Gord, who is already close to his 3rd item here. Well, the damage will be respectable, but not quite there yet for Soon's mage.
Yeah, so I think, again, if you're Soon, just give this one up. Try to go ahead and defend as much as possible.
Yeah.
Again, with the lineup that you have, you really need time. You know, you're
no
under the
retry
10-minute mark. Lord going to be secured.
Retry still available.
Items still important for Soon.
That's a huge timing on Lord.
Want to stand a chance and actually
Lord immediately spawning. That's very good for.
Now, with this being the first one, it should be made quick work of, right? They have damaged themselves in terms of Ra. They can clear some of the ways using the final slash if they have to from Felix. But still, ultimately,
Magister able to lock on again with a violent wreck.
Oh, huge team fight.
Come in with Minoan's Fury flicker. Raw goes down. Felix will be the next and Boxy. Carvey with a triple kill. DEVU stomping down with Dust Boot.
Days Volt's not going to give him time as they get that triple there. Lord's still up on the top side.
2 members left to defend. A full man for
Magister is having an insane game.
EECA engineering.
It's like a freaking rank game.
They might actually be able to force a game 5.
Oh!
Finds another one, the King. MP goes down.
MP goes down again.
The magic gush.
Are they gonna rush this? Oh! Big final slash.
Carvey trying to dance around. Is he gonna pop it? He doesn't have it. Decides not to use it. Gonna melt down finally. He comes in. The crystal will fall. Deuce Bolt equalize the score.
A very quick game this time around from Deus Volt, taking us to a game 5.
Crazy.
All passion by Sawo. You thought it was over. You thought the Owls would run away with it. But the Dark Knights
holy cow.
On the castle of the Cambodian Kings. Game 5. The night is not over yet.
What the F is happening?
Wow. We saw it earlier. We saw what Kid Bomba did the previous game.
The curse, the pole curse continues.
If they play like that once again. Let's go ahead and have this broken down by Leo and Mirko on the panelist stand.
Is this not what we expected from the Dark Knights of the EECA?
Magister got that 2 consecutive loss for yeah. He got the goal. He got the goal from the 2 losses.
Opponents. We're looking at a game 5.
He finally got his 2-star Freya.
Drama not palpable. Is it not up to here, the tension in the Rizal Memorial Coliseum?
And well, to make it even better, we had a conversation backstage that if Deus Vult were able to win game number 4, the odds for See You Soon to beat them only gets even worse now. And man, that wasn't just a win, Leo. Game 4, it was Deus Vult domination.
It was a statement, all right? There were so many things that were going against Deus Vult. So many picks, so many turns, but as soon as the game loaded in, as soon as Magister found that early kill up top, as soon as objective after objective came in, it just seemed like it was Deus Vult's time to shine. And now it's clear the momentum has swung on over to the ECA with Cambodia left reeling. We're awarding our MVP to none other than, of course, Magister. Again, his Guinevere was the sole reason why starting minute 1, See You Soon could not see a mid-game wherein if they did not stop this, the madness that Magister was pulling, then they were going to go to game 5.
And it comes down to the base damage again. I love that Magister took the risk here to go for Thrill again. They just relied on that base damage in the early game, what already makes Guinevere such a hassle to deal with. The CC, the early game damage, put the Thrill on, and then you'll see how much damage he does. It just really feels like it was a big throw-off for the side of See You Soon. They weren't ready for that damage. Heck, MP the King died 6 times, Leo. A solid 6 when in the other 2 games where he dominated, he was the main star.
Game 1, Lancelot
Guys,
and MP the King hit diff.
Vote carefully, okay? Vote carefully.
Did not see that coming. Again, the Trill, I will agree with you, because a good friend of ours watching right now is also seeing
the curse is real.
Builds, and this is how
Please
you
vote
build
carefully.
Guinevere. Again, some would say you need maybe 1 magic item, but I am of the camp that, hey, just build your tank, let the CC speak for itself, and then let the follow-through shine. It's already no secret that these Volt rely on Sunset Lover so much. And I guess it's the whole offensive line of thinking and play that Magister has that allowed for Sunset Lover to get away with its gourd.
They've constantly turned the tides around, right? And it's crazy. Again, Na'Vi, the team that Sunset Lover and Sawa were in at M3, they were reverse swept by Todak. Now they're on the way for their own reverse sweep. And we have both the longest game of the day and the shortest game of the day in this series, with Magister and the rest of the team just popping off. Even Carvey, man, I gotta say, early on, I was actually doubting the pick for Carvey, right? Is he comfortable on the pick? He showed us all around with a few triple kills. Yes, Carvey is here on the 1-1, not just to pop random crossbow attacks, but to carry the team with the crossbow attack.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong. Carvey scored 2 3 kills back-to-back, right?
Yep.
2 of them.
3 kills.
And he, again, against a lineup like this from See You Soon, it usually doesn't happen because, again, they have such a nice way of overloading her cleanse, but they never got to do it. If I'm not mistaken, he was also deathless.
It was. Everything went right. Even the Yu Zhong pick towards the end, right? Even though I would say in the lane itself, Kid Bomba was picked off a couple of times, it was kind of like, it was a Baloyski special, man. It was a death that was worth it. He was always able to sacrifice one of these random deaths. Sure, it looks kind of bombastic in a bad way, but it turned out to be bombastic in a good way.
And again, that's what makes DEVU
A bombastic
so
death.
dangerous, so effective as a team, especially in the late game, is because when you think you have them up against the ropes, it's actually where they want to be. And now, in a full-on series, they also just wanted to be at match point, and that's what got them
Everything
in the
he does
zone.
is so
What
bombastic.
activated the Bomba mentality across all 5 members, nay,
Even if he
all
dies.
6, including Coach Fly Solo, because his draft, again, as risky as it was, putting the Gourd in that situation, picking that Yujong last, it was just worth it.
The momentum doesn't start unless it is everything on the line, down to the wire, the final game, perhaps of the series, when See You Soon went
I would
to
argue that
match
it was a
point.
Magister
At this
carry
point,
game,
you might
though.
as well call it not momentum, bombentum.
Bombentum. I'll have to meet with the rest of Bombenatics PH to see if that's approved. But again, 10:56, a showcase of what's possible in this current metagame. Game prior to this, we went past 30. So again, folks, looking at that MVP build for the Guinevere over there, Thrill makes a difference. Again, just those extra hits, triggering that passive and then jumping in, it's worth it. I think it's less about the base damage. I think it's more of just the hop, the jump.
The consistent damage coming through as well, right? I mean, throughout the series, throughout the matches that we've seen for Kusei, this is what really stood out to me. The fact that he did not go for the Master Assassin. Sure, you would say, Miracle, it's on a Claude against a Wanuan. You'd expect him to go for more defense. Sure, I get that. But honestly, the way that he was landing as well, it just feels like he kind of already lost a bit of confidence. I don't want to say a lot of confidence, but it's a bit. When he was dominating throughout game 1, 2,
Not really.
and 3,
He was dominating
it
against the
completely
1-1
different.
actually.
This Kusei was playing a farm, and then later on carry.
And that's why the
He was actually
Gold
dominating
experience
in
is
the
a
lane.
double-edged sword. It's wanting to say,
Against
guys,
1-1.
give me a second.
It's only
I still
because
need to farm
Magister
up. I will help out.
got so
and
hit.
another to say, I'm already farmed up, let's go. If you're caught between an awkward middle of the pack situation, it's not good for you. You will lose, and that's what happened here. 10:56 in. I'm looking at MP's build, and it's so low to the ground. It's not a good situation or a not good place to be if you're building hybrid tank Lancelot. There was just not much he was putting on the board.
Not at all. And you know, in game number 1, he proved to us that even a non-meta pick could work. In game 4, he kind of proved to us that if you force it, it'll still be hard to execute. And that's what we saw from him, man. 0-6-1. That's not the normal MP performance that we've come to expect, especially after the first 3 games. And even here, the sandbag, Felix, right? This fact that, you know, 0-6-1 and you don't take the most damage shows you just how squishy the Tank-Salot really is right now.
Yeah, again, everything going towards DEVU's way. And of course, don't
Yeah,
forget Sawo's
but saying
assist.
it could
I'm
be a
pretty
reverse
these
sweep right
numbers
now
count,
is
not just for in-game, but even outside.
kinda
because I'm sure
obvious.
as of the moment, as we speak, he's already psyching up, making sure that the bombastic mentality, the Bomba mentality, and of course the Bombentum is on their side. Look at the damage dealt.
So it's approved?
No.
Bombentum.
I'm trying to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Going back, again, looking at the team fight participation, 72%, again, it's about the same, 70-80%, except for Kid Bomba. So what does that mean for DEVU? Why is Kid Bomba very low on the KP?
I feel like, again, it just comes down to him being the sacrificial lamb, right? In a lot of these scenarios, he just dives into the back, acts as a distraction, and even carries on his job desk as a side laner. He'll be the one that you send onto the side lanes to just clear it up, to do the dirty work on the team, because Carvey, their main win condition, popped off. That was what they were looking for in game number 1 and game number 2. That didn't happen. That one-dimensional gameplay, when it works, Carvey pops, bro. And he doesn't just pops. He pops off.
That's right. And now it's up to See You Soon. We are at match point for either of them. A best of 1 for the ages, because one of them goes home at the conclusion of this last game tonight. Mirko, we've already talked about what DEVU is doing well and how momentum has gone to their way. Now See You Soon, I'm wondering, do they have a late game? What does a late game See You Soon look like?
The late game for See You Soon, I feel like at this point, the late game is the early game. The way that you want to play this Game 5 late game scenario is you take control of that early game. Do what you've been doing in game number 1, 2, and even 3 here. Create that snowball from the get-go. Do not force MP to play on these assassins if it's not a good situation. Popping in on the Martis. Get him in and facilitate that early game neutral objective control again.
All right, we're going to hop into that last match. After a quick break, you're watching the M5 World Championships.
How long is the break gonna be though? Probably 5 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. A chill 3 minutes. So tomorrow is gonna be 11 AM, the first game. The last game is 7, so wow. It's gonna end like 11 if they go 5 games. Let's take a look at some stats. Bruno is not having a good win rate for some reason. Wow, Lilia is even lower. Baxia Alot not having a good time in the knockout. Who has the highest win rate? Dyrov actually. I was just looking at like 5 games and above. Nolan with 100%. Huh. Wow, Yuzong actually has 75% win rate. Although, kind of skewed. Well, Ruby probably skewed because of GEEK fam. Valentina actually has a pretty decent win rate. Blacklist taking it the most. Angela is 0%. Holy. These are knockout stats, yep. Just knockout stats. Yep, it doesn't include the group games. Unfortunately, they don't have a proper filter, because if I click overall, it shows everything including wildcard. But we can see the overall actually. Angela still doesn't have a good win rate, even if we include wildcard. Are we back?
3 games in a row.
Does not work like that, Trex.
You know what? I'll be a supportive friend. I agree with Trex here.
Yeah. Hey, I had a 3-2.
Ed Wagner is correct. Ed Wagner is correct.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go ahead and believe that it works that way, Trex.
Maybe we should arrange it
again,
like
as we look at it, you know, we had some of the breakdowns even on the analyst stand on how this can approach, and that's kind of the question. I mean, even for Siasun is, what does a late game Siasun look like? Because so far throughout the series, it's been relatively quick games, and even for this series, like
Brody has an atrocious win rate.
We had the longest game so far of the day. We had the shortest game. of
Luxia,
the day
Marquis,
for this series alone, right? So
Angela,
really, where do we
Red.
fall into place? What are we expecting for Game 5 here? Renmar, is this...
Surprisingly,
do you
Joy
think
also.
now it comes down to that once again, where both teams have just... They have so much information, and this is kind of leaving up to...
Nola has an amazing win rate.
Who starts momentum first? Who builds up first?
Yeah, I think you mentioned the key word there. It's the information, and we're talking about like the in-game. In terms of how they actually see the roamer, the mid, and you saw there, the vision getting that Magister was doing in the
Nolan
previous
is
game
like
was massive
one of the
for
highest.
DEVU.
Together
and
with Win.
soon they've found a lot of success because of the vision Boxy would get.
Yeah, that's very important, you know, how they get ready for that pace for Game 5. But real quick, before that, we have another special video here from the family members of Dave's Vault. Let's go ahead and take a look at this before we get to the match.
Oh, they played this at Game 5. They are prepared to give Deus Vault the buff.
We wish you all the best, you and your team. Good luck and go!
It won't be fair if they don't show See You Soon's family video too.
Again, great to hear from the family there. The support is obviously there for both these teams. You know, it's always great seeing these kind of like insider videos from the support around the world. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, gentlemen, the way that the tournament works, competition works, eventually someone has to go home. And unfortunately, you know, for these two teams, at the end of this game ahead of us, one of them will have to end their M5 journey here. And again, if you look at the series alone, from Game 1 to Game 4, what we've seen so far, it's been really a pendulum, right? Back and forth. That's kind of one of the words we've been saying, back and forth
all day.
So much, all day, even with this series alone. And really, yeah, it comes down to that, because we've seen dominating one-sided games. We've seen extended games, back and forth. But, you know, again, it leaves you to question, like, even draft-wise. We talked a lot about this, the previous one. The fact, too, that Valentino was picked up, but then the answer seemed to be the Gord. There were so many bans towards the mid lane, focusing on Sunset Lover. But really, Magister Shine, he stepped up. So, you know, if you look at the kind of the way things unfolded through group stages to knockout 1 to now knockout 2, so much was on Kid Bomba.
Yeah.
Great player. But everybody is in their own limelight here for DEVU. The same can be said for SYS, a squad that has played together for so long,
The Ruby
has
curse
accomplished so
favors
much,
DEVU.
and they are also fighting for that chance
We shall
to
see.
continue on here as we are moments away
Hopefully
from
the curse doesn't
draft
work this time.
for game number 5.
I'm flipping the
See you
curse.
soon on
Now
the
it's a
play.
bless.
DEVU
The
here
Ruby
as
bless
well.
is turned on.
Bans, like we've seen them for the majority of this series, very similar, but this time the 1-1 is going to be taken out. Guinevere as a response from the performance from Magister from the previous game, Nolan as well, and the Joy.
You know, I think something that's going to be important here. We talk so much about DEVU, but I want to talk a little bit about See You Soon. MP the King. He had an amazing Game 1. He's had amazing games, I feel like, throughout the whole series, except for the ones that they started losing. And one of the reasons for that was DEVU was really able to single him out, especially last game. He started that game off with 2 or 3 deaths within the first 5 to 6 minutes. So See You Soon need to try to make sure he has a solid road ahead of him.
What do they want to
They
ban?
can really just continue applying the pressure. Deus Vult onto MP the King. And I think Deus Vult now, their approach, similar to what See You Soon have been doing, did in the first 2 games. They literally controlled the center of the map. Now Deus Vult, they can take that same principle and make it work for them. If I'm Deus Vult, let's just go for thematics here. Let's pick up the Leomord, and then
maybe Lilia?
let's go full Crusades, man. Honestly, honestly, just go for it. It's the last game. Put on a show, but at the same time, make it so that the picks that you're getting make sense. And that isn't just for Deus Vult, it's also like that for See You Soon. I cannot think of owl-themed heroes here. Oh, Diggy! Diggy's one.
Diggy's one.
Yeah. But if there is a strat that you've been saving, now's the time to show it. If you're brave enough, if
Lilia
it has worked in the
Paramis,
scrims,
looking at that.
if it's a unique pick, something that screams you as a team, just go for it. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Bruno
I
open.
think what ties into that as well
Valentina
is
as
the
well.
mentality thing, and we've saw it. DEVU came in once in game number 3 when things started turning around. they started to get their hopes up. They started to feel
Hopefully
good
they
again.
go
They
Bruno
came into
first.
the last game just completely confident and completely
Bruno
stopping them. So has the morale
is not a good
changed?
out to
Because
copy
honestly,
anyway.
the drafts haven't been too crazy. There hasn't been any like, oh, they just completely beat them in draft. It has been mechanics.
They
and DEVU, when
they may
they're
just
feeling
take
good, they're playing good.
Valentina
The
just so
same
they can
goes
take
for
big
CU
outs
soon.
too.
So can CU soon reset here? Can they come into this game 5 with a good mental?
That's where you gotta kind of think about, right? Like the short break.
If
that
they
we
take
had with
Valentina,
them,
they
have to
want big
reset
outs.
and just focus on this
Okay,
game.
so
Valentina being
DEVU
picked
wants
up.
big outs.
First pick here
So
for DEVU,
possibly
because,
Minotaur?
you already said it, right?
Charisla.
For the most part, when you look historically at reverse sweeps, right? Momentum heavily in favor of the teams that's able to pull off the reverse sweep, and right now that's DEVU. So the answer from CU soon starts here. They pick up the Kadita, they pick up the Bruno. How are we feeling about this, Renmar? Is the Kadita the right kind of risk factor?
Maybe Bomba Slash with
Deus Vult may have already had
Bomba
the
Slash
time
with
to
Archive?
adjust, but folks, it's the final game. Play with your comforts, play what you're known for, play to your strengths. I'm never
but they're gonna
knock
probably
it.
take
There
Claude
are
first.
asterisks to put onto it,
Just to
but
secure
at this
it.
point, makes a lot of sense to me for CU soon.
Diggy pick.
Let's
right
go.
here.
Come
Just
on.
take it first phase?
I think that's, you can see Salvo, he's talking to him. He's like, do we go for this?
Yeah, it's a Baksha.
Baksha.
Baksha, I don't like
There
it.
it is. No nukes. They take it up.
I
They
can see it
listen.
on his face, man. I can see it on his face. He's like, is that what we're gonna do? Let's go for it.
It's the 15-year-old owl to go against the owls.
The scariest 15-year-old I've ever met.
Yes.
To quote Whiplash, what was his name? Whiplash.
Diggy does
The villain
deny a
from
lot
Iron
of
Man 2. I want my board.
things
and they
too.
get it.
I want my bird.
I want my board.
All
And
right.
they got it.
They got the bird, man.
They got the bird.
Hey, remember, going back to how many records that this team has broke through M5, this hero
is one of them.
Is one of them, right? Part of that whole why teams automatically banned out the Diggy throughout the stages leading up to this point was because of that performance from Salo. So now that they have this, that's the thing. What is the answer to deal with it? They pick up the combination that has also made waves up to this point, the Kaja Kadita combination.
I know this is a very important series, folks, and we're really serious.
Bird
but have you
first,
guys
bird.
ever heard that joke that Kaja is just Diggy older?
I've never heard that joke.
You never heard
Battle
that?
of the Birds.
Yeah.
So in a distant
The Battle of
future-
the
Or is,
Birds.
or is it like Diggy's father?
No, that makes sense too, honestly. But the original joke was Diggy is just a younger version of Kaja.
And as he grows up, he starts suppressing instead of decompressing.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess that's how evolution maybe works, right? So, again, as we focus here on the XP lane options, the Lapu Lapu is going to be taken out, and I think we've kind of talked about this quite a bit. The
Maybe they should ban
mentality, what is
Martis.
going to be placed in him. They decide to take the Lapu Lapu.
Or
out. So
Akai.
where's this going?
Akai
here
is
for
not
Dave
very
Blue
useful.
Red?
Maybe Martis
I'm
is a
trying
good,
to see if there's
a better ban.
No, we haven't seen that yet. That was
Just
maybe
because
the
Martis doesn't care about
lane.
Diggy
There
much.
are more dashes on the side of See You Soon. Still might be the usual default to Rizla. Heroes like that. Fast clear, rotate, setup.
I'm more worried about Carvey here. He's running out of heroes by going for that Diggy and putting him into the second phase of bans. No Brody, no
Claude
Bruno,
Ben?
no Juan. I guess he can pick up the Ixia here.
Oh, no Beatrix.
Yeah. Ixia for me would be all right because it's paired up with a Diggy. But what might work, just a suggestion, what if it's a Clint?
Probably a Martis now.
I knew you were gonna mention
You
that.
played that in group?
Yeah,
Or
you
maybe
played that
like
in group stage.
Did it do well though? I
the
can't
last
remember.
pick
I'll have to
Martis.
double check that. It's
They
been
can
a
take
while.
something
It's been a
more
hot minute.
contested
It's not
first.
high noon anymore. Renmar.
They're probably gonna
Sunset.
take a
Sunset.
contested pick
It's
just to
sunset
deny
time.
Kid
Actually, I
Bomber.
think by this time, gentlemen, it's nighttime.
Don't kill the story. Don't kill the story.
Dyroth. This is interesting because we saw this earlier in the series too.
Bamba.
Yeah, it did not work out very well, but this time around, Siasoon goes and picks it up. There's the Riz. Tarizla comes through. He's been picked 69 times, and the Ixia.
I worry for the Ixia though. I really do.
Man, you are on
The
point.
Ixia
I try.
getting caught by
doing it for
Kaja
Leo.
is quite
Leo said I didn't
scary.
sound smart, so I have to sound smart now.
What? Hey, you are smart, man.
You've earned it.
You've earned it.
But late game is probably very hard to catch the
Last
Ixia.
pick here.
Late game is super hard.
Claude, if they
Just because there's so many
dive,
people
Or
around.
just go for utility, something like the Fred.
Oh,
just
I'm
keep
so
it
sorry.
simple.
Yeah. Jungle.
Not really. I think they should go for split push.
Or is it a jungle
Could be a
Dairon?
jungle Dairon.
Let's keep it simple. Utility. But we
Split
haven't
push will be
really
good,
seen
but
MP
maybe
pick much
Martis
utility.
is still the one that they're gonna pick.
Keep
Think
it
he's
simple,
going to
just
Martis or
it's
not?
gonna
Like,
be-
Probably Martis.
Oh, Martis might be good, yeah. It'll be good to have the instant kill, chain it all together, extra control as well, a tanky presence. You need someone who can also front.
Oh! Wow, talk
Yes.
about
Okay, good.
risk.
I like the see you
That's
soon
risk,
pick.
yeah.
Because
Hayabusa.
Deus Vault doesn't do well in split push.
What do you got to say? Remar, this is all you. You're the smart guy.
Okay. Hey, man, you're smart too.
You said to pick comfort.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that depending on how this goes, it's all on you, Remar.
Okay.
Cambodia will come for you.
Why me?
The only
You
problem
said
is
feel
that
comfortable.
Yeah, okay, this is comfortable.
Digi
you
can
get to
catch
pick off and all
the
that.
Hayabusa.
This is very highly dependent on See You Soon keeping it close or getting an early 3K gold lead. If they don't do that, then this is going to be Deus
GG, well
Volt
played.
running away with it, exactly. But it feels like that Hayabusa is more of like an insurance plan because you have your conditions already
First
in
Haya.
the Kaja,
I think it's the second one.
Karuta, and the Bruno.
I think the
That
first one was played
Hayabusa
by
just felt like garnish,
Hades
the
from Team
cherry on
Flash.
top of the
I
cake.
think.
But will it actually work? Because if they can chase the damage on the Hayabusa, the Ixia will be in trouble.
It's all come down to this, the best of one for the lives of the tournament. Deus Vault and See You Soon. Who will move on in the lower bracket and who will go home? It starts here.
All right, the Dark Knights up against the Owls.
DEVU just needs to survive early
DEVU
game.
with an incredible run to try to reverse sweep
They need to
this.
survive the early game.
Both teams
Because early
leaning
game,
towards comfort.
Digi isn't
In
that
game
strong.
5, we've got Sawo on the Digi. We've got MP on the Hayabusa. Whose comfort will come out on top?
It's pretty on brand right now for both teams. You have a lineup built to peel for Carvey, who has been one of the more impressive positioning marksmen throughout M5. And for See You Soon, you have that chaos. You have a bunch of heroes who can make plays on their own. An assassin for MP the King, who could potentially be the game changer here for SYS.
This is a losing lane for
I
Deus
feel
Vault
like
though.
Deus Vault needs to just be aggressive. When you have something like a utility jungle, especially a Basha, you go in, you give MP as much hell as possible, and that's exactly what he's already started to do.
Yeah, he's gotta. Oh, MP the King.
A lot of damage on MP. Mattis are going to take
Nice.
it. They find first blood. Sunset Lover Raw. Might just be next on the chopping block.
Oh.
Make it 2 for Deus Vault.
Top lane though, top lane.
That's the difficulty of running an assassin up against the Baksha. That is what you get. But while that was happening, pressure bottom side by See You Soon. Now Sorium Felix forced
flicker
to
used.
flicker out.
With that start already, Deus Vault, great chances here to get this first hurdle even, right? Setting MP the King back against that matchup. Again, anytime you look at this, right, that utility, jungler, especially the Baksha, working against an assassin here, it gets even harder when you're down these 2 kills already, right? It's more difficult to approach these dances, these turtle dances later on the Lord. Of course, you can still work around with the shadows, try to just kind of zip in, grab it with the retribution, but still, even that, Sunset Lover holding on to his own divine judgment. Ra trying to give the information here, but still, it looks like they're just ultimately going to give this one up.
Yeah, there's not much of an answer for it. Madison should be
Oh,
able to do a
what?
big purify on a Kid Bomb. I mean, a big petrify on a Kid Bomba, but he will be able to get away safely.
But now he can't
And
go back to
honestly,
lane.
as the clock keeps... Ooh, Carvey in trouble. Shadow kill. Carvey
Oh.
trying to get away, but no, King picks it up. Madison
Oh.
there as well, now trying to capitalize on Akuse, but Boxy's here to help out. Madison needs to be careful. Sawo there, gets a reverse time.
Uh-oh.
Madison walks right into it, in a bad spot now.
Uh-oh.
Trying to get away.
Time's Journey.
Gets a Time's Journey. Madison trying to walk away safely.
Oh.
Yes. DEVU gets away.
Oh, they found the time, a little bit of time, and, well, the shield as well from the Diggy. It was all that he needed to be able to get away.
Dairoth getting
I like
fed
what
though.
See You Soon are doing here. They're taking attention away from the gold lane, ganking it themselves. Here's a pull.
Carvey getting a little bit of damage there. Sunset Lover uses the Divine Judgment himself, but still, things back down to a stalemate.
Well, congratulations here. The M Series Facts. This is a milestone. This is the 500th game of the M Series here.
Oh, okay, Bama.
incredible. Also, top side.
A lot of damage on Kid Bomba. MP now coming
MP
online.
clawing back.
2-1, taking a death, but picking it up later.
Clawing back.
That's crazy. Almost, you know, M5,
Yeah.
500.
Dude, that's wild.
Did they
Game
plan
5.
that?
It's all part of the plan, Trex.
It's all part of this. Yeah.
Right?
Life is scripted sometimes. Can someone write that I win $1 million, please?
Hey, we still have plenty of games, right? There's still 2 days ahead of this.
Back on to Carvey. The damage comes in. Kuse able to put the kill into his pocket. No! Another one on Asawa. Has to use a time journey just to get away. See you soon. Playing in comfort. Not going to give this one up easy.
Are they gonna punish him?
Still going to be going.
Damage on to Boxy. Gets terrified. Are they going to be able to find the kill? Yes, Magister does. Puts him at 1, 0, and 2.
Both teams really just, you know, back and forth. It's the pendulum that this whole series has been so far. But right now, CSU holding on to this minor lead that they have. They're still going to be going. Sunset Lover.
Trying to lock onto a target. Felix there as well. Sunset Lover able to get away from the Abyssal Strike. Now back up at the Turtle. Kid Bomba already getting the party started.
You're going to be the one pulling it. Against you soon have done so well to take attention away from the gold lane. So now Garvey has 2 deaths on him. Who's going to get this Turtle? Very close. Oh, they give it up?
Oh, does go over to Magister.
Earlier, MP the King used the Retribution to possibly get a kill. Who they were after, Sunset Lover, right? But he was able to bomb and weave out of there, so he's fine. Now that's the second Turtle, the objective for Deus Vult.
Really tough lane for
Despite
the
some of these CSU actions happening here, Deus Vult holding it together with objectives. Itemization, though, how's it looking here?
Yeah, Hephaestus rush already.
Tough lane for Torista.
Damage on to Bomba. Bomba having trouble. Killing spree for MP. This Hayabusa could become a problem.
Cross map plays. It was supposed to struggle. Now MP the King are making Deus Vult struggle. CSU rotating as a team.
Oh!
Boxy.
Oh!
Raw goes down. A beautiful pullback.
Oh my
there.
God.
Nice bomb to catch him. Sunset Lover.
Oh!
Gonna lock on to Boxy. He's trying to flicker away, but Carvey doesn't want to let it happen. Reverse time. That's gonna be it. A nice kill in the hands of Boxy. I mean, of Carvey.
Is Dyrov gonna go down too?
Verify, locks on to Felix there. Kuse able to drop another bomb. In comes MP. They gotta be careful with time journey. Gonna help out. Carvey, unscared, not scared. Ready to jump
he's
in.
going.
Look is in. Shadow kill comes in, but it grouped up. This is
Oh!
and Sunset gets the shutdown with a nice chunk of gold going into the wallet.
Goal lead goes back to Deus Vult.
The Norwegian making See You Soon say Norway. How the heck did that happen? The bravery of this young man.
You stop that.
It works.
You stop that, Reptar.
It's my last cast here. I'm going all out, man.
They're going all out in the bottom lane here. Boxy.
Oh!
Another full barrage. Boxy in trouble.
Oh!
Together, no way!
Sawo again.
No way!
Deus Vult, 2K ahead now, and they are just synergized all together in everything they do at this point of the game. See you soon. Struggling. This Turtle, though, most likely going to the hands once again. 3 for 3 for DEVU.
The pendulum is still going. Earlier it was Deus Vult, then See You Soon, now back to Deus Vult. How will it swing again? Who will it swing towards to? Who will the pendulum favor?
We'll have to figure out. DEVU holding down the mid side, but See You Soon has vision across the river. It's a 2.7K gold lead. DEVU gonna make the aggression. Watch for Raw, looking for an angle into the backside, same with Felix. But DEVU feels it coming, they take the tower and they back off.
Disciplined approach to get the turret, they get out for now. And real quick, looking at the items here, even with an almost 3K lead, how's it looking, Renmar?
Oh, well, in terms of the item, very close for the two marksmen. Good rush there onto the Anticuras, as we were mentioning earlier, for that Baksha and then Dreadnought as well.
Oh.
It's going to be the full damage Tiki that we're going to be seeing on the hands of Sawa. Kuse still on the way to the Berserker's Fury, but again, it's still very close for both marksmen who we weren't able to point out earlier. They're actually both rocking Master Assassins. So they really wanted to build a quick advantage in the gold lane, excuse me. So now let's see.
Nice pick on Sawo. Sawo goes down, but MP just deleted with the barrage right in the face.
Victor is out.
Bomb. He's petrified, but now DEVU
Ixia coming.
wants to try to strike back.
Ixia.
Look for Boxy. Boxy goes down to the bomb. Madness are going to keep moving forward. DEVU going to move on to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
DEVU knocking on this tier 2. Should be able to grab it as they do. 23 seconds away from the Lord. They further their lead.
Hunter on XC already.
This is where now DSVOT will actually have a lot of difficulty. Yes, there's a lot of damage on MP the King, but it would have gone well for them if it was a snowball leading into towers and then it's them controlling. But that's not the situation. They're up against a boxer, they're up against a tanky jungler, they up against a Dicky, and of course the access onto that Ixia. So as long as DSVOT play
okay, from now,
really
at this point, it's going to be so hard to get to Ixia already. Because they are grouping up already. It's gonna be so hard to get to Ixia.
Until they get this Lord, then get maybe 1 or 2 inhibitors might be a stretch. 1 inhibitor, that outer tower up top might as well go alongside with it. See You Soon's defense is gonna struggle up against the firepower of DSVOT, the range firepower that they have.
Yeah, you saw that too when the damage dealt, meters came through. Ra is just struggling here in the damage department. Even if you just compare him to Sunset Lover right now, right? Who's been having an amazing game. I know it's a Valentina, but still, you have to look at what do we have available to us if you're See You Soon to defend against this push. It is only the first Lord, should be made quick work of. But still, they have to be able to find the pickoff. This is the lineup that they have. Pickoff potential. They haven't been able to find everything just yet. They go for it again.
The back line with the shadow of Salt. Sawo in a little bit of trouble. Wait,
oh, Ixia, full barrage.
Oh! A double kill for Carvey. The Lord
is this over?
Still at half health. Norway.
Is this over?
The crowd is going crazy. Deus Fault trying to finish things here. Sunset Lover locking on Kid Bomba there.
Is this over?
Felix down.
Oh my god.
And the sunset closes on See You Soon as the Dark Knights rise. Everybody all together. Soon.
What?
The reverse.
Oh my god.
Sends Cambodia home. ECA is cheering right now with the rest of the world, cheering on the Dark Knights.
This is insane.
The gods have willed it.
How the hell?
Ad Victoriam.
That was crazy. Freaking insane reverse sweep.
Emerging and moving forward.
What a series to be a part of. What a night to watch Mobile Legends. Deus Vult continue their Dark Horse run, the Dark Knight run. Both teams giving respect. Cambodia still accomplished so much more than any other Cambodia team has ever done before.
Again, amazing series we saw unfold here to round out this night. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to hear from our teams with our hosts.
That was a crazy reverse sweep.
Comeback. Wow. DEVU with a big comeback, down 0-2. Finding a way to 3 wins, but first, let's have See You Soon.
See you soon. Please come forward.
All right. See You Soon. Your journey may have ended today, but still, what a significant run, especially for Cambodia.
MP on that,
give them a round of applause?
and on that lens though. Crazy game too. MP on the lens. The first one, not the fourth one.
Any message for your fans, your supporters who are present?
Sa next na international scene namin, mas lalo namin gagalingan. Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sorry nabigo kayo namin. Pero pangako namin na mas babalik kaming malakas.
MP the King wants to apologize, but he promises to all their supporters that they will come back stronger. See you soon, MP the King. Cheer up, because you've made a great run this M5 World Championship. A lot of people are cheering you on. You have done wonderful. And because of this, everyone is looking at Cambodia with such high respect. Cambodia is still proud of you. and the entire world is looking up at you. Everybody, once again, let's give a big round of applause to See You Soon.
Batch.
You may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here, and we shall see you soon.
Indeed.
And now, the winner for today's match from EECA, Deus Volt.
Down 0-2. Finding a way to come back with swag, may I
Crazy.
add. With swag. Let's talk to
Crazy
Kid
reverse
Bomba.
sweep.
Kid Bomba. Palakpakan natin si Kid Bomba.
Bomba la bomba! Bombastic!
Kid Bomba, what happened there? After the first 2 games, both were losses. How did you turn this around? What did you talk about in there that made you perform out here?
I'm just so proud of my team. We're better than every region except for, right now, except for Indonesia and Philippines, like the best region, these 2 regions have been on. I'm just so proud of them, And it's my first time here too. And we already made it to top 4, and I'm just looking forward for what's to come. I'm just super proud of my team. I think I didn't even play good today. It was all the rest of my team, so if you wanna applaud just for them.
Everybody had such a wonderful performance. I want to ask also Carty, earlier when you guys won, you had a conversation with MP the King. You guys were exchanging a few words.
Oh.
What were you guys talking about when you were hugging back there after you won?
I just asked if he speaks Tagalog, and he says yes, and I said, oh, I don't, bro. I speak Bisaya, and then I said that's really good gold lane. He gave me very, very hard time.
It's games like this, there are always victors, and there are teams that would go home. You saw how heartbroken they were.
I did.
You guys sent them home. Is there something that you want to say to them?
See You Soon was great. They beat us 2-0, and they made it like 2 quick games. I think they have so much potential to do a lot, and they're just a great team. Cambodia has been like very bad in the past, but what they have done just shows there's so many good players also in Cambodia, so they should be proud of themselves, even if it wasn't enough today. I think they have such a bright future in front of them, and especially like Lance, MP the King. In the 4th game he didn't do as well, but in the 1st game he was a really, really big problem. How he survived, he has a lot of potential. Generally, the whole roster, they can be very, 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 very proud of themselves.
And I'm sure hearing from you, they would be happy to hear those praises.
And that's exactly the swag that we were talking about. You put up the 3-2 sign. Can you talk about that first? The 3-2 sign.
Again?
The 3-2
sign.
You called it. You called it.
I was just super hyped after the 3rd game because it was like a 30-minute game and we won it. So I was just hyped. That's why I was like taunting a little bit. But no disrespect to what See You Soon. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
Give us an inside scoop because we know you really pump up the group. When you went back there, what did you tell your team to pump everyone up to make sure everyone had such a positive mindset in the Land of Dawn to get this win?
It was not me. It was a lot of us. Was actually our coach. He was saying, guys, relax. We're gonna reverse sweep. Relax. We got this. It's our last game if we lose this anyway. So he was really hyping us up, and also I feel like Savo in game was really helping us to pull ourselves together. He was really guiding us to our win today. Coach and Savo.
And reverse
Pull yourself
sweep
together.
they did.
Reverse sweep, this is
They
the
got that
furthest
cooldown
that
reduction.
the EECA region has gone in the World Championship. What do you want to say to all your fans and the people from EECA?
Thanks so much to everybody supporting us. I really appreciated the support from me in the Philippines, and I just want to point out again, my team is also so good. So don't only support me, support all DEVU, and just thank you for the support. We saw the videos from the casters, from the players. We appreciate it. Спасибо за поддержку.
Kid Bomba, tomorrow morning, you're going up against Blacklist International. Initial thoughts?
Oh, Blacklist International.
I really hope we can do a good game versus them like today. that's all I have to say to that.
Once again, everybody. Oh, you want to do the Sue?
Go!
Let's all do the Sue with them. How about that? All right, let's all gather up. Let's all gather up.
Oh.
Deus Volt style. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody, Sue! Congratulations from EECA, Deus Volt. You may now take your bow.
We'll see you again tomorrow morning, and good luck. Congratulations again.
What a wonderful 3-2 reverse sweep for Deus Volt. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna head back to our casters from all over the globe. Casters, pasok.
From all over the world, we go back to the stage here at Rizal Memorial Coliseum, breaking down game number 5. What a beautiful series this was. And truth be told, between me and my partner Mirko here, we were really just hoping that we would see a miracle.
One thing I want to say is that too bad Strategic left early and went to sleep. He didn't get to witness the reverse sweep.
Momentum and of course the Bomba mentality. That was as 50-50 as it gets, but again, if you take a team like Deus Volt all the way to series end, and again, half of the series went past 20 minutes, you end up with a series like this.
It was a phenomenal series, man. From the start all the way till the end, it set the tone. The storytelling was immaculate, so poetic, with a domination in game number 1 of See You Soon, and to end it all with a full barrage from Carvey! Oh my goodness, man. Leo, this man, game 1, game 2, I would even say he was underperforming real
Master
bad.
Assassin.
Sunset Lover was the man who was a pillar to hold everyone together, and by the end of it, everyone was popping off.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, most of the things you were telling me about how Carvey could have positioned better, game 1 and 2, how in 3 and 4 maybe he was getting his mojo back, he's grown on me, right? Game 5, he was just off of the back of the aggression from Magister, from Sunset Lover, and from Sawo. Again, a lot of people will say, look at Deus Volt, you can two things. Number 1, they take you all the way to game 5, way past 30 minutes, and they have a great mid lane trio. Here, those trios set him up so that Carvey can get this MVP performance of a lifetime. This Ixia, you couldn't ask for anything else. Oh.
And to end it all off, the cherry on top, that alarm bomb from Sawo. Flashbacks to the amazing group stage run that they had. And even here, man, Kid Bomba, I have to agree what he said, right? Usually we give Bomba so much hype, but now, today is not the day of just Kid Bomba. It's the day of Sunset as well, bro.
Right.
Sunset Lover was amazing all throughout the series.
He was him.
He was him. But at this game, in this series, in the end, I think it's safe to say that it's Deus Volt as a team. The better 5 walked out victorious today.
And I like how Kid Bomba pointed out that a lot of this came from their coach. Coach Fly Solo telling them, you know what? Reset, 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 regroup, because if you lose this, it's your last game in all of M5, and boy, see where that got them. 10 minutes 37. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually faster than the game prior.
Isn't that the fastest game?
Clock, Leo.
10 minutes.
Again, we have the longest game
10 minutes and
of the
37
day so far, and the shortest game of the day in one series, just this one alone. 10 minutes against a Hayabusa, against a pick-off composition. You'd expect a win 10 minutes from the opposing team, from See You Soon, not from Deus Volt, but they beat the odds here, taking every single one of the neutral objectives, taking every single one of the structures as well.
Again, this goes back to how, as the Lancelot performed in game 1, yes, MP the King shocked Deus Volt into that win, but now you're proving that if a hero is off meta, it's off meta for a reason. As early as the first few engages, it was noted by our English desk that there's a reason why you don't pick the Hayabusa into a lineup that's rocking a Baksha and a Valentina. It's just so hard to win that fight early on. He can just push the advantage, stun you, and then Sunset Lover's gonna take care of the rest.
I would say for See You Soon, right, in game number 5, they just gambled on the fact that They have a very early game composition. They need to get MP as far ahead as possible in the early game, but it ended up with MP dying early on. Sure, he was able to come back, find a lot more kills in that early stage, but with that one death already, Magister would have been able to collapse over.
Look at the number of winter
truncheons,
truncheons.
taking little by little and slowing the process of that snowball. So when that snowball inevitably happened for MP, when he got those 3 kills, it was a bit too late.
Yep, looking back at a lot of the times MP was actually pushing his early game and the mid-game advantage, you would see Sawo coming into play. You would see Sawo protecting Carvey. You would see Sawo protecting Sunset Lover. And now, looking at it again, he's the forgotten one. Back to back to back. The Sandbag, Boxy the King, he had that interesting build, right? The Kaja with the Brave Smite. Best case scenario, what are you hoping for, right? You come in, you get hit, you heal up a bit, and then Divine Judgment back. It seems to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The rest was just DEVU just pushing into what would seem like an inevitable 11-minute game.
And again, it's poetic, it's very dramatic. The fact that just 2 years ago in M3, the World Championship, Sunset Lover and Sawo were knocked out in a reverse sweep against Todak after winning the first match. And now we are seeing the complete opposite, the 180 happening to See You Soon by Sawo and Sunset Lover. It has gone full circle. And now EECA are top 4 region.
That's right.
Top 2 region. Top 3.
Yes. I was looking at the damage dealt, and you know, the Diggy dealt Sawo much damage. Looking at the damage taken, again, Buddy Smith doing work here. Kid Bomba taking a majority of it, even going up against Sorian Felix and Boxy the Kings despite being on the winning side. So it just shows you that this kind of lineup, again, all 5 members of DEVU have gone in sync. Is it safe to say that this is a team that actually just gets better and better as the series goes in deeper?
They just need one late game to wake them up, and then they go on with a momentum to win out in game 4 and 5 to close out the series. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We got a total game time of 20 in the last 2 matches.
I hate to imagine what DEVU might look like if they went to a best of 7.
Oh,
what if?
Yeah.
Don't tease us, Leo. Don't
What
tease
if?
us. But if they do, that'll truly be the most crazy run we've ever seen in an M series. I think now that record is still held down by BTK top 3, and that's what DEVU will be looking to do tomorrow, or a volt against Blacklist International.
Speaking of which, we're going to be showing you all the brackets. And again, think about it. Is this what you expected to see in a reality that we're living right now? This is the timeline, folks. EECA, top 3 regions in the world for MLBB Esports. And of course, DEVU in top 4 overall of the M5 World Championships. They'll be facing off against Blacklist tomorrow morning. And of course, that matchup everyone's waiting for, AP Bren versus Onyx.
We're going to have a lot of great matches tomorrow,
Oh,
ending it off as well
Onyx
with
versus
the
AP
lower
Bren. Such a big
brackets.
match.
Match 13, finals, to see who gets to the grand finals. Tomorrow's going to be a stacked day, Leo. 3 best of 5s. Onyx versus AP Bren, Blacklist versus DEVU. I just have no words. I don't think anybody has words right now. They look at the brackets and they see art.
I am not emotionally prepared to have figured out that this is what happened, right?
I cannot see any of these teams get knocked out tomorrow, man.
Looking at the way we started, it already got bloody between GEEK and Burmese Ghouls. It got bloody between Onyx and Black. But now, folks, set your clocks. Tomorrow morning, GMT +8. This is the time for Singapore, Malaysia, the Philippines, for our friends in Indonesia and Cambodia, across the world. Figure that out. We're opening with Blacks International versus DEVU. Again, the weight of Blacklist's legacy versus the Dark Knights of DEVU. And again, I think this second match just speaks for itself.
We started the day with the elimination of the Indonesian Miracle, GEEK Fam. And we are ending the day with the emergence of the world's miracle, DEVU. It couldn't be better than that, Leo.
Who would have thunk? An underdog of all sorts. It's hard to not fall in love with what DEVU has done. A team that loves to go 30 minutes, a team that loves to go all the way into a series. If you guys have tickets to watch live with us here, best believe you're in for a treat. I know I am. I mean, I'm working a couple of those matches tomorrow, and
me too.
Can't wait.
Really, I mean, this is one of those moments where you literally just can't wait. You just want to get to bed as fast as possible so that tomorrow can come even faster. And tomorrow cannot come fast enough.
That's right. There's 2 exciting best-of-5 series that we had today. Tomorrow there will be 3, and this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. The M5 World Championships is powered by Moonton, presented by
long stream tomorrow.
By ROG, the official gaming
you have to get a good rest tonight, a good long rest. Gonna be sitting on this chair for hours and hours tomorrow.
Who worked the desk here in Rizal Memorial Coliseum, the English
Alright,
and the
I'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Whoever is gonna watch at 11 a.m.
His name is
See you
Mirko. My name is Leo. We have been at your service. Any last words before we go?
Have a good night, everyone.
Sue indeed. Let's throw it over to our host on stage, the lovely Marakino, the handsome